Tea won't be at 4 if it's a full session.
Yeah, tea fixed.
Oh, fixed? Right, okay. Fair enough. Nothing has really changed too much since the yeah, I tend to feel actually rather than put a bit of time on the end, it's better if a quarter to. You're absorbing it all. You're like a great big.
Turning the central heating off. Yeah, it's actually cold. I just jump around like it. And the other Wednesday last week it was so cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same time to the local
Spaghetti con a large helping of Schadenfreude, please. I think we can. Oh, I don't know if that camera's on today. Maybe next. Did he say next game? I think he said next game. Yeah, fair enough. Not today. YouTube. Good morning, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture, Division 2 fixture, that is, between Leicestershire and Worcestershire, and of course the second day of the county cricket season 2022. two BBC radios, Hereford and Worcester and Leicester, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the English summer. Dave Bradley for BBC Hereford and Worcester, Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester. Worcestershire about to resume their first innings after a very truncated day yesterday on 118 for 4. 26 overs were all that were possible, and we did quite well to get those actually in the end, given the heaviness of some of the showers. But it was an interesting 26 overs nonetheless. Leicestershire had the best of the early overs, reducing Worcestershire to 45 for 4, but Worcestershire hit back strongly. The captain, Brett D'Oliveira, and Ed Barnard putting together an unbroken partnership of 73 so far for the 5th wicket. And so, Dave Bradley, a balanced day in the end, and it should be a very interesting morning.
It was in the end, yeah. I think the turning point we thought yesterday was when the opening bowlers went off, when Wright and Hendricks went off, having bowled very well in that first few overs, truncated by the stop for weather. But then when Ben Mike and Barnes came on, it was Barnes was unlucky. Could have had at least a couple of wickets. His catch went down, and maybe he should have had an LBW. But I thought after that, the pressure got released a little bit, and I think Barnard and D'Oliveira by nature are attacking batsmen anyway. So anything that's loose, they're going to go after it and risk the fact you might get an edge and get away with it. But it was, although it was a short day, it was a very interesting day. It was really good cricket, and I think this morning this is going to be another very interesting session. It looks to me as if Hendricks is going to bowl.
He's going to have a go uphill. He's up the slope, I should say.
Yeah, the wind is not there today because Chris Wright used it beautifully yesterday. I mean, he bowls a good away swinger anywhere, but the wind coming across the ground to the right-handers made it very difficult. But it's a lovely morning this morning, folks. It's in total contrast to yesterday, to be honest.
When we say lovely, we mean bright and sunny, but it is still pretty cold.
Yeah, it's the start of April, so there's a chill in the air. But we've got the window open today. That's the barometer, right?
So wrap up warm if you're coming down. You can see plenty of people sitting outside. I won't exactly say basking in the sunshine, but at least enjoying being out there. And as Brad has said, Bjorn Hendricks, Leicestershire's South Africa international overseas signing, is going to open the bowling for the Foxes, but from the pavilion end. I did ask Chris Wright last night whether that was going to be the way things were. He was always going to be bowling up the slope henceforth, and he said very emphatically, absolutely not. It was a case of using the wind, which isn't there today. So we both have updates to do after 11. So I'll start off. Hendricks is in, bowling to D'Oliveira. A little uncertain, half forward, but he is head right over the ball as he deflects a length delivery off middle and off out towards backward point. George Rhodes is a fielder, noticeably, having started with 4 slips yesterday for Hendricks. Just the 2 slips in now. Hassan Azad and Colin Ackerman in for Hendricks. Interesting to see what the big fella makes of the Grace Road slope. He is in now past umpire Watts and bowling. Good leave from D'Oliveira. Slightly short of a good length. Did look to swing back just a fraction. Something for D'Oliveira to think about. Tall-ish man Hendricks, probably about 6'3" or 6'4". Stayed actually a little bit low as it went through into the gloves of Harry Swindles behind the stumps. As I say, very different bowling up the slope from down it, as Hendricks is finding. In he goes and bowls, nicely turned off his legs by D'Oliveira for the first runs of the day, down to Callum Parkinson at long leg. The ball runs. D'Oliveira up and running, moves on to 35. Worcestershire on to 119 for 4. Interesting talking to both sides, what they thought might be a good score on what both sides felt was a good track, a little bit more pace in it than is sometimes the case early on in the season. Certainly one or two seem to just gather a little bit of pace off the pitch. Certainly right from this end in particular. Hendricks just getting into his work, warming up. As I say, it's very cold out there. Hendricks is in and bowls, and that was a late decision from Ed Barnard. Ball outside off stump that went through two Swindles. Very uncertain little jab at the ball really from Barnard. Lucky not to get anything on it. Encouragement for Hendricks. That was a noticeably quicker delivery. In he comes. And bowls, and again a play and a miss. And that was another super delivery from Bjorn Hendricks. It was a bit too good for Ed Barnard, but again, he survives. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Might just fit it in between overs with any luck. Backward point, cover, mid-off, the fielders on the offside, as well obviously as the two slips as Hendricks is in and bowling. This time Barnard is forward to a straight delivery. Middle and off, defending it out into the offside end of the over. An interesting over though from Bjorn Hendricks. He was a little bit unlucky not to pick up his first wicket for the Foxes yesterday, and he can probably feel he was again in that over. His 10th of the innings, in fact. 10 overs, none for 41 for Hendricks. And Will Wright be opening the bowling from the Bennett end. He will. Here comes the update. And they've added a single to that score. We've had just the one over, but an altogether brighter prospect weather-wise for the day ahead. We only managed 26 overs yesterday, during which Leicestershire had the best of the first part, picking up 4 quick wickets for 45 runs, but Worcestershire struck back in the persons of the captain, Brett D'Oliveira, who remains at the wicket. He is 35 not out. Ed Barnard is with him. He is 41 not out. The Foxes need to end this partnership early today, as that one goes past the outside edge from Chris Wright. Worcestershire 119 for 4. First delivery from Chris Wright was a good one, and it did go past the outside edge of D'Oliveira's bat. A little bit of swing squared him up. The Worcestershire captain twiddles the bat in his hand. Short sleeved shirt even for Brett D'Oliveira today. Indication of the improvement in the weather as Wright is in and bowls. D'Oliveira is forward, a little tentatively angled bat head over the ball, just deflecting it down towards Rhodes, who is at backward point as he was for Hendricks at the other end. Just the two slips for Wright as well as Hendricks. Bradders is back alongside.
I think umpire Neil Malliner was scarred by yesterday's temperatures, because he's got gloves, a snood, he's got all his cold weather gear on again.
He has. You can just see his eyes,
Yeah.
Can't you? Just a sort of slit. But his snood is up above his nose as Wright is in and bowls, and all studious care is D'Oliveira there as he leans forward, head right over the ball, and forward defence out into the covers, picked up by Sam Evans.
Yeah, he'd be very COVID secure, wouldn't he, Neil Mallender? You know, it's like a mask up over the front of his face. But I don't know, it's about 10 degrees warmer today, isn't it?
I don't know about 10 degrees. The actual temperature's about 10 degrees, apparently.
Oh, is it?
The air temperature, it is cold. But it looks nice from here. In goes Wright, and bowls, good leave, big stride from D'Oliveira, and then lifted his bat very deliberately over the line of the ball in the flamboyant way many batters do these days. Good start though from Wright.
Yeah, he's on
Asking
the mark,
questions.
He's on the mark from the start.
He is. First ball was a good one. Really did square D'Oliveira up. Good evening to Fango down in Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Tilda and I are watching, he says, hoping for a few early wickets, along with other Leicestershire supporters. Right is in, bowls, and again D'Oliveira very careful forward, big defensive bat very close to his pad, defends it back past Wright, who puts down a big left hand reaching for the ball, might just have brushed his fingers as it rolled out to Ben Mike, who's at mid-off and there's no run.
John the Kipper has been on, long story. Came yesterday, went home at 3 o'clock. still trying to thaw out, I think he said.
Can you feel his fingers yet?
Yeah.
Bless him.
Yeah.
He missed the best part of the day.
He did. Well, the only
Had
part
some
of
interesting cricket
It
thereafter.
was good, yeah, it's a good session.
Right in to finish his over. Bowls and again goes past the outside edge of D'Oliveira's bat. So a maiden to start with, and a good maiden from Chris Wright. Beat the bat twice. I think both sides know what an important first sort of half hour this is, Brad.
Yeah,
As if
yeah.
if Leicestershire can break this partnership early, they can hope to bowl Worcestershire out for 180, 200.
Well,
if these two stay together, then Worcestershire will be targeting 280, 300, and that would be a pretty decent score.
Yeah.
First up.
Yeah, I mean, it could be 130 for 6 if a couple of wickets go down this morning. From then, well, they do bat a long way down, Worcestershire, it has to be said.
Everybody does these
Yeah,
days, seem to,
everybody
don't
does.
they?
Yeah, yeah,
Not many rabbits around.
yeah. I was talking to Charlie Morris the other day, and he said they spend a lot of time. Everybody bats. Here's Hendricks bowling, and this is driven back down the ground, but the bowler himself gets a hand to it and deflects it to Ben Mike at mid-on. But that was solidly struck, that, by Barnard. I got the impression that if Hendricks hadn't got a hand on that, that might have flown away down the slope. Which I do have to say, it looks much more of a slope from here, doesn't it? When you're actually out in the middle, it doesn't look as severe, is that the word I'm looking for? As a slope. We talk a lot about it, but it doesn't look as big when you're out in the middle. Hendricks bowls. I think well, I think he had a little fence at that one. He had a little dabble at it. Interesting, as you were saying, there's just the 2 slips in this morning. I would have thought first 3 or 4 overs of the day, one more close catcher in there. Got a third man out, which, as I say...
I think there's probably a bit of concern about the run rate, really, because it was impressive.
It was, yeah.
4.5 and over.
Yeah, yeah, rather got
Dangerous.
away last half an hour last night. Hendricks to Barnard. It's a comfortable leave this for Barnard, much shorter from the tall, broad-shouldered South African.
Morning to Brunty, who is, quote, digging holes in Warwickshire.
Oh, lovely. Somebody should.
Yes, us.
In the county of rather than the cricket ground, I assume.
I would imagine so.
Hendricks turns.
He works for Sustrans, the cycle path charity, the sort of building cycleways.
I know, yeah. Hendricks bowls, and Barnard will get a run this time as he steers it down to a third man. He'll go to 42. Worcestershire move on to 124 4. Yes, I'm always interested in what people are doing while they're listening to us. What all the different jobs. We have a piano tuner who regularly listens in.
Morning to Springsteen Cricket, who says he met the Leicestershire CC chairman at the test in Barbados.
All right.
A few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's all right for some, isn't it? Hendricks bowls, it's a good ball. Short of a length, and it bowled deliberately. And D'Oliveira has to just swing out of the way. He had a lot of time to see it coming, but it was a good ball. Sort of tested his reflexes a bit. Yeah, it was watching some of those test matches out there. I mean, I think 80% of the crowd, I think, were England supporters, weren't they?
Until the first 2, certainly.
Yeah.
The Guyana one was felt a bit more.
Yeah, Grenada one.
Caribbean.
Yeah.
And it was a good test match.
Yeah. Hendricks races away again. D'Oliveira again gets a short ball. It's well wide of the off stump this time. And D'Oliveira plays a cut shot, but deliberately, after it had gone into the wicket-keeper's gloves, he practices the shot. End of the over. Hendricks has bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 42. Worcestershire with Barnard on 42 and D'Oliveira on 35 are 124 4.
Bronte sent a picture of Wilfred from the Bash Street Kids. He was the one who wore his sweater up to his nose, and he says that's the Neil Mallender. If you add a flat cap to Wilfred, then you'd have Neil Mallender.
Yeah, who was the
Just
one who
about.
used to stick his nose over the wall? Oh, was it
Plug?
I think it was a Second World War cartoon.
Oh, not a Bash Street Kid. Okay.
No. Can't remember. Somebody Was Here was the band underneath.
Right is in and bowls. Barnard stays on the back foot, adjusts to that one. Just have moved back a fraction into him, but he's solidly behind it. Defence out into the offside it goes. 120 for 4. It is a different game when these two are bowling, isn't it? Compared to, with respect to Ed Barnes and Ben Mike.
Yeah, and I think to an extent that's sort of second division cricket, isn't it?
People
Most teams have got
so.
two really good bowlers, but then 3 and 4 are...
Right, bowls. Barnard again stays on the back foot, attempts a more forceful shot this time, steers it down, bounces a couple of times to backward point where Evans is the fielder. That's why Leicester are very much looking forward to Vian Mulder, I think the South Africa Test all-rounder, joining them. Now he's playing for South Africa against Bang. He's been picked for the Test side.
Oh, right.
So that game finishes next Tuesday. So the prospect of him showing up in Durham, in goes right and bowls a leave from Barnard, well judged. Callum Parkinson thinks it was pretty close. Wasn't too much reaction from Wright or those behind the stumps, however. So the prospect of Mulder getting to Durham from Bangladesh, leaving on Tuesday night, being fit to play on Thursday morning up at Chesterless Street, seem remote to me, but you never know.
Yeah, have a couple of days to get into it, right?
I don't know whether you can get a direct flight to Newcastle Airport from Dhaka or whatever.
Wouldn't have thought so.
No, it goes right and bowls, and then again, Barnard is leaving, letting it go through, watching it carefully into the gloves of Harry Swindles.
Was I reading that, was it Manchester City were playing at, they were playing a derby in the Cup this year, and they flew to East Midlands Airport from Manchester. And I thought, well, hang on, Manchester to Derby is only about 50 miles anyway.
Hop over the Pennines.
Yeah, a very pleasant trip over the Pennines. But I thought, I'm sure I read that they flew. Mad.
Seems a little extravagant. Right is in and bowls a straighter delivery again. Barnard is carefully behind it, waiting in his crease, bat and pad very close together. Yes, you get the impression that these two very much know that if they can get through that first half hour or hour, perhaps, then prospects are good.
If they were
visitors
still there at lunchtime, these two, they'd be in a good position.
Yes, indeed.
How many overs have we had with this ball? This is the 30th. So it's maybe starting to lose a bit of shine and hardness.
With a nice green outfield and pitch, though, it should hang on to it for a little longer. In goes right and bowls, and nicely played off the back foot again by Barnard. Deflects it this time wide inside the reaching left hand of Sam Evans. It runs very slowly down towards third man, where inevitably Callum Parkinson is the fielder. It means that Barnard picks up a run and keeps the strike. 121 for 4. Barnard on to 43. Brett D'Oliveira 35. All looking much rosier from Worcestershire's point of view. And they were 45 for 4. There will have been some concern, I would imagine, in the visitors' dressing room.
There would have been some panic. Having won the toss, of course. No great surprise that they elected to bat, because at 10:30 yesterday morning, the conditions suggested that it was going to be a decent day, but it didn't turn out that way. Hendricks to continue.
In fairness to Brett D'Oliveira, the pitch has played pretty well. It looks a decent sort of good cricket wicket.
Yeah.
Little bit of pace in it. Too much deviation.
Hendricks then. He's bowling around the wicket, left arm around to the right-handed Barnard. Barnard, ooh, that's a good ball. that, even from this distance, that looked a bit quick. talking to some of the guys yesterday, Worcestershire guys, close of play, they were saying that his quick ball is very quick, Hendricks. You know, he was sort of got his normal ball is okay, but once he bends his back, which he obviously did there, then it flies.
Yeah, that was a brute, wasn't it? Because it lifted a little bit as well.
Away he goes again, and this time that's well wide of the off stump, and Barr sees this one fairly early. Look down at his footmarks afterwards there, Hendricks, as if he maybe lost his run up a little bit or lost his rhythm. Nice to see people sat out today. I mean, the people who came yesterday were mostly sat behind the glass or in the shelter out of the wind, but nice to see people outside enjoying this this sunshine. Not many in shirt sleeves, I have to say.
There's one or two down below us on the benches in front of the pavilion.
Are there? Brave souls.
I know.
Hendricks bowls, and that has gone for 4
Inside
off an
edge.
inside edge, and I'm not sure that Ed Barnard knew too much about that. He was pushing through extra cover mid-off, and it's flown away down to fine leg. So Barnard picks up 4, goes to 47. A fortuitous 4, it has to be said.
I think it went over the top of the stumps, as well over the top of the stumps, but again it was another quick delivery.
Yeah, just watching a replay, and yeah, inside edge, past the leg stump, one of those that could go anywhere. Worcestershire go up to 125 for 4. Hendricks, who we thought was a little unlucky yesterday, could have picked up a wicket or maybe 2. But it goes like that sometimes. He'll come on and not bowl so well one day and pick up 3 or 4. He's away again. This time, this is the away swinger. Barnard is beaten by this one as he pushes forward defensively. It's a good searching over this one. Barnard coming down to have a look at the pitch and a conversation with somewhat long distance conversation with his partner D'Oliveira, who's leaning on his bat, hasn't moved out of the crease. Bright blue sky floating in, a few clouds, but not those horrible grey things that we saw yesterday. Hendricks' next ball sees Barnard letting the ball go by outside the off stump. Started a bit too short and a bit too wide, that one, and seen nice and early by Barnard. Second top scorer for
Brett
Worcestershire.
D'Oliveira loved that leave because he actually lifted his bat above his head and clapped his glove against it to Ed Barnard.
Yeah,
That's how to play him.
Yeah, that's the one to leave it. Interesting to see what he does with this one. He's bowled those couple there. Is he going to get the one that maybe comes back a bit this time? Hendricks bowls, and that's gone down. That's a good stop, a really good stop, because that not only was wide of the stumps, but it was dying as well, and Harry Swindles did well to get across to that one. Measured himself on the Grace Road turf, as the old football reporters used to say. Not Grace Road, but end of the over, 125 for 4. D'Oliveira has 35 and Barnard has 47. Hendricks 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 46.
So just the 7 runs from the first 5. Have we had 5 overs? We have now, yeah. 5 overs of the day. An indication of the quality of the bowling, really, and the importance that both sides, particularly Worcestershire, attached to just getting through this first half hour. Wright is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who is half forward, leaning forward, defending the ball out into the offside, square into the offside, and then a stentorian bellow of no from the Worcestershire captain. How can such a diminutive package produce make such a noise?
Yeah.
Watch it, you know, when he came down these stairs from the pavilion yesterday to leave to head back to the hotel, he looked even sort of smaller once he's out of his kit, really. And packs a lot in. Wright is in and bowls to him. Good leave. It swings away outside off stump. Big stride forward from Brett D'Oliveira, and then bat lifted high over the line of the ball.
He's 5'4", I think, Brett. I think Titch Taylor was a bit shorter than that. Was he 5'3", was he? And Harry Pilling, who I remember playing for Lancashire.
Indeed.
I think he struggled to make 5 feet. I think his entry in play first said off-season occupation coffin maker, Harry Pilling. I'm sure it was he.
Was it?
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Bowls and just deflected down towards George Rhodes. I was just playing with that concept, really. He certainly.
I'm sure he was
a few bowlers would have felt
yeah,
pretty morbid after bowling endlessly at Pilling. He always was a thorn in Yorkshire's side, I remember, in the late 60s and early 70s. Used to go in 3, didn't he, for Lancashire?
Yeah, he was a good player.
Yes, he was. Did he ever play for England, Harry Pilling?
Good question.
I suspect not. Nowhere to go, but D'Oliveira was wandering back towards his crease. Right.
And for a while, Pilling had been a coffin salesman.
Coffin sales?
Yeah.
That can't be an easy job.
That's
What? Door to door?
Dead end job. Coffin salesman.
Very good. Dead end job. Goodness me.
To his obituary in The Guardian.
Right is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from D'Oliveira. And again, that call of no, shout of no, scream almost of no as he deflects it out to Rhodes at backward point. And then rehearses a pull. Rehearses a pull. He played one astonishing pull yesterday, didn't he?
He did.
Off Ben Mike. Banged it in. And smashed away by D'Oliveira to the Melton Building Society stand, for those who know the Uptonsteel County Ground. But at the moment, not inclined to take on these two Leicestershire opening bowlers, trying to see them off, essentially. Right is in. Bowls, goes past the outside edge again. Frustrated, from Chris Wright, as it bounces through into the gloves of Harry Swindles, and D'Oliveira and Barnard wander down to have a word with each other. Another good over so far from Chris Wright, but no breakthrough affected so far by Leicestershire this sunny morning here in Aylestone. We've got some more Pilling facts.
5'3", apparently. So I thought he was a bit shorter than that. There we are, Harry Pilling. God bless him.
Right, to finish his over is in and bowls and deflects down towards Rhodes and down past Rhodes towards Callum Parkinson for a single. Takes the single. D'Oliveira keeps the strike. Moves on to 36. He waits for the scoreboard just in case, but it's on quick form this morning. 126 for 4.
Vastly different to last evening's cricket, this, because these two really got on with it. Ed Barnard was going to run a ball at one time. D'Oliveira not far behind him, but it's a different story this morning against the opening attack from Leicestershire. Hendricks and Wright, who both bowled well this morning. On another day, they might have found the edge, but such are the vagaries of the great game. Here's Hendricks. He's bowling from the pavilion. He's bowling around the wicket, left arm, angling the ball into D'Oliveira. Good bouncer. Sends D'Oliveira onto his haunches. A taller batsman would have had to gone down further, of course, but flies over his head.
And it's been pointed out to me correctly that the South Africa-Bangladesh series is actually in SA. So,
oh, is it?
But even so,
hasn't there been some? Oh yes, because there was some controversy about the umpiring, wasn't there? Bangladesh weren't happy with the South African umpires.
And they weren't happy with the sledging.
No. Hendricks' next ball. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside, little inside edge, I think, onto the pad, which is why there was half a shout. He was looking to push out on the offside. The ball eventually trickled out in that direction, but not off the full face of the bat.
I think the sort of semi-appeal was on the basis it might have been pad first, but he looked to get an awful lot of bat on it.
I have to trot off and do another update.
Oh, is it time?
It is.
I shall pick up As Hendricks still staying around the wicket in the bright sunshine, pounds in and bowls, and that one bounced a little bit as well, took his bottom hand off the bat. D'Oliveira is looking to get forward. He began to climb on him, got big on him, as they say, but he played it well, kept it down, pushed it out into the offside. 1-2-6 for 4. It's quite tense out there at the moment. I've been saying a very important part. If they can see these opening bowlers off, should be delighted with their efforts. Hendricks is in, bowls to D'Oliveira, drops it out into the offside, goes for the quick run, the throw comes in, the throw misses, and the reaction from the fielder, who I think is Evans, is that had it hit, could be Hill actually, had it hit, it would have been very close. It certainly would have required a decision from umpire Watts, scrambling out of the way. It was Lewis Hill who came skidding in, picked up, threw it as he sort of fell, missed the stumps and then hands to his face. Would have been close, a risk taken by Brett D'Oliveira, arguably unnecessarily, but he got away with it. In goes Hendricks and bowls to Bernard, bounces. He might just have played inside the line of that one, but judging by Hendricks' reaction, he played and missed at it. I wasn't sure whether he just might, as he leant forward, Ed Barnard, have just tucked his bat behind his pad a little bit. Still think he might have done. Outstanding, says Harry Swindles to Hendricks, but again, the big South African not having any luck this morning. In he goes to end his over and bowls to Barnard. It bounces high. There's an appeal for leg before. Hendricks is sure looked high to me, got to say, and indeed the appeal is turned down. I suspect that Hendricks appeal, and it was a good one in terms of the volume. He went bouncing up the wicket, sort of backwards, running backwards, both hands raised, but turned down by umpire Watts. And it, as I say, looked a touch high to me on first view. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, a little bit. Did come back in. It was another good delivery, and another very good over from Buren Hendricks. And those figures, 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 47, do not reflect the quality of the bowling. 1-2-7 for 4. Just the 9 runs added so far this morning then, from 7 overs. And that includes an inside edge for 4. In goes right and bowls outside off stump. D'Oliveira hops across but makes no attempt to play the ball, leaves his bat raised. Update coming for BDC Radio Leicester, who've been playing U2, where the streets have no name. Walks up to his mark, which is almost on one of the advertising slogans, and comes pounding in past umpire Malander and bowls outside off stump, too wide. And D'Oliveira has nothing to do with it, and then, as is his wont, steps across and rehearses getting into position to cut it away. In a few overs' time, he might. Just at the moment, he knows what's important is staying there. The only risk really he's taken this morning has been that quick single in the previous over, just to get his feet moving. 37 off 76. Balls for D'Oliveira, who waits with bat raised as right is in, and bowls goes past the outside edge again. 5 or 6 times this morning now for Leicestershire, but no edges taken, or the only edge that was taken, the inside edge by Hendricks that ran away for 4. 1-2-7 for 4. Three for 35 Wright's figures at the moment. Here at last comes the update. as right bowls, defended by D'Oliveira. Yeah, hard going this morning for the Worcestershire batsmen. They know it's very important for them to get through the first half hour, and so far they have done, not without alarm. Bjorn Hendricks, Leicestershire's new overseas signing, found the inside edge of Ed Barnard's bat, but the ball just missed the stumps. Barnard has moved on to 47 from 64 balls. Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, is with him at the moment. He's 37 off 78. 127 for 4. Leicestershire badly need a breakthrough early from one of the two opening bowlers, Chris Wright or Hendricks. It isn't coming. 127 for 4. As Wright bounces in and bowls. Big, extravagant leave from Brett D'Oliveira, who indicates as he walks away towards short leg that the ball is still moving a little bit. Swing for Wright. Very still, though, here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this morning compared to yesterday, when it was, as Dave put it, blowing a hoolie. Trees are just about in bud. One or two in leaf, starting to come into leaf, but quite a few also still looking pretty bare out there. In about 2 weeks' time, I think the ground will have a very different appearance. In goes Wright and bowls, a little bit shorter of length this time, but not as much movement, and D'Oliveira playing as he leans forward, defends it down into the offside. Another maiden over for Chris Wright, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 35 for him, but he wasn't happy with that last delivery. I think it was the length as much as anything, and he just rehearsed his action once or twice. So, past the half-hour mark and no breakthrough for the Foxes. Worcestershire will be very happy with their efforts. Foxy Phil agreeing with Fango Fox that perhaps Leicester should have opened with one of the two opening bowlers, Wright or Hendricks, and Ed Barnes, and then brought one of the two openers on to sort of try and maintain the pressure a little bit. Something to be said for that, but I think they wanted an early breakthrough. Hendricks is continuing, though, from the pavilion end. He is in, and a drive in the air over the top of covers. It was loose from Ed Barnard, but he's going to pick up 4 for it. And he raises his eyes to the heavens slightly. He was drawn into the false shot. It's 50 for Barnard. Well played indeed. It's come off 65 balls and includes 9 fours, but he knows it's been hard work this morning, and he knows from his demeanour, you can tell that he knows that that was a little bit fortunate. Rehearses the cover drive. It went just over Lewis Hill's head. He's not the tallest of men, Hill, at cover, and he leapt into the air. His left hand went up. Couldn't get anything on it. Barnard 50. In goes Hendricks, bowls again to him. This time he leaves outside off stump, and again D'Oliveira lifts his bat into the air at the other end and applauds. Puts his left hand against his bat, saying that's how to do it. Hendricks must be coming to the end of his spell. Just need to get through it. And then perhaps accelerate against Leicestershire's replacement bowlers, who will almost certainly, one imagines, be Ben Mike and Eddie Barnes again. Callum Parkinson, the left-arm spinner, did have an over the last over, but there was nothing in the wicket for him as Hendricks bowls outside off stump, and again Barnard leaves, and again D'Oliveira makes a point of applauding the leave. 131 for 4 as Bradders returns alongside Ed Barnard's, the first Worcestershire 50 of the season, scored by Ed Barnard. Slightly fortuitous in the way he went to it, and he knew it from the way he reacted, but it's been an outstanding innings.
Yeah, and it's been hard work for Worcestershire this morning. It's been good bowling from Wright and Hendricks. Good cricket.
Yeah, Hendricks is in and bowls, and again the third leave, and that was quite close to the stumps, taken falling to his left by Harry Swindles behind. Might even have gone over the stumps. There's 1 or 2 hands on heads out there, Ben Mike in particular, Hendricks too. And he has a smiling word with umpire Watts as he walks back past, from which I think we can probably gauge it did pass over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, just having a look at the replay, it is.
If you get one.
Yeah, it's probably when it passes the stumps, It's probably 6 inches away from the off stump, so you could say it was a good lead, but it did come back a long way.
Hendricks is in, bowls very straight, and Barnard is solidly behind that one on off stump on that occasion. Mike has started to swing his arms a little bit at mid-off, so whether Hendricks will get one more over, whether Wright will get one more over, remains to be seen, but they've almost done their job, these two.
Yeah, need to see these with no disrespect to the follow-up bowlers, these two certainly yesterday were a good deal better than those that came after.
Hendricks is in and bowls. That does take the edge, but it's deflected down past the diving second slip. Third man does a very good job diving away to his left to make the stop. I think it's Barnes down there, saves 2 runs. It did take a genuine edge, but it was well played as well by Barnard in that it's soft hands and it bounced short of second slip, just wide as he reached out to try and stop the ball. I mean, he might just have brushed his fingers and slowed it down, but it was good work by Barnes on the fine third man boundary to save 2 runs. Nonetheless, 2 to Barnard. He moves on to 53. End of the over, 133 for 4, and Wright will continue.
Yeah, it was one of those where the batsman will think, I played that well, and the bowler will think, oh, I beat him there, and I got it off the edge, and have a bit of a rumble, bit of a moan. Not that all bowlers rumble and moan, but 99% of them do. So here is Chris Wright. He has 3 for 35. He hasn't given much away this morning. He's going to bowl down the slight slope. Right arm over to the right-handed D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira lets this one go by. Late lead from D'Oliveira, but a good lead. He was almost into playing a shot, but then he suddenly realised. So he used his right hand to flick his bat up in the air. Total remains 133 for 4. Just a few I noticed this morning. Well, there's one tree over the far side, which is well. I think is that a beech? Which has got a lot of foliage on, but just walking around, you know, the trees either side of the ground, just getting the little buds on, just starting to turn green. As Wright bowls and D'Oliveira dabs out on the offside. I'm not sure where he's going there because there ain't a run, and in the end he decides that there wasn't either, but almost akin to the Azhar Ali run out yesterday. He certainly, it was Evans, I think, coming in from cover point, was it? Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Never a run there. It was one of those where if the fielder had picked it up, he could almost have run at the stumps and knocked the bails off if they decided to go through for one. But D'Oliveira and Barnard in a bit of conversation. And the total remains on 133 for 4. Just a couple of slips in. Third man, fine leg, cover point, mid-wicket, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Right bowls again, once again, D'Oliveira with a flourish raises his bat in the air. I think Vikram Solanki had the best leave I've ever seen in county cricket. It was a work of art. It was like one of those the Three Musketeers, you know, the fencing with the sword going up in the air. It was very dramatic. D'Oliveira has 37 to his name. So he's only scored 3 runs so far this morning. Right bowls, D'Oliveira will go to probably 4, maybe 5. They're quick between the wickets, these two. D'Oliveira come to the danger end, calls for 2 as he steers it down backward of square on the leg side. And he has added 5 this morning. Goes to 39, Worcestershire 135 for 4. So just 17 runs in total added this morning. Good bowling. Good session of cricket, this. If you're a T20 or Blast fan, you'd think, oh, it's a bit dull. But if you are a connoisseur of good, hard county cricket, this is a good morning session. Right starts right next to the advertising sheet that's out on the ground. Bowls, D'Oliveira pushes this one into the offside. Evans at cover point. Lively as ever, ensures that there is no run.
If you want to get in touch with us, do. Twitter's the quickest way. We don't always pick it up straight away, but at Bradders at BBC or at Fox's Cricket 22 will find us. Morning to Jake, who is on site in Newark today. Just listening to comms. Newark's been... We were talking about Newark yesterday, weren't we?
Yes.
For some reason.
Well, there's a new programme on, is it Channel 5 or something, called Newark, New York. A play on New York, New York. I've not seen it. This next ball, D'Oliveira is forward, pushes away on the offside. Evans once again does the fielding. End of the over, and the total has moved on to 135 for 4. Thank you to Andrew Evans, who tells me that Chad was the boat. Was Kilroy was here, was the caption underneath. So thank you, Andrew Evans, for that. Christopher Smith, good morning to you. Decorating, he says. I presume he means a wall or something, rather than decorating heroes. Need a good batting performance to keep my spirits up, he says. Good to hear from you all. As Richard says, do get in touch. It's always nice to hear what folks are doing and what you're up to.
Rob Pressler, Fox in Malabo. Hope Leicestershire have better luck breaking down Worcestershire than Leicester City did against PSV last night.
Yeah, they didn't do so well.
They didn't. So we have seen the last, for the time being, of Buren Hendricks. Ed Barnes is going to come on, so Hendricks still yet to pick up a wicket for Leicestershire, which is no reflection at all on the quality of his bowling, which has been pretty good. Barnes, who was unlucky in his first over yesterday, will be hoping for a little bit more fortune this time. In he comes from the pavilion end and bowls, and immediately is driven for 4. It's an immediate wide half volley, and reaching out, Bernard absolutely tucks in. It was there to be hit, and it was hit.
Yeah, and as we said yesterday, it's up to these change bowlers now to keep that grip on the Worcestershire batsmen. And to be honest, if you're going to bowl half volleys just outside the off stump, that's not going to happen.
Captain does not look impressed. Ackerman, he's not a massively demonstrative skipper, but I'm beginning to be able to read his body language a little bit more, and hands plunged deep in pockets.
Yeah, and you could see the frown on his face from here.
Barnes, second attempt, in he goes, and bowled. It's a better line. It's fullish still, but Barnard plays a solid forward defensive press against the straight delivery. Barnes picks up in his follow through, then throws it out to Lewis Hill to do a spot of polishing. 150 for 6, shouts Callum Parkinson. He's the sort of main man in that respect. He's down at long leg. He's the main one for adding 2 wickets to the score for the opposition. And
yeah, add 2 wickets.
Barnes, 62 on his back, goes in and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before. He's given him. Yep, and this time Ed Barnes gets the decision. He didn't get it yesterday against Ed Bernard, but he has. And Bernard kind of knows, judging by his body language, that he was beaten. It looked a slightly slower delivery to me. It didn't go through at quite the same pace. It might have been a deliberate one, and it wasn't certainly a question of height. Question there only really was whether it was straight enough, and umpire Watts thought about it and sends Ed Bernard on his way. So, having seen off Buren Hendricks and gone past his 50, Ed Bernard, whacking his pads in frustration, walks off because he has gone leg before wicket to Ed Barnes for 57.
Yeah, and he'd done the hard work this morning, hadn't he, Ed Barnard? He'd seen off Hendricks and Wright. Nice round of applause as he leaves the field, but that was just what exactly. I know it's pretty obvious that Leicestershire wanted to take a wicket, but that's exactly what they were looking for. Ben Cox on his way towards the middle. Didn't have a great season with the bat last season, Ben Cox, by his own admittance. So I'll be looking for a decent start here, but yeah, 139 for 5. Another quick wicket here, and
maybe Parkinson was right. What was he shouting? 150 for 6?
Yeah.
Often the case. One brings 2. D'Oliveira is having a long chat to Ben Cox.
Yeah, what's the other shout? Let's get number 7 out here. Is that another one? No. It all filters down to local cricket as well. I go and watch
Doesn't
my
it?
club side play and think, what are you on about?
Yeah, some good things filter down and some
Yeah.
not so good things
Yeah,
filter down, don't they?
Got the
And it's
openers in and there's a shed of, let's
yeah,
get number 6 in here. What?
Yeah, we're not playing
Yeah.
for a living here, boys. Ben Cox last season, 21 innings, 413 runs, a best of 60 not out, average 21.73.
Yeah, that's pretty poor for him by his normal standards.
So Barnes will be hugely lifted by that, especially after that first ball when his heart must have sunk. But he's come back well and he's picked up his first wicket. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. And the sort of ball you quite like first up. You can leave very safely indeed. And Cox did let it go through. 139 for 5.
Yeah, he would have been aiming to make him play, I would have thought, at that first ball.
Barner. Seems to be one of his nicknames. Barney. Leans forward and then up into his run and bowls outside off stump again. Little bit of swing, big stride forward from Cox, but again he can leave very safely and does.
Wicketkeeper and slips and miscounted there.
Did they start to run
Well,
forward?
he took the ball, dropped it on the ground, started to run down the other end. Easy done.
I think they have adjusted where they're standing markedly from compared to where they were standing for Hendricks, that's for sure. Barnes is into his run and bowls. That's a better straighter delivery, but well played by Ben Cox. Defends it carefully, slightly angled bat, sees the ball run out towards backward point. End of the over. A successful one for Ed Barnes, his 5th of the innings, 1 for 18. His figures now, Worcestershire 139 for 5, and a fascinating innings. Sort of moves on again, another little stage. D'Oliveira holding things together at the moment for his side. He's 39 not out, but he has to now be careful while Cox plays himself in.
Just a reminder today, folks, lunch is at 1:10
Oh yes.
and we're told that tea is at 4 o'clock, whatever happens. However many overs are left.
But theoretically, we could have how many overs today?
104 overs in the
104.
day. Yeah, so we could have something ridiculous like 40 odd overs after tea, which has happened before. Now Chris Wright is continuing. He's bowling to D'Oliveira short and wide of the off stump. D'Oliveira lifts the bat and lets it go through. This is because we lost so much time yesterday, so 8 overs have been added on today. But as my very good friend Richard Ray and myself were discussing this morning, I don't know why we can't start at 11:15. You know, this 11 o'clock start seems to be written in stone, doesn't it? Can't start before 11.
Yeah,
But I'm not sure why. We do in September start at 10:30.
I can't help feeling we could start 10:30 throughout the year, really.
Yeah. Here's Wright bowls again. Similar.
Cross with himself.
Ball to the last one. Yeah, the ball flies through to the wicketkeeper once again.
Not
The
making D'Oliveira
flags.
play.
Yeah.
A limp, aren't they, this after yesterday?
Hardly moving. The Worcestershire flag away to our left is just about fluttering away from the flagpole. There's a chimney away in the distance as well. I'm not sure what that produces, but the smoke from that, it's not going straight up, but it was coming out of the chimney and going horizontal yesterday. Right to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira pushes forward, plays back up the pitch. 139 for 5. D'Oliveira, in his mind, might be thinking, oh, this will be Chris Wright's last over this morning, so he can go and have a blow after this one. The sun has left us briefly, but I'm going to keep on about it, but it's such a different day to yesterday. We did think that we heard almost the height of optimism yesterday afternoon. I'll explain more as Wright comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's beaten by this one. Good ball. Got that just just coming and then just zips away at the last minute. And D'Oliveira goes up, pats the pitch, talks to his partner. Yeah, yesterday afternoon when it went howling gale, I think we just had one of those storms. The temperature was about -10. The ice cream man went up the Mulligan. It's Mulligan Road, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, went up the
Milligan, as in Spike.
Milligan Road next to us. So we thought, well, good luck to you, mate. If you can sell ice creams on a day like today, you'll be selling sand to the Arabs. Here's the next ball, which D'Oliveira plays solidly back up the pitch. Briefly thought about a single, but really hadn't put that much into it. With mid-off and mid-on closing in on, he decides not to bother. Wright has one ball left of his 15th over of the innings. Buzz of a light aircraft somewhere. Was it something on the ground?
Could be. There is a little sort of aerodrome a few miles away down there.
Right. Down the slope in bowls D'Oliveira. Gets a bit tucked up but manages to clip it away down towards a fine leg. I think they'll settle for a single. Indeed they do. Lewis Hill is the fielder down there. End of the over, and Worcestershire are 140 for 5. D'Oliveira has 40 cocks yet to get off the mark. Simon Bonsai is creating beautiful bonsais, getting ready for a canal festival, he says, in Droitwich at the end of the month. Thoroughly enjoying listening to the new cricket season. Simon, good to have you along. He's an old and trusted regular. Dormston Cook, another friend. Happy new season to you. Enjoying the live coverage while I sat at my desk at Worcester Wheels. Are you supposed to say that, Dormston? Hopefully see you sometime during the season. You certainly will. Cheers, Dorm. Admitting to listening to the cricket while you're at work. Interesting.
Barnes to continue from the pavilion end as the sun goes behind cloud. He bowls to D'Oliveira, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he sort of plays in a started to get into position to play a sort of back foot drive, and it all went a little bit, well, appropriately pear-shaped, I think, as far as it was concerned.
I think he suddenly realised he wasn't quite there.
Is it straighter? It's but yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, he managed to sort of stroke it out in a sort of defensive style, but you could hear the odd sound of ball on bottom of bat that will have jarred his fingers, and he did take off his glove and give his hand a bit of a shake. Barnes is in again and bowls to him, nice and straight and a little bit more compact this time. D'Oliveira, as he gets behind that and plays it back down the pitch towards the North Yorkshireman. He's had to work really hard this morning, D'Oliveira. He was 34 not out overnight off 53 balls. He's now 40 off 94, so he's faced 39 balls for his 6 runs this morning. He knows he's potentially absolutely the key to this innings now. Barnes is in and bowls to him again, very straight, and again D'Oliveira bat and pad solidly close together, leaning forward, nice high left elbow, back down the pitch to Barnes it goes.
And it's not his natural game, D'Oliveira. He generally likes to get on with it, likes to clatter it around a bit, so it's a good effort. Where are we with this ball? It's the 39th over, so should start to go a bit softer, and as you say, it won't lose that much of its shine because this outfield is very lush, so that should keep a bit of shine on the ball.
Barnes, famous last words, but he seems to have found his line and length, is in and bowls, and inevitably that one is onto the legs and is turned by D'Oliveira wristily down towards Parkinson at long leg. The single taken. D'Oliveira onto 41, 141 for 5. We have new scoreboard operators, the manual scoreboard this season. Dave, I think it's Lucy and Pip today. I'm not quite sure. There's a team of them, but that's I have to pass on to Worcestershire listeners the sad news that we lost our manual scoreboard operator, Dave Goodacre.
Dave, yeah, he's been doing it for 1,000 years, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's all sorts of He's sort of Mr. Leicestershire cricket in many respects. In goes Barnes and bowls. Fuller this time. A Cox get thick inside part of the bat as he leans forward into that. Sees it's going wide of mid-on. Immediately calls D'Oliveira through for the single. D'Oliveira responds and applauds as he completes the single, and Cox is off the mark. Yes, sadly we lost Dave Goodacre over the wind. He retired and then, unfortunately, hasn't had any time to really relish and enjoy his retirement. By watching, it would have been spent here, I suspect, much of his time. But no, Lucy and Pip, brother and sister, I think, are the new operators. In goes Barnes and bowls, turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. Again, bottom hand off the bat. He's starting to look or to try to be a little bit more expansive, almost extravagant in some of his shots, as yet not quite timing it. End of the over, 142 for 5. We've had almost an hour. We might squeeze another over in before you have to pop next door.
Yeah, hopefully. Live cricket from the Uptonsteel Grace Road ground in Leicester. Good to have you with us. Myself, Dave Bradley, and my colleague Richard Ray, bringing you the details today. Looks like a change of bowling. Is this Ben Mike coming on? Or not?
Still to be right, I think. He's
oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it's all right.
His overs in.
They were stood chatting, and then a jumper came off, and it was difficult to see who taken their jumper. Well, yeah, he's going to been bowling for an hour this morning almost.
He's a very fit man, is Chris Wright. He's forever doing videos of it. Well, not forever, but he often does videos of his various weightlifting setups and things. Like yourself.
Yeah, like me. He's 36 and I'm not. Here's Wright in again, and this is Cox coming forward, playing the ball on the onside. He's 36 and he's looked after his body for most of those 36 years. Another thing I probably haven't done, but we're both happy in our little worlds, trust me.
6 and 7 here, lads. That must be Parkinson. Where is he?
Yeah. Is he down here to our left? No, that's Lewis Hill down there. He must be down at third.
He's at backward point, sort of that deepish gully position.
Ah, right. Right in, bowls, and this time Cox again sees it nice and early, lets that one go by. And Mike's doing some warming up at mid-off. So maybe this is Chris Wright's final over of probably the morning session.
It must be, mustn't it?
Yeah, he's not on. I think he'd come back on before lunch now. Umpire Malinder is doing some arm swinging exercises, trying to keep the blood flowing through his veins. Although he must be warmer than he was yesterday. Right bowls, just dabbed away by Cox on the onside. No run to be had on this occasion. Solidly behind it, but straight to Ed Barnes, who seems to have a permanently dark mark on his trousers.
As I say, he's mentioned yesterday, he's just that sort of cricketer, essentially, really, that sort of individual. I've brought in the third slip. George Rhodes is back there for the new batsman. Ackerman, long way in front of Ackerman.
Next ball, pushed away on the offside. Won't be a run there either. I'd better shoot off and do something else.
Almost got there. I think one ball, I think 1 or 2 to go. 2 possibly in this over. Right. Has to be a little bit careful. He's not the spring chicken he once was, so he's got a long season ahead of him. 50 wickets, yes, last year for Chris Wright in the red ball game. Leicestershire's top wicket taker. He's 34 now. We'll just have to check that. They do have to be a little bit careful not to break him. In he goes and bowls to Cox. Outside off stump, swings away, but started wide, went wider. Cox has nothing to do with it. Lets it go through, 142 for 5. Lots of people sitting out now in the Uptonsteel stand and in front on the benches in front of the meet. A lot of sort of wooden benches traditionally used here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in front of the Pavilion Complex and in front of the meet. The meet for Worcestershire supporters who haven't been here. It's a very old building indeed. In goes right and bowls, goes past the outside edge, an attempted forcing shot off the back foot from Cox. Minimal foot movement, lucky not to take the edge as it bounces through two Swindles. Got away with it. 142 for 5 after 40 overs. So the run rate this morning has been has reflected the better quality of the bowling. That is for sure. 118 for 4 at the start of play, off 26. Somebody's left their light. Somebody's left their lights on, it would appear. Most modern cars would have alarms if you do that these days, isn't it? They tell you as you shut your door. Barnes to continue from the pavilion end. He's ready to go, but it looked as though D'Oliveira was, but Barnes got sort of 2/3 of the way into his run and then stopped. And then on his way back, he's handed something to maybe his hand warmer to Bjorn Hendricks. Looks very chilly at mid-off. He's got his full sweater on, I'm not surprised. Barnes is in and bowls, line and length delivery. D'Oliveira treats it with appropriate respect, leaning forward and defending. Head over the ball, blocks it out into the offside, picked up by Rhodes, who is at point. Update coming. 142 for 5. Barnes is in and bowls full, and he squared up. A little bit of movement there. Came off a thick outside edge as D'Oliveira indicates as much to his captain. He got away with it. It was a good delivery though. Here comes the update. Leicestershire have made their first breakthrough of the day, but it wasn't one of the two opening bowlers who affected it. It was Ed Barnes coming in for his first over of the day. His first ball was a bad one, hit away for 4. His third was a good one and pinned Ed Barnard a leg before wicket for 57. They needed that breakthrough, the Foxes. They bowled well this morning without any luck, but the innings now nicely balanced. Worcestershire are 142 for 5. And that one is defended by D'Oliveira out towards mid-on, where right is the fielder. Barnes, again, tempting fate here, seems to have settled into a much better line and length. 1 for 20 from his 6.3 overs. Lots of encouragement for their teammate from the Leicestershire players out there. Shadow goes across the ground as Barnes is in and bowls edge. No, not edged. It looked as though it was edged. D'Oliveira was drawn into fending at one outside off stump, and then he looked behind him at the wicket keepers. It was taken by Swindles, and it moved so much that I thought it must have taken the edge. And D'Oliveira is disgusted with himself. He leans on his bat. You can see him almost berating himself. He was just drawn. Concentration went for half a second. And he could so easily have edged it. He didn't.
Yes, he was very... He would have cursed himself if he'd got out there.
He would. He's been so careful this morning. In goes Barnes and bowls to him, tucks him up a little bit, but drops it out off the back foot into the leg side, takes half a stride forward. But Evans is quickly on to the ball, and there is no chance of a single. Right, congratulates Barnes, because he's backing up the efforts of Hendricks and Wright to an extent. Barnes here.
Yeah, which he did yesterday, but he didn't get much luck yesterday.
There's quite a few people sitting out, aren't there, Dave?
There are,
when you look around the ground now and in front of the meet. As in goes Barnes and bowls very straight, and a very straight firm push from D'Oliveira. Lovely shot that's going to run down towards the long on boundary for 4. It was pursued by Wright, but he's not the quickest over the wicket, and Barnes kicks at the ground in disappointment. Always frustrating when you concede a boundary off the last ball of an otherwise very good over. But a really nice shot from Brett D'Oliveira. Very, very straight. And he picks up 4. And is that his first boundary of the day?
It is, I think.
It is. Moves on to 45 off 103 balls. And Worcestershire onto 146 for 5.
Games this morning, we're going for over an hour like this one around the country. Hampshire in a very good position at Southampton. They're 165 without loss, and that's replying to Somerset's 180 all out. At Northampton, Gloucestershire have just been bowled out for 223. No reply yet from Northamptonshire. Change of bowling here. Ben Mike to come on from the Bennett end. Surrey playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Surrey 196 for 4. At the Gardens, Glamorgan 213 for 5 against Durham. Let's bring you some more as we watch Ben Mike beginning his first over of the day. He's bowling to Ben Cox. Cox gets a short ball which he tries to smash somewhere over mid-wicket. Doesn't get anything on it, and it flies through to the wicket-keeper. Somewhat. In terms of this morning's play, that was a very aggressive shot. Essex are 309 for 5 against Kent at Chelmsford. The match at Lords, Middlesex 353 for 7 against Derbyshire. And at Hove, Sussex 341 for 7 against Nottinghamshire. As Mike turns to come in, is stopped.
Do you know why? Because I could hear the radio that was in the umpire's
did it?
pocket. It went off there.
Suddenly buzzed.
There was a noise, yeah, a big squeak from it. I think umpire Watts had accidentally pressed the wrong button.
Mike in bowls, and this is pushed by Cox to the offside. That's a nice shot. He's timed it fairly well. He's not going to get 4 for it by any means. He might pick up a couple. He does. Chris Wright on the chase out through there.
It was in the air for a bit, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. He's almost looking for a bit of rhythm here, I think.
He looks like he...
Yeah. Early season. Didn't have a great season with the bat last year, so he's just looking to... I mean, at this stage of the game, as Brett D'Oliveira is proving, crease occupation is a major factor. Cox has 3. Worcestershire 148 for 5. Next ball, Cox plays much more solidly out on the offside, but as is the vagary of first-class cricket or any sort of cricket, you play a lovely shot, you don't get anything for it. Sam Evans, the fielder, he is at extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, cover point, 2 slips, third man, fine leg, mid-wicket. Ben Mike gets a bit of advice from Chris Wright at mid-off. Races down the hill, down the slope. Bowls, Cox with a lovely drive. Good stop that from Evans. That was 4 all the way. Evans got down to his right and pushed it round the post, as it were. And it went to right, and Cox will be cursing his luck a little bit there. Another, 6 inches, and he might have got 4, but good stop. Bit of cloud building up, but it's that light fluffy stuff. It's Simpson clouds, I call it. If you've never seen The Simpsons, you wouldn't know what I'm on about, but blue sky in between. Mike bowls, cut by Cox, cut solidly down towards third man, who is out of my sight, but it's Parkinson down there. And he's picked it up and thrown it back to the wicketkeeper.
It was actually brilliant work by Rhodes, diving to his left at backward point, slowed it down. Otherwise, Cox, that would have been smashing into the advertising hoardings in front of the meet again. So Cox been a bit unlucky in this over. Really.
They're just beyond the rail, to me. That's my excuse anyway. Cox goes to 4. D'Oliveira has 45. And this time D'Oliveira cut he smashed that away. Got that over the infield and out to the cover point boundary for 4. Too short, that one from Ben Mike, and D'Oliveira very quickly onto it and cracked it away. 150 up for Worcestershire with D'Oliveira's boundary, and he goes to 49.
Yes, 7 from that Ben Mike over, and this is what happened yesterday. I mean, 7, and it could have been more. It could have been, you know, a lot more. So this is what Leicestershire can't afford to let happen, to let D'Oliveira get into his stride, and Cox as well, ditto.
Yeah, got to keep.
Mike's 4 overs have cost 28 runs.
Yeah,
7 and over.
Yeah, it's not keeping the foot down, is it? It's not keeping them under control.
You bowl in partnerships as well as bat in partnerships, and it puts pressure on Barnes, who is in from the pavilion end and bowls, and played neatly away through mid-wicket by Cox. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it sweetly away down towards mid-wicket. Right, has to run around from mid-on. Cox picks up a couple of runs, moves on to 4. Foxy Fella's been in touch. Yeah, he's just made exactly the same point. Mike, 4 overs for 28 runs. Never quite sure, and maybe he isn't quite sure as well what role he is expected to play as Barnes goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge. He's caught behind, swung, took the outside edge. Harry Swindles takes the catch. Ed Barnes has his 2nd wicket of the day, an important breakthrough for Leicestershire, and Cox's struggles with the bat, or strivings with the bat, continue. He just played a couple of nice shots in the previous over and off the previous ball as well. But he was drawn forward by that one, maybe bounced a little bit more than he thought it was going to. Took the outside edge, catch held by Swindles.
Yeah, wasn't quite there at the pitch of that one, was he?
No.
He just, I think he needed to get a bigger stride in. But, yes, walks away disappointed, as any batsman is when he said. Brings Joe Leach in. And Leicestershire chipping away at the wickets this morning. Worcestershire haven't got away from them, shall we say. What have we had? We've had 37 runs this morning for 2 wickets. So they are,
Yeah.
as I say, chipping away. What over are we in here? I'm losing. Oh, 43rd. There we go. Yeah, as he did yesterday. Barnes has come on, bowled a very good spell. Good line, good length, making it just nip away a little bit. And that was the one that got Ben Cox. Not Joe Leach's situation to sort of play a long, stubborn innings. He likes to get on with it.
377 runs in 19 innings last season, 5 not outs, best of 84, average basically 27, just under. So this could be entertaining then, potentially.
It's going to be an interesting season for Joe, because he obviously has had that, the yoke, if you like, of the captaincy on his shoulders for a few seasons now. So that's gone. So whether he feels he can bat and bowl with a bit more freedom, as I say, he likes to get on with it anyway.
He waits with that slightly open stance as Barnes, with his tail up, goes in and bowls. Leach forward, plays it very firmly down into the ground. It bounces quickly into the hands of backward point, where Rhodes has a very good pair of hands, is the fielder. And there's no run. That was a nicely timed defensive push from Joe Leach. He, like D'Oliveira, is in a short-sleeved shirt, which is brave, and he, like D'Oliveira, has an arm guard on his left arm.
It's a big chap, is
Big fella.
Joe Leach. If he hits it,
Does it tend to stay hit?
generally, yeah.
Hasn't brought in an extra slip, Ackerman, for the new batsman. as Barnes is in and bowls, and that was a poor shot. It was a wide-ish delivery, and he just sort of dabbed at it rather.
Flat-footed.
Reached for it almost, and could easily have given it away there. He didn't, got away with it. But that wasn't the greatest shot that Joe Leach has played.
No.
Bless him.
Waved it as it went past, and as I say, he didn't really get across the crease. The replays on my screen are about a ball behind today, so difficult to, yeah, not a great shot, Joe.
Barnes bounces in and bowls, and that is a better shot. It's stroked away by Leach, and he's going to probably pick up 4. He is going to pick up 4. It crosses the ropes now in front of the manual scoreboard. Ben Mike's pursuit was always likely to be in vain. He didn't overhit it either. It was a really nice piece of timing. It did sit up nicely just outside off stump, but he almost hit it off the front foot. Waited for it on the front foot. He's a front foot sort of player, Joe Leach. But a lovely piece of timing, and then it did fairly flew. What? That's a good 80 yards, that boundary, isn't it? I would suggest on that side.
We saw an all-run 4, didn't we, down there yesterday?
We did. Yes, we did.
Don't see many of those these days, because a lot of the particularly in one-day cricket, a lot of the boundaries are ridiculously short.
So Leach off the mark with that boundary as in goes Barnes, bowls to him, a solid drive, firmly back, but Barnes feels in his follow-through, tumbles as he does so, but feels nonetheless. End of a successful over for Ed Barnes. He now has 2 for 30 from 8 overs, but as Brad has been saying, Leach's inclination is to be positive in terms of his attacking shots, and he was straight away in that. He is on 4 from 4 balls.
You listen to live cricket coming to you today. Leicestershire, Worcestershire, second day after a truncated first day. Nice to have you with us. Want to get in touch? At Fox's Cricket 22 and at Bradders at BBC on the Twitter sphere. Always good to hear from them, folks. D'Oliveira facing up to Mike, and he's cracked that one, but once again he's picked up Sam Evans in extra cover again, a couple of metres either side, or a metre either side. He might have struggled, although Evans is such a good fielder, he'd want to be more than a metre either side because he gets down well. Lots of chatter across the ground, lots of encouragement. Ben Michael I think you just want to bowl a tight over. He's in a bowls, and D'Oliveira pats this one away down to third man. He's got 50 to his name, Brett D'Oliveira. It's taken him 106 balls, and he's only added 16 runs in this morning session, but a very valuable 50 for the Worcestershire skipper, holding it all together. 106 balls, 155 minutes, 8 fours. Well batted.
Yeah, he'd faced 53 balls for his 34 yesterday, so he's faced another 53 balls this morning for his 16. But as you say, hugely valuable runs.
Leach to face Ben Mike for the first time today. And Leach gets a ball outside the off stump and lets it carry on its way. No shot offered. Looks as if somebody's mowing the practice nets. Would they be away to our right?
But yes, no, they're famously good practice
they
nets.
Are, yeah. Yeah, oh, there he is. Going
Grace Road.
You can hear the chug of the mower. I think Sunday morning is the time, isn't it? If you sit in your back garden, you can hear the well, there's another mower, or attempting to start up. Somebody's cursing because their mower hasn't survived through the winter. Yeah, Sunday morning is mowing morning. In some countries, I think in Germany, parts of Germany, you're not allowed to mow your lawn on a Sunday morning. It used to be a bylaw. Here's Mike in, and to get a run here is Joe Leach down to third man. I thought he might have been aiming a little bit straighter than that, but got plenty of bat on it. and Worcestershire go to 161 for 6. I know we went to Germany to, where did we go? Schönbeck, I think. They told us you're not allowed to mow your lawn before 12 noon on a Sunday or something like that. It's one of those strange laws. It's not as strange as you can shoot a Welshman with a crossbow in Hereford Cathedral Gardens on a bank holiday Monday, which actually is not true, but it's a very good local myth. Here's Mike in again and bowls. D'Oliveira cuts, and that's away.
Brilliant
for
stop.
4.
No,
Oh,
brilliant stop.
That is a good stop. I was looking
George
towards.
Rhodes, yeah.
I was looking at the boundary for that one. I thought he dived over the top of it, but no, good stop. 4 runs saved by Rhodes there. Yeah, I was just looking away to my right, waiting for it to clatter into the boundary boards. Ben Mike wants to move his field around here. Not quite sure what he's asking for, but he's.
Don't bowl out there.
Yeah, he's not good. He's
If I was the captain. No.
He's got nothing from his captain there.
No.
Yeah, you have an extra fielder there, skipper. No. Next ball, D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. A much more comfortable stop for Rhodes on this occasion. And the Worcestershire total at the end of their over is 161 for 6. D'Oliveira has 50. Leach has 5 out. Today, Barnard LBW to Barnes for 57. And Cox caught Swindles, bowled Barnes for 6 wickets, going down 139 and 155. Can you smell smoke? Somebody got they haven't got a barbecue going on a day like today, have they?
I would imagine so. But,
that's not a great question, is it? Can you smell smoke?
not when you're perched on
Can you see those flames?
on top of a roof.
Yeah.
But, no, I think all is well.
The chef
Could be
is-
one of the various sort of factories or works behind
Yeah.
us that are
Yeah.
making something.
Yeah, it is right in the middle of all the houses. If you've never been to Grace Road, it's very much in the city. Houses all round.
Barnes to continue from the pavilion end, and he goes past umpire Watts and bowls to Leach, who defends, but he's the sort of batsman who defends, sort of radiating aggression. And you sense that he wants to lace the ball away, almost with every shot. He played it very firmly out into the offside. It sort of is in the city. Aylstone is a suburb of Leicester. We're about a mile south of the city centre. And there's lots of houses, but also factories. In goes Barnes and bowls down the leg side. Did it come off the pad? I think it was the pad. He's tried to whip it away, Joe Leach. No, it came off the pad and ran down to fine leg. The effect is the same as far as the total is concerned. 4 onto the Worcestershire score. Not on to the score of Leach, however. 165 now for 6.
Used to play at Aylstone Road, I think, Leicestershire,
Correct,
which is
yes.
just nearer the city centre.
It is, yeah. That's now the the Leicester Electricity Ground.
Oh, right.
It's only about a mile away.
Yeah.
And the meet was there as well, so it came over here. It was
Oh,
brought.
right.
In goes Barnes and bowls, and he's tucked up there, Leach. There's an appeal that is of the optimistic nature. Barnes's was a very belated appeal. It was almost in response to a sort of half shout from Swindles behind the stumps.
Interesting, Ackerman at second slip is doing a bit of warming up, so
Well, there are a few footholds now, I guess, from Hendricks for him to aim at, but the pitch doesn't look marked particularly, does it?
he maybe thinks he wants some tight overs from the one end to keep Barnes going, because he's bowling well.
Yeah. Barnes is in and bowls, line and length, off stump, leaning forward, the strong looking Leach. Plays it again very firmly, out to mid-off this time, picked up by Bjorn Hendricks.
Umpire just looking at the follow-through from Barnes. Umpire's very keen nowadays to have a word with batsmen who are batting outside the crease, of course. There's 1 or 2 incidents in test matches during the winter. Batsmen saying, well, I can stand where I want to, which is true, they can.
Barnes is in and bowls, firmly played towards mid-wicket this time by Leach. Bobbles rather, as it runs towards Sam Evans, and he isn't able to pick the ball up cleanly, but he does stop it. It updates time again. Yeah, it is. Dave's going to pop next door. Have a peer around as you go outside, see if there's any smoke around, just in case.
No smoke.
No smoke. As Barnes continues, in he goes and bowls. To Leach in the air as it stops on him a little bit, bounces out towards mid-off, picked up by Hendricks, who shies at the stumps, misses. I think he'd made his ground anyway, Leach, as he was called through. But it was in the air for a fair old time there. A sort of short extra cover would have been very much in the game. As it was, it fell well short of Hendricks' end of the over. Single to Leach, who moves on to 6, 166 for 6. Lots of sixes on the scoreboard as a consequence. And again, umpire Watts having a little word with Barnes about his follow-through. It's not obvious that no real markings out there. And Barnes tends to fall away in his action anyway, so can't imagine it's too much of an issue. Mike will continue from the Bennett end. Sun behind cloud for the moment. 5 overs, none for 30. Leach is just putting his gloves back on. He's taking his gloves off there just to, I don't know why, but he's pulling them back on now, ready to go. Takes guard with that, as I say, slightly open stance. As Mike is in and bowls to him outside off stump, he steps forward and rather dismissively lets that one go through. Round of encouragement for Mike from his fellow fielders. Amazingly, in one of the pre-season games, for those who know the Uptonsteel County Ground, for those who don't, I suppose, were perched on top of the pavilion complex, the two commentary boxes, so probably about sort of 30 feet or so in the air, up a very fairly steep flight of stairs as Mike bowls to Leach, who defends on the back foot this time, back down the wicket. It goes towards Ben Mike. As far as I'm aware, those fairly steep and rusty steps are the only way up here. However, when I went out behind the commentary box during the pre-season game against Leeds Bradford MCCU, I was startled to see a fox on the roof. I know it sounds appropriate, we're at the home of the foxes, but how it had managed to get up there pretty much baffled me, because it appeared from behind one of the chimney stacks on the other side of the roof. In goes Mike and bowls to Leach, a fuller delivery, but again wide, and again Leach can safely leave, and does. It sort of disappeared underneath the stand, and tried to follow to see where it was going, but it just seemed to disappear. So it was an extraordinary episode. They're everywhere on the ground these days, of course, the foxes in the city, but up here on the pavilion roof. And why? Baffled me. Haven't seen it since anyway. 166 for 6. Mike examines the ball carefully in his hand before setting off to run up and bowl. Again wide outside off stump. He's sort of got a better line, but it's too wide at the moment, and he's not making Leach play, and Leach doesn't. Lets it go through. It's a decent pace, sort of early 80s, mid 80s perhaps, from Ben Mike, who can really push it through when he gets it right. But he's not making the batsman play at the moment. Still 4 dot balls in the over. Sun back out, thankfully. Mike turns. Is in and bowls wide outside off stump. Not quite so wide this time. Swindles didn't have to reach across to his right. But again, he required no shot of Leach, and therefore he didn't play one. least he's put a little bit of a break on the number of runs he's conceded, Ben Mike, or conceding. He's giving Leach the opportunity to have a very good look at the bowling. He is in and bowls. That's a much straighter delivery. And he's pushed by Leach back past Mike, down on the onside. And it's gone past inside mid-on as well. Hendricks rather lumbers in response. And he does pick up the ball just inside the ropes. But 3 runs are taken because he didn't pick up the ball cleanly first time, basically. So Leach, seeing that as he turned at the end of his second run, called for the third and made it. He moves on to 9. End of the over. 169 for 6. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Leicestershire have picked up their second wicket of the morning, and again the man responsible was Ed Barnes, a young Yorkshireman, the seam bowler. Earlier in the day he'd got Ed Barnard, leg before wicket for 57. Barnard's replacement, Ben Cox, didn't last very long before edging Barnes to Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper, for 6, made the score 155 for 6. Brett D'Oliveira, Worcestershire's captain, is still there though. He has gone on to his 50. It came off 106 balls and included 8 fours. He's been joined by Joe Leach, who is 9 not out at the moment. Worcestershire therefore have moved on to 169 for 6. That one from Barnes is defended by Leach out into the onside. It's picked up at mid-wicket by Evans, who hands it to Wright to do the polishing. One more wicket before lunch. I think Leicestershire, well, they would hope for that as a minimum. That would be 3. And if they can get D'Oliveira, they'll feel they've had a pretty good morning. If D'Oliveira can stay there and Leach can stay there, 2 down, and it would probably be just about Worcestershire's morning. Barnes.
Bowls. Leach has swatted this one away, down through mid-wicket for 4. Wafted it away like a pesky fly was in front of him. Just pitched a bit too short there, Barnes. And as we were saying, Joe Leach never afraid to go for it and crack that one away. For 4, he goes to 13. D'Oliveira has 50 in Worcestershire. 173 for 6.
Just too short, wasn't it? Pulled away dismissively.
Leach waits again. Bat raised high. And he's got this one away again through mid-wicket, but only for a single, because Wright at mid-on is able to move away. Full length ball this time. More of a drive than a pull, but Wright going away to his right does the fielding. Leach goes to 14, Worcestershire 174 for 6. The drone of a light aircraft above.
Do you think helicopter?
Was it a helicopter?
There's a
Yeah, sounds a bit, yeah.
Sounds a bit, yes.
It's not Alan Sanford, is it, about to land on the ground? It's a very good, if you have a certain pay-per-view TV channel, as Barnes comes in and bowls, D'Oliveira dabs it on the offside, thinks about it, but only briefly. No chance of a run there. There's a very good documentary called The Man Who Bought Cricket, which is the story of Alan Sanford, who of course tried to, well, he did buy cricket, offered $1 million for one game between England and the West Indies, which was a bit of a damn squib in the end. I think England were all out for 98, weren't they? Or something like that. But it's very good. Shows how the ECB basically were conned a little bit. Here's Wright in again and bowls back here at Grace Road, driven down the ground. Sticks out a left hand. Just took the heat off it, as it were. And Hendricks did the backing up. No run, 174 for 6. The last ball of Barnes' 10th over. He's got a bit of reward for his efforts this morning. He's taken 2 for 36 in total, but he's bowled a couple of decent spells both last night and today. Bowls again to D'Oliveira, who this time gets a ball down the leg side. There's an appeal, but it's pretty half-hearted, to be honest. Probably brushed D'Oliveira's pad. Umpire Watt says not out, 174 for 6 at the end of the over.
Is that gentleman you mentioned, is he still being detained somewhere, presumably?
Oh, I think he's there for the rest of his life, isn't he?
Oh, is he?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great story because it's remarkable how certain people were taken in by him. I mean, a lot of England, very good England cricketers went out there, and I think when they got out there and started playing games, they suddenly thought, we're not very sure about this bloke. But, I mean, the other side of it is he embezzled millions of pounds off people.
Ben Mike is to continue from the pavilion end. He comes in and bowls to Joe Leach, who ducks a bouncer, and it didn't get up as much as Leach thought it was going to. It was straighter than he thought it was going to be as well, and in fact he did rather well not to be hit there, Leach.
No, it's always interesting when Joe Leach is batting. I always think that over his career he should have made more runs. He scored hundreds. He's got a very good 100 at Cheltenham once, but I always just think that maybe the captaincy and opening the bowling as well has weighed him down a bit.
Mike is in, bowls another bounce. I'm not surprised after the way Leach played that last one, but he played that second one rather better. It was a shorter delivery, so he could read it more clearly, and it got up, but he just bent back out of the way, and it bounced through to Swindles, but a decent couple of bounces from Ben Mike. Leicestershire's academy seem to be with us today. They're wandering around the boundary at the moment in their smart new training kit, which we're remarking is not dissimilar to that sported by Worcestershire. In goes Mike, bowls fuller this time, looking for the Yorkers, an appeal for leg before, but it's a not entirely convincing one, and umpire Malander says no. But nicely followed up the bouncer there with the Yorker, and it defeated Leach where it was going down the leg side, I think, but a good delivery.
He's tightened up a bit, hasn't he, Mike? What did he went for 28 off 4? Was it we said?
Yeah, he was 7 and over for the first 4. Yeah.
So he's tightened that up a bit, and he's causing Joe Leach a few problems as well. I think that was actually hit him outside off stump. I think he got a way across. Leach looking at the replay. Need a replay of the replay now, folks.
Mike is in and bowls again to Leach, again down the leg side, flicks the pad and runs down to fine leg for 4. Yes, didn't get anything on it, but again, as with Barnes previously, Worcestershire won't really mind too much how they come when 4s are coming. It's Leicestershire 2s are here as well, a mix of the 2s and the academy.
Oh.
You can see Abby Sikandar down there, and Nat Bowley. Nat Bowley's one of Leicestershire's young spinners, and he won't have been entirely displeased to have seen that for the 100, Leicestershire losing 3 players to the 100, and it's all the spinners.
I saw that, yeah.
In goes Mike, and bowls to Leach, who drives for 4. Wasn't quite at the pitch of it, but he was. His head was over the ball, and he steered it away nicely. It was in the air for a few feet, but it was well wide of Evans in the covers. And once the covers are beaten on that short side of the ground, 4, an inevitable result, and so it proved. Leach moves on to 18, beginning to look dangerous as far as Leicester are concerned, and hopeful and promising as far as Worcestershire.
Well, he's let it go a bit, hasn't he, again? Ben Mike bowled one down the leg side, flicked the pad, which you can say it's a bit unlucky for the bowler, but then he's bowled a juicy, not quite a half volley, hit on the up by Leach, but giving him that little bit of width, that room to free his arms.
Gavin Griffiths walks around the boundary in front of us as Mike is in, bowls, and again Leach drives, hits it down into the ground though, so it doesn't really gather any momentum, and bouncing across to, or falling across to his left, Chris Wright is able to make the stop. Not a clean one, so a single is able to be taken, and is by Leach, who moves on to 19, keeps the strike. His 19 has come off 27 deliveries. D'Oliveira seems to have been on 50 for quite a little while. 50 off 111 balls, 183 for 6. Began the day 118 for 4. So again, sort of balanced morning so far, and Colin Ackerman is turning to one of his spinners, turning to Callum Parkinson.
Well, Parkinson replacing Barnes, and I'm wondering if Barnes is going to come on from the far end and try and keep it tight there. He's had to turn to Parkinson really because Ben Mike is going for too many runs. 38 off 7 overs. So he just needs. I'm not sure that Parkinson's going to get much turn this early in the game. Where are we? 48th over, 49th over.
No, he has to sort of play a holding role here,
Yeah.
which he in the single over he bowled last night he didn't. He was hit for 2 fours.
Yeah,
So
yeah, he was. Yeah.
he just needs to just put a lid on things really here.
Trots in. Left arm round, flicked away by Leach. Might have come off the pad, that one actually. Down towards fine leg.
I don't think
no run.
it could be interesting this because I don't think Leach will
No,
put up with being tied down, if that makes any sort of sense.
no. He might have a whack at this one. Parkinson in again, and Leach plays a nice shot all along the ground, but it's that man Evans again who denies him any run. There was a dive across the top of the ball just in front of him, so I think
Mid-on and mid-off are quite deep, aren't they?
they are. Next ball, Leach really whacks this one, but once again picks out Evans. And on a cold day like today, you don't want it coming that rate, really. So there's a cover and an extra cover, almost not quite behind each other, but almost in a line. As Leach once again drives down the ground, bowler himself does the field. Interesting this because Leach is obviously looking to get after it.
From what you'd seen of Leach, would you be inclined to have a long on rather than or say, go on then, try and hit over the top? He's dropped mid-on. He's dropped Barnes 2/3 of the way back.
Yeah, but I think he's saying, if you want to have a go, you can. And if you miss time it, you're out. But
there's no deep mid-wicket, for example, but you wouldn't expect one. But the long on.
Parkinson in again. This time Leach sweeps and sweeps very well. Smack that hit the boundary board a millisecond after it left the bat. You'd be quite pleased if you're a Leicestershire fielder that you weren't in the way of that, because that really went like a rocket. Leach goes to 23.
It was a safe shot as well. It was a poorly directed ball from Parkinson. And there was nobody out deep there. There is now. Drop deep backward square out.
Yeah, that was drifting onto the pads, and Leach didn't need a second invitation. Parkinson in again. This time Leach cuts. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Well, the shot before was just a power shot, smacking it through square leg, and that was all timing. Parkinson just dropping a bit short, just dabbed it down to third man for 4 more. So Leach moves on to 27 off 33 balls. Worcestershire 191 for 6. Now we've got, what have we got? 25 minutes till lunch. If these two are still together for Worcestershire at lunch, they will think they've had a decent morning.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Leicester pick up 1 more.
I think Leicestershire need to now to make it a balanced morning. At the moment, it's beginning to go. It's gone Worcestershire's way really, especially in these last few overs. Mike and Parkinson both conceding runs. There's a lot of cricketers out there on the boundary.
Yeah, hundreds of them.
It looks like that, doesn't it? A mixture of the seconds in the academy, all out there doing various exercises with the Leicestershire coaching staff. Ben Mike is going to continue from the Bennett end. He is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who just defends out into the offside, fairly square. He's been watching with interest. Now, D'Oliveira, Leach was, it came just after Ben Cox was dismissed his 50, didn't it? So he may have just scored of this partnership. They came together when the score was 155. D'Oliveira probably has 4 or 5 runs. I'll have to try and find out, but he's been quite content just to stay there.
Yeah.
Well, Joe Leach is
holding it all together.
Going very nicely at the other end. Bright sunshine now across the ground as Mike is in and bowls. Good line and length, and again defended with respect by D'Oliveira, dropping the ball out into the offside. Evans comes running into field.
I haven't got the figures, but that must be his slowest 50 in county championship cricket, Brett D'Oliveira.
Considering he was 34 not out off 53 overnight, he scored the 16 runs he needed for his 50 off another 53 balls. Still not bad. I can think of a lot of people who it'd be very fast. Mike is in, he's ready to go, and stopped absolutely in his delivery stride there. He was wound up. So whether it was actually, and then he sort of staggered a little bit as though he'd lost his foot or slipped or something. But
I think he slipped a little
fairly
bit.
hard, maybe, yeah. There's no sawdust down there on the crease. We've had a dry old morning with wind as well. Mike is in, no problems this time. Bowles turned away off middle and leg by D'Oliveira. Had to be quick in doing so. It was a sharp-ish delivery. A little bit inside edges. He turned it along the ground towards Ed Barnes, who's at mid-wicket. The first point of the season is hoven into view as far as Worcestershire are concerned. A batting point is 9 runs away. Mike is in and bowls, and beautifully driven for 4 by Brett D'Oliveira. It was there, it was a bit half volley-ish. He got on the front foot, didn't try and overhit it, steered it away, timed it beautifully. Fielders didn't move until Evans turned and began to jog after the ball, crosses the ropes and into the advertising hoarding underneath the electronic scoreboard. He's been waiting for that one, D'Oliveira, and his patience was rewarded.
And unfortunately, he's done that this morning. Did that last night as well. And there's a 4 ball in every over, isn't there? In that over, he bowled to Joe Leach. Okay, one flick, the pad went for leg boys, but then he bowled him a nice juicy half volley, and that was exactly the same.
He is in again, Ben Mike, and bowls outside off stump. Better length, but not necessarily a better line. D'Oliveira let it go through, then rehearses a sort of little late dab away through gully. But he didn't play. He's moved on to 54, of course, 195 for 6. Ben Mike 7.5 overs, no maidens, none for 42, I'm afraid.
Yeah, in a total 195 off, 50 overs. That's not what his skipper asked for.
He goes past umpire Malander. Bowls to D'Oliveira. Better line and length than D'Oliveira, who's getting forward, defends out into the offside end of Ben Mike's 8th over. Well, that's 5.3 runs per over he's conceded.
I think if I was the skipper of Leicestershire, which is never going to happen and was never going to happen.
I understand they were thinking about it.
There was talk in the late 50s. But I think I'd get Barnes back on bowling down the slope at the moment. He's bowled a good spell this morning. He hasn't bowled.
He has, and he might just be tough on him to come back on. Barnes, you think?
Bowl 4 or 5.
I think 6 in that spell.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the score.
Just needs to tighten it all.
Because he bowled 4 yesterday.
Here's Parkinson, left arm round bowls to Leach, who pushes away on the offside. They're going to go for a quick single to the lurking Sam Evans, who gets a good throw back in, but they're through to their work very quickly and pick up a single.
Yeah, six overs he's bowled, which is a decent spell, really. It'd be tough to go straight across. He's young and fit, I suppose. But
well, yeah, lunch is approaching, so he'd probably only have to bowl 2, maybe 3. Lunch, by the way, folks, is at 1 today.
6 overs, 2 for 18, Ed Barnes this morning.
Parkinson bowls. D'Oliveira clips that one away on the leg side. Again, a comfortable single as it goes to the right of Ben Mike, who's at mid-wicket. D'Oliveira goes to 55. And Leach is on 28. Worcestershire 197 for 6. Parkinson in bowls. Leach drives to mid-wicket directly to Ben Mike at mid-wicket on this occasion. Just the one close catcher. Slip. Parkinson in again. Leach forward defensively this time. Solidly. So there's a slip, there's a backward point. There's two in the covers, a slightly straight extra cover and a slightly wide extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Parkinson bowls, Leach just dabs on the offside. Parkinson looks as if he's got into a little slot. No, bowled a couple of not great deliveries in his last over. It looks as if he's got into a little bit of rhythm on this occasion. Toils away again. And Leach flicks this one off his pads. Should only be one. They will settle for one. Is that right way down there on the boundary?
It is,
it
actually.
is, yeah. There's a post between he and I. That's the end of the over. So Leach will keep the strike. He goes to 29. Worcestershire move on to 198 for 6. D'Oliveira has 55. Parkinson has bowled 3 overs for 19. Ben Mike is not
coming off.
continue.
Hendricks is going to.
Yeah, well, it's a while since he had a trundle, isn't it? Yeah. So
They couldn't afford to keep bowling Ben, I'm afraid, Leicestershire. It was just too expensive.
No. It's just one bad ball in every over let him down. Well, with decent pace actually. He got 1 or 2 to go a bit, but just couldn't get it. Couldn't get 6 balls in the right place.
How many cricketers would you say? Maybe 20 of them over there?
Oh yeah, these guys doing some training, practicing.
Absolutely. Plenty of them. In goes Hendricks and bowls round the wicket. 2 Leach is on the back foot and he's slightly discombobulated because it's Hendricks' first ball and it doesn't come on to him quite as quickly as I suspect he thought it was going to. He ended up waiting for it rather and just turned his wrists on it. Out in towards mid-wicket it goes. D'Oliveira wanders down to have a word with him. D'Oliveira played Hendricks well this morning because Hendricks, as yesterday, bowled very well. 14 overs, none for 53, though his figures are. He was threatening and beat the bat plenty of times. He is in and bowls to Leach, who plays again into mid-wicket. Again, it's in the air. This time it only bounces, 4 feet short of Ed Barnes at mid-wicket. He takes it on the first bounce. And Leach then wanders forward and prods at the crease. He certainly doesn't look quite as comfortable against the pace of Hendricks as he did against that of Ben Mike. But Hendricks certainly hasn't got up to his full pace yet. He's staying round the wicket to the right-handed Leach. He is in and bowls. Fuller this time. Leach waiting for it. Plays defensively. Bat and pad nicely close together, pushing the ball out to mid-off, where it's picked up by Mike, and there's no run. 198 for 6 means the 70 for 2 this morning, essentially Worcestershire. And I think if they'd been offered that, they might have taken it if one of D'Oliveira or Barnard was still there at lunch.
Yeah.
Leach, a bonus at the moment. In goes Hendricks and bowls to him, and he's going to pick up at least 2, could be 3 there, because he's played it away towards deep mid-wicket. It means a long chase for Chris Wright. He picks it up around about 5 yards inside the ropes out there in front of the Milton Building Society stand, family stand, and brings up the Worcester 200. And a point. Worcestershire are up and running for the season.
That was almost, with all due respect to Joe Leach, if it'd probably been Barnard and D'Oliveira,
it might have been another.
Might have been 4. Yeah. With all due respect. Yeah.
He's into the 30s now, Joe Leach. 32 or 42 balls for him. D'Oliveira, who has been careful, he's been circumspect this morning and has had to be. He's doing a really good job for his side, is on 55. as he faces up to Buren Hendricks, who comes in and bowls to him. Nice high left elbow. He rolled his fingers across the seam there. Hendricks tried to get one just to bounce perhaps and leave the right-handed Brett D'Oliveira, who was in position to cover any movement. Didn't look to be any really pronounced movement. Message from Fango down in Melbourne. Tilda, it's time to go to bed. Go on. In goes Hendricks outside of stump. Leach, she may have gone by now because that message came through sort of half an hour ago. Apologies, and I've just seen it.
Good night. Thank you for being
hopefully
with us.
Tilda is now, yes, has now gone off to bed. End of the over. 201 for 6. D'Oliveira is waving away at the pavilion. What would he like, given that it's only, well, that's 15 minutes now, I suppose, until lunch. Does he need some new gloves?
Parkinson to continue. Tom messaged us yesterday. He said he was listening in deepest Pembrokeshire. I said, where are you? He's come back on. And he says he's between Littlehaven and Marlows. Well, I mean, it's not a long distance, but as Parkinson comes in and bowls, pushed out on the onside. But if you walk the coastal path from Littlehaven to Marlows, you'll earn yourself a drink at the end of it, let's put it that way. But nice to hear from you, Tom. If it's like this down there today, you'll be doing all right. Parkinson in bowls and Leach pushes down the ground.
There's nice flight there. A little bit of air from Parkinson.
That first over he bowled half volley leg stump, crunched away, then he bowled a short one. He's just got into his rhythm, hasn't he? Twin brothers spinners in county cricket, they are, and too many of those. Parkinson in bowls, Leach forward. Plays such a dead bat that the ball doesn't even roll off the cut strip. Wicketkeeper Swindles just stretches from behind the stumps to pick it up. Away goes Parkinson again. This time Leach once again very solidly forward defensively, not taking any risks here. You'd almost think if lunch was at 1 o'clock, you'd think he was playing for lunch. But
has anyone told you?
No, I was going to say, it'd be funny if he started to walk off, wouldn't it? As Parkinson bowls again, once again Leach pushes on the offside. There is the old cricketing story. I think it was Joe Hardstaff, old Nottinghamshire professional batting, got to 1 o'clock.
Senior or junior?
Senior, I think.
Right.
Yeah, started to walk off at 1 o'clock, and the umpire said, lunch today is 1:15, Joe. Next ball he missed a perfectly straight one, was bowled, and says, I have my lunch at 1 o'clock. Walked off. Parkinson bowls. That's a good over, well bowled. Because Joe Leach is not afraid to get after it, and that was a good effort. I think we've got some extra padding coming out. Oh no, it's whatever it was that Brett D'Oliveira asked for. Gareth Roderick is taking out for him.
Drink and new gloves, I think.
Ah, right.
Joe Leach, another Shrewsbury, well, Stafford, Shrewsbury
Yes.
School product.
Paul Pridgeon, who's the Worcestershire Vice Chairman at the moment, was head of cricket at Shrewsbury School for many years, and that's why a lot of Worcestershire lads came through that system. James Taylor, one of those, of course, came and played here at Leicester. But he was a Salop boy as well.
D'Oliveira with his new gloves on strikers. In goes Hendricks and bowls to him, gets it away, works it away, one-handed almost. The thick inside edge down towards long leg it goes, single is taken.
I think if you ever wanted to see or give an example to a youngster of running the first run quickly, then Brett D'Oliveira is the bloke. Show a video of him, because he goes like a bat out of hell for that first run. There wasn't a second one there, and he probably knew that when he played the shot. But he runs the first one quickly, puts a bit of pressure on the fielder.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to pick it up cleanly if D'Oliveira is running, because one fumble, he'll make one into two. Hendricks is in. Leach gets a bouncer, plays it well, just bobbed at the knees and leant backwards. Remains on 32. Also my old university, Joe Leach. I don't know what he studied at University of Leeds.
Alcoholic beverages, I think. I don't know what he did study. He played a bit of university cricket as well. When the universities were playing first-class cricket, which doesn't happen now.
Hendricks is in and bowls very full but wide, and Leach never going to have anything to do with that one. Let it go through. Just struggled a little bit, Bjorn Hendricks, in this second spell. Only bowled 9 balls in it. Possibly may not have expected to come back on before lunch, after bowling very well this morning.
Yeah, maybe thought, yeah.
But you may have to get used to this, Bjorn. Your second spell follows your first quite quickly, although this is, I suppose, his third spell of the match. He's in and bowls. Leach looking to drive, gets a thick inside edge. He doesn't know where it had gone for a minute. It went behind his leg somehow out towards square leg, and Barnes has to run across from mid-wicket to pick up, does so, and Leach picks up 2, but he had absolutely no idea where that had gone for half a second.
He was looking through cover point somewhere. I'm just going to pop off. I should be back before lunch.
It is updates time, yeah. There'll be an update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Play continues despite the fact we're after 1 o'clock. Of course, we're catching up overs from yesterday. 1:10 is lunch today. Hendricks is in and bowls another bouncer to Leach. Didn't really get up. He had to really duck beneath that. The haunches went right down. Just managed to get underneath it as it went over his shoulder. He's been the recipient of a few bouncers, Joe Leach. Both from Ben Mike and now from Bjorn Hendricks. Perhaps Leicestershire feel he may be vulnerable if he took on a hook. Hendricks is in and bowls. Back foot again from Joe Leach. Didn't really get up too much. He worked it away towards mid-wicket, but didn't time it. And a comfortable piece of fielding for Ed Barnes. End of the over, 204 for 6. Hendricks 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 59. But he has bowled considerably better than those figures suggest. At the other end, Parkinson 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19 will continue. As Leicestershire look for 1 more wicket before lunch. Worcestershire determined to deny that. If they do, I think it's been Worcestershire's morning just about. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, just 7 minutes now before lunch. We're taking a slightly longer morning session. We're trying to make up some of the overs that we lost yesterday. So lunch at 10 past. Worcestershire have moved on to 204 for 6. Joe Leach is batting aggressively. He's made 34 of 53 balls. And he's just put on the 50 partnership with his captain, Brett D'Oliveira. He's made 34 of those 50 runs. Leach, an indication of how aggressive he has been. D'Oliveira himself is past 50. Of course. Leicester would really love 1 more wicket before lunch. 205 for 6 is not a bad score on this track, but if Leicestershire can pick up 1 more, they'll feel it's just about been a balanced morning. Parkinson is in, having conceded a single off that previous ball. Bowls to Leach, who is solidly forward in defence, back down the pitch to the Lancastrian. Parkinson it goes. Bolton boy, obviously, like his twin brother Matt. Jogs in and bowls. Slightly shorter, quicker delivery that's cut away, but a good diving stops away to his left by George Rhodes. Saves, well, what would have been a long chase for him. He'd have had to pick himself up and go chasing after it. Might have also had enough legs to go for 4, so good work by Rhodes. Parkinson tosses that one up, waits for it, Leach, and then clips it out to mid-wicket, but straight to mid-wicket where Ben Mike is the fielder. And again, there's no run. Very pleasant looking day out there. It's still cold air, but bright sunny air as well. As Parkinson is in and bowls outside off stump. Good leave. One or two hands on heads out there. It was a good few inches outside off stump. Indication though that it was fairly close and therefore probably isn't spinning too much. Parkinson obviously looking to try and spin it away from the right-handed Leach, who waits as Parkinson is in, bowls to him, brings him forward, dropped out into the offside. Hassan Azad is the fielder at that sort of shortish extra cover position end of the over. Just the single from it, the single that was to D'Oliveira off the first ball. So Parkinson, as Dave, who's back with us, has been saying, has just sort of found a slightly better line and length now. Nonetheless, he's conceded 20 from his first 5 overs, but it was 16 from his first 2, so 4 from his last 3. He says, checking the maths mentally, but yes, I think that's about right.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the winter. We get out of the habit of doing mathematics.
Not that we're very good at it in the first place.
No, but yeah, it keeps the old brain ticking over. Here's Hendricks bowling what could be the last over before lunch. Left arm, coming around the wicket, angling the ball into D'Oliveira, who gets a ball short of a length and just leaps out of the way, lets it go through to the wicketkeeper, jumps out the way rather than leaps. Sun just glinting off the solar panels of a house away in the distance, but don't want to keep saying it, but so much better day than yesterday. There are people sat in shirt sleeves today. There's 1 or 2 though who are also huddled up. Hendricks in, bowls. D'Oliveira dabs away on the offside. Just just for a while. Momentarily thought about a single, but Evans is lurking in the covers. So, no run to be had. They go by the clock on the pavilion here, don't they, the umpires, I think.
The clock on the...
Yeah, sorry,
the couple of clock on the...
Yeah, on the scoreboard. Not the pavilion. Hendricks in, bowls, and driven by D'Oliveira, but not going to get anything for that. Although, to be honest, it makes is that Ben Mike? It is, yeah. Makes a bit of a dog's breakfast of stopping that one, but he gets behind it, and although the ball bobbles away, there's no chance of an extra run. The yellow-coated steward walks along the far side of the ground. Give my commiserations to the bloke stood outside the pavilion, the steward who'd been there all day in the biting wind.
Yeah, because you're not. Yes, it's not.
I bet when you applied for this job, you thought, "Oh, that'd be nice in the sun." Hendricks again to D'Oliveira, pushes defensively. It's a tremendous innings this from Brett D'Oliveira.
Actually, that's it's another sad thing, really. Since you were here last 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, good friend.
Big Phil.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
Big Phil.
Also passed away.
He was always good for a natter.
He was
nice
always,
bloke.
Yes, he was. And
the
bell.
Wasn't a great age, was he? Didn't seem that old to me.
No, not relatively speaking. At the start of the pandemic, unfortunately.
All right. Hendricks bowls. D'Oliveira, I think he's beaten by this one. He might say, I just dropped my wrists on it, but I think Hendricks did him with that one. So the ball here is what? And it's 50... Oh, that's a small figure. 56th over.
Coming to the end of, yeah.
Still a bit of life in it. Now I've got 9 minutes past 1 on my machine. I think the clock on top of the scoreboard says 10 past 1. So this could be the last ball of the morning session. Another interesting session of cricket. Hendricks bowls. D'Oliveira pushes away on the offside. And what's Neil Mallender going to do? We're going to have one more. As he takes the jumper from round his waist and gives it back to the bowler. A maiden over. Scoreboard.
He's leaning, he's watching, he's waiting. I have to wait for umpire. What? Nope. 110, you see now? There we go. That'll be lunch.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, 110 on the big scoreboard. That's a bit daft, isn't it? We waited till and you have to wait until the umpire gets to the stumps at the bowler's end, the non-striker's end, before you can call it. But so he did call it. So 118 for 4 at the start of play. So that's what 87 runs added by Worcestershire for the loss of 2 wickets. I think they would say that's their morning.
That quick 50 partnership with Joe Leach there really has given the innings, it's regained its momentum, if you like, and yeah, I would agree. To have gone from 118 for 4 to 205 for 6 and still have the skipper there, 57 not out, I think Worcestershire can be pretty pleased with their efforts.
Well, we're going to pop off and have some bread and dripping. I don't work this out now. We'll be back at 10 to 2 because we're obviously 10 minutes later throughout the day. I had to stop and work that one out as well, talking about working figures out. So join us at 10 to 2. We'll be back with full commentary on the afternoon session. Brave souls.
I know.
Hendricks bowls, and that has gone for 4.
Inside edge.
Inside edge. And I'm not sure that...
Hendricks is continuing though from the pavilion end. He is in, and a drive in the air over the top of covers. It was loose from Ed Barnard, but he's going to pick tune this time. In he comes from the pavilion end and bowls, and immediately is driven for 4. It's an immediate wide half volley, and reaching out, Barnard absolutely tucks it. Barnes, 62 on his back, goes in and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before. He's given him. Yep, and this time Ed Barnes gets out of the meat as in goes Barnes and bowls very straight, and a very straight, firm push from D'Oliveira. Lovely shot that's going to run down to...
And this time D'Oliveira cut saw. He smashed that away. Got that over the infield and out to the...
Expected to play. As Barnes goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge, he's caught behind. Swung, took the outside edge. Harry swing. Barnes bounces in and bowls, and that is a better shot. It's stroked away by Leach, and he's going to probably pick up 4. He is going to.
He's in a bowls, and D'Oliveira pats this one away down to third man. He's got 50 to his name, Brett D'Oliveira. It's taken him 106.
Barnes.
Bowls. Leach has swatted this one away down through mid-wicket for 4. Wafted it away.
Yeah. In goes Mike and bowls to Leach, who drives for 4. Wasn't quite at the pitch of it, but he was. His head was over the ball and he steered it long on.
Parkinson in again. This time Leach sweeps and sweeps very well. Smack that. That hit the boundary board. Second invitation. Parkinson in again. This time Leach cuts. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Well, the shot before was just a power shot, smacking it through.
Is in and bowls, and beautifully driven for 4 by Brett D'Oliveira. It was there. It was a bit half volley-ish. He got on the front foot. Leach, a bonus at the moment. In goes Hendricks and bowls to him, and he's going to pick up at least 2, could be 3 there. So lunch at 10 past. Worcestershire have moved on to 204 for 6. Joe Leach is batting aggressively. He's made 34 off 53 balls. Players are at lunch at the moment at a sun-drenched but rather chilly Grace Road, and Worcestershire are taking it on 205 for 6. So Leicestershire picked up 2 wickets this morning. They both fell to the young seamer Ed Barnes, who had Ed Barnard leg before wicket for 57 and followed up by having Ben Cox caught behind for 6. But there have been 2 solid partnerships, latterly one of over 50 between D'Oliveira and Joe Leach. Leach looking very dangerous. He's 34 not out. D'Oliveira is 57 not out. The Foxes will need to pick up wickets quickly in this afternoon session if they're to retain control of the game. Worcestershire 205 for 6. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, the second session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Dave Bradley of BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game. Worcestershire about to resume their first innings on 205 for 6. Captain Brett D'Oliveira has battled away, worked hard throughout the morning session, resumed on 34 not out overnight. He's added just 23 to that during the morning session, but he's seen off Leicestershire's strike bowlers. He is 57 not out, and we've had an entertaining knock so far from Joe Leach as well. He's come in to join his captain. He is 34 not out off just 58 balls. The two wickets that fell this morning, those of Ed Barnard for 57 and Ben Cox, fell to Ed Barnes, Leicestershire's young seam bowler, who is going to open the attack in this afternoon session from the pavilion end. And Dave Bradley is going to tell you all about it.
Yeah, longish old session. This one 2 hours and 10 minutes because tea will be at 4 o'clock, whatever. And at the moment, we have got 74 overs left in the day, so there's quite a possibility there could be 40 overs or more remaining after tea. Here's Barnes, right arm over to the right-handed Leach, who clubs this one away through the offside. That's 4 runs. No need to chase that one. Really just lent into it. Barnes started his spell this morning with a juicy half volley outside the off stump, and he's done it again.
And it was a no ball, just to
oh, it was a no ball, was it? Oh,
just
right, okay.
I'm sure that Leach didn't change his shot. Put it that way, but
no.
Goodness me, that was a good wicket shot.
It was.
It came on. You know, he trusted the pitch, didn't it? It came on. He didn't get to the pitch of it, and he just whacked it away straight through the line. Goodness.
Yeah, no messing about. Leach goes to 38, Worcestershire 211 for 6. Morning session, Worcestershire scored 87 for 2 as Barnes is in again and Leach plays forward defensively, or as defensively as Leach ever plays.
Yes, Eddie Barnes is going to have to get his opening ball, his first ball of an over right, isn't he?
Yeah,
of a spell.
Get into his head. Pretend it's the second ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, if Worcestershire have as good a session here as they had this morning, they'll be in a very good position at the end of this. And Leicestershire, not desperate for wickets as yet, but they'd be pretty keen if they took a couple. Here's Barnes in again, and this time Leach crashes it away on the offside. He's not going to get a run on this occasion, but once again, you could probably hear it comes off Joe Leach's bat with a thump. Hendricks at mid-off gets down to do the fielding.
Some nice comments on the stream. Good afternoon to Richie Collins, and good afternoon to Ian Furneaux. Ian Furneaux.
Sounds Welsh.
We're enjoying the commentary.
Here's the next ball, and this is smashed away by Leach over mid-wicket. Cracked into that one. Really timed it. And it races away to the boundary in front of the meet. So 4 more to Leach, who goes on to 42. And Worcestershire go to 215 for 6.
Wow. Again. Lovely eye, but again, came on nicely, and he's trusting the pitch. The pitch is playing nicely.
Yeah, really laid into that one.
Oh, that was a lovely pick-up.
You got a
Have you ever played a shot like that?
Well, if I did, I couldn't remember because it'd be so long ago. Yeah. As Leach waits again. Barnes bowls. Oh, 4 more. No, sorry. I totally lost the flight of that. I was going to pick up a single because Hendricks makes a bit of a mess of it. Perhaps he like me, thought it had gone through extra cover, but it went to Hendricks at mid-off, who got down to it but didn't stop it cleanly, so Leach picks up a single. Apologies, I thought he'd mullered that one through the covers somewhere. Totally lost the line of the ball. Did you say you got a tweet from Richie Collins?
Yeah.
Richie Collins was a very famous All Black New Zealand rugby player.
Oh, okay.
And a good friend of mine.
It isn't him.
No, it's not him, no. Good friend of mine tells this story as Barnes is in and bowls, flicked by D'Oliveira off the pads, but with no great intent, and he's not going to get a run. I think he was playing for Taunton Seconds, or was he playing for Barnstable Seconds against Taunton Seconds at rugby? And they turned up one day and somebody said, "Oh, that bloke playing for the other team there, over there, doesn't he look like Richie Collins?" And somebody said, I think it is. And he was playing for their second team because he was over here on holiday and fancied a game of rugby. So, of course, being second teams, he didn't have to register as an overseas player. And he did. He actually played in this game. Barnes bowls. D'Oliveira goes forward. Calls for a quick run here, and D'Oliveira going to the danger end. Pushes it down the ground towards Chris Wright. Realising that Wright was only going to throw at his end. Leach answers the call, and D'Oliveira goes to 58. Leach has 43, so 10 coming on the first from the first over after lunch, which in fact 12, I think. Yeah, because of the no ball. 12 coming off the first over after lunch. So not what skipper Ackerman was looking for, I don't think.
You know, that was a brilliant piece of running by D'Oliveira. It barely passed the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he saw that Evans, you know, Wright is never the quickest to it at mid-on, bless him. Evans had a bit of a way to come from square on, and he knew he was running to the danger end. Brilliant piece of running, frankly.
Yeah, he scampers, doesn't he, Brett D'Oliveira?
You have to see it and trust, and bang, he was off. Chris Wright, then, Leicestershire go back to their opening bowler from the Bennett end, who bowls to D'Oliveira. He's on the money. He doesn't give away a 4 from his first ball of a new spell. D'Oliveira defends it on the back foot, drops it out into the offside. There is no run. 3 wickets for Chris Wright, all taken yesterday. Good opening spell this morning, but wicket less, so he's got 3 for 38 from 16.1 overs. Barnes 2 for 48 from 11. Those are the only 2 wicket takers for the Foxes. Hendricks and Mike wicket less as Wright goes in, goes past the outside edge with a ball that bounces and just leaves D'Oliveira, who indicates that there's movement there again for Wright.
Still a bit there, isn't there?
A bit of, let's see what sort of movement. I think it was back swing really. Yeah, it was swing really, but he was drew him into the shot.
Yeah, as you said, the bounce is pretty good on this pitch.
It's looking an increasingly good pitch, isn't it?
Still
For
that little bit of drift if you can find it, and Wright is just the sort of bloke to find it.
Really good early season pitch. The pace is there. In goes Wright and bowled, leans forward into his defensive press. D'Oliveira angled back, pushing it towards cover point, but you have commented on it already. Heard the, I'm sure in the effects mic, the noise of D'Oliveira shouting no.
There's never any doubt.
No. Like the old Woodhouse trope, isn't it, about Scotsman with a grievance, so you can always say it's not hard to tell.
Yeah.
And the cry of no, you know, the cricket season has started again at New Road as Wright bowls outside the stumps.
It's the cry of yes, no, sorry that you don't want to hear, isn't it? Yeah.
Echoes across the Severn, startling the swans in front of the cathedral.
I was reading something in the local media this morning. Don't feed the swans on the Severn, apparently.
Wouldn't dare.
Because they're nesting at the moment, so
right.
It's not good. It actually probably feeds the rats more than the swans.
Right. Elbows jutting is in and bowls. Drops the length back a little bit, and D'Oliveira, whose instinct was to get forward, goes back to the back foot and plays it out into the offside. Rehearses a pull.
Talking of such, tell the listeners your story you were telling me at lunchtime about
I did mention, we've had a fox. I had a fox on the roof in the last game, but it's just quite how it must. Unless it had come across the flat roofs of the sort that is above the committee room, which is sort of part of the pavilion complex away to our right, and then there's a sort of scorer's area and another stand. In goes Wright and bowls Fuller this time, driven, and deflected into the stumps, but Leach was aware. Wright put out his right hand and deflected the ball into the stumps, but Leach, calmness personified, didn't fling himself back, just calmly reached back and put his bat into the ground.
I think Joe is of the stature and the age where you don't go up too far anyway, with all due respect. Yeah.
But that was a nice piece of cricket from all parts, all sides actually. It was a good delivery, it was well played, it was a neat bit of work by Wright, and it was calmly nullified, if you like, by Leach at the non-striker's end. End of the over, 217 for 6 is the score.
It's going to be Barnes to continue. Right arm over from the pavilion end, bowls to Leach. Leach will wax this one away down through mid-wicket. Looks if he could race away for a 4. Yeah, fielder gives up the chase now. So Leach has really fired on since lunch. He went to his lunch on 34. He's now on 47. So he's added 13 in 2 overs and a ball. That was a bit too short from Barnes, and Leach is not going to miss out on those. 47 off 64 balls, and Worcestershire have moved on to 221 for 6. Waits again Leach, and this time drives down the ground but straight to Wright, who is at mid-on. The sun glinting off the roof of the marquee away at the Bennett end. But I think I've only mentioned it about 10 times today. It's a far better day than yesterday. Although our cameraman away to the right, just to the right of us, he's got his hood up and his gloves on, so if you stood outside, it's still a bit chilly. Leach waits. Barnes bowls. Leach this time plays defensively, back down the ground. Bowler Barnes on his follow through sticks out his right hand. Umpire Molinder post lunch has still got all his layers on, his snood up over his nose. Looks more like a skier in the Alps than he does like an umpire. Well, from chest up anyway. And he's got his white gloves on. Been around a bit, Neil Malinder. He knows how to dress for April cricket. Barnes to Leach. Leach drives out on the offside. He's going to get a single. Hendricks at mid-off has to go across to his left to do the fielding. Leach goes to 48. Worcestershire go to 222. Richie Benno's favourite score, 222 for 6 on this occasion.
Joe Leach only made 150 last season, that 84, so this is a great little knock so far with power to add.
D'Oliveira, the patient and obdurate at D'Oliveira today. Barnes bowls. D'Oliveira drives back down the ground, and he's going to get 4 for that. Lovely shot from D'Oliveira. I think Barnes might have got a hand on that, but it was hit with such power they went past him down to the pavilion rails for 4. D'Oliveira goes on to 62. Worcestershire to 226 for 6, having been 48 for 4 yesterday afternoon.
Yep. It's been a splendid recovery, and could be more, far more than a recovery. These two stay together for any length of time.
Barnes bowls. D'Oliveira pushes. Barnes on his follow through this time does do the fielding. 62 to D'Oliveira, 48 to Leach, 226 for 6. Worcestershire out today. Barnard LBW to Barnes for 57, and Cox caught Swindle's bowl. Barnes for 6.
Updates time, it's the top of the hour. You better pop next door. Little burst of BBC Radio Leicester in our headphones reminds us of the time. Fortunately, we're between overs. Ooh, ball is being examined. Worcestershire have made a good start to their proceedings after lunch. They took lunch on 205 for 6 with Captain Brett D'Oliveira on 57 not out, Joe Leach on 34 not out. They've already added 21 to that score. D'Oliveira has moved into the 60s. He's 62 not out. Leach is looking very dangerous as far as the Foxes are concerned. He's hitting the ball very hard. He's on 48 off 67. The Foxes badly need a breakthrough, and it's not coming at the moment. Worcestershire 226 for 6. You haven't missed any cricket if you're listening rather than just watching and listening, because the ball is now being changed. So we've had 59 overs, and I suspect Joe Leach has been hitting it so hard into the advertising hoardings that it's knocked it out of shape. Umpire Wells. Umpire Malander, I beg your pardon. No, it's umpire Wells. He's got a snood on as well now. However, he is wearing a white sort of Trilby style hat, Panama style hat. Umpire Malander favours the sort of white Dickie Bird flat cap. Dickie Bird, for younger listeners, was an umpire in the 70s, a former Leicestershire player as well. 70s, and I think he got into the 80s, Dickie. I don't think he got into the 90s. He's might wait till Bradders comes back to tell the story about Dickie Bird's auto, in inverted commas, biography, which I learnt about when I was working at the Yorkshire Post. Then Mike polishes the new old ball. Didn't take much selection there. There wasn't a great deal of pondering or peering or examining the box of old balls. Umpire Wells just reached for one. Anyway, it's in the hand of Wright now as he comes in and bowls to Leach on off stump. Not much foot movement there from Joe Leach, who's seeing it pretty well though now, and it just drops it out into the offside, and there's no run. Two more for Leach to reach his 50. After his trials and tribulations with the bat, relatively speaking, last season, I'm sure he'd be delighted to start with a 50 in his first innings. In goes Wright and bowls to him. He plays it down into the ground and he's going to scramble a quick single. He sees that Bjorn Hendricks isn't moving particularly enthusiastically excuse me, towards the ball at mid-on. And he takes a leaf from his captain's book and calls his captain for a quick single. I was just talking about, they've just changed the ball, Dave. I don't know if you saw earlier next door at 59 overs. Excuse me. I was talking about umpires and Dickie Bird.
Oh.
And obviously younger listeners, stroke watchers, may not be too familiar with Dickie, as in goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Good leave from D'Oliveira. Big leave. He lifts the bat high over the line of the ball. The story of his autobiography was quite famous at the Yorkshire Post when I worked there, because he agreed to deal with the sports editor of the Huddersfield paper, I think Keith Lodge, I think his name was, to write it. And it was a question of whether Keith would have a fee or a percentage.
Right.
And in the end, he decided to take the fee, which wasn't particularly high. In goes Wright and bowls solidly forward. Goes D'Oliveira on off stump, plays it out into the offside. Picked up by Hill running in. And of course, Dickie, being Dickie, beat him down a bit. You know,
yes.
All parties were just about happy in the end, but as I say, it was not a particularly high fee. And of course, the autobiography was an unexpected bestseller. It sold
millions of copies, wasn't it?
Millions. It was top of every list you could have. I don't why. I haven't a clue, to be honest. I suppose it was one of the first sort of character autobiographies, as Wright is in and bowls and repeat, really. Repeat ball, repeat shot for defensive press from D'Oliveira out into the offside, picked up by Evans. But had Mr. Lodge taken a percentage, he would have made an absolute fortune. But I think he subsequently approached Dickie, an old friend, and sort of said, well, can we not sort of have some sort of renegotiation? Renegotiation? Was there none? No.
No.
Dickie retired a very unexpectedly wealthy man. Wright is in and bowls, just tucked up a little bit there. D'Oliveira plays it well enough in the end, pushes it out towards mid-on, and then, having taken a step forward, raises his bat to Leach and says, nope. End of the over, 227 for 6. D'Oliveira remains 62.
I've been in Dickie's company a couple of times at various sort of benefit events, and
Was it at the front of a queue for food? Or?
let's say he's a man who's careful with his money.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is he ever?
Yeah. A very good friend of mine had him for a benefit do. And when Dickie sent the invoice, he invoiced him for his Daily Telegraph newspaper as well.
He didn't. He would have.
He would.
I can believe it.
Yeah.
I can believe it.
Yeah. So we got a spin back on Parkinson from the pavilion end, and Leach tries to drive this sort of flat batted through the offside, but doesn't really time it at all. So
He
what
really
do we
got
have? Two head Barnes overs?
just two from Barnes, yeah, and he got hammered by Leach, didn't he? So
Parkinson in again. Leach this time cuts 4 runs. Lovely shot that from Leach, which will take him to 50. Fine 50 it's been from Joe Leach. It's come off for 71 balls, and he's hit the ball hard. 71 balls, 76 minutes, 9 fours. But he's played that shot before. Delightful cut shot away for 4, and on this outfield at Grace Road you get full money for your shot as well. Ball races away, so excellent 50 from Joe Leach. He's on 53. Parkinson bowls, Leach forward, pushes on the offside. Worcestershire 231 for 6, so these two have so far put on. That's difficult to work out.
I looked at the sum and I thought, no, I'm not going to say it, but go on, you've taken it on now. 231 minus 155.
Next ball is whipped away by Leach. Should only get a single here. He is only getting a single as it goes out on the leg side. Chris Wright from deep square leg comes into field. Leach goes 254, 232 for 6. And Worcestershire easing themselves into a good position here. Parkinson trots in again. D'Oliveira leaves. A late leave, but just waited and waited to see what the ball was doing, and then thrust the bat out of the way. 48 for 4 at one time. 45 for 4 at one time yesterday, Worcestershire. Parkinson in again. D'Oliveira forward defensively. Pushes out on the offside. There is no run in Worcestershire. 232 for 6. D'Oliveira has 62. And Leach has 54. Parkinson 6 overs have cost him 25 runs, and he has yet to take a wicket.
Looking tricky, shall we say, for Leicestershire, because there are still 19 overs until the new ball. We have 2 men in and going very nicely. Wicket's playing really nicely now, actually. There's just coming onto the bat really well. Ed Barnard, when you spoke to him yesterday, was saying that they were surprised that there was as much pace as there was in the pitch.
Yeah.
And surprised and pleased, I would imagine now. They got through the really tough spells, and now they're beginning to take advantage. Wright looking to make inroads is into Leach, who tries to pulls it hard down into the ground. It bounces quite slowly out towards Bure and Hendricks, and seeing that, Leach calls D'Oliveira through. I'm saying Leach calls, it might have been D'Oliveira who told him to go, but I suspect Leach is up for it just as much as D'Oliveira, and the single is comfortably completed. Also, they're being quick to gauge that, a bit like his fellow strike bowler, Chris Wright, Bure and Hendricks isn't the quickest to get down to the ball at mid-on.
No,
and there's usually a run to him.
There's not many lithe quick bowlers.
Right. Is in to D'Oliveira. It comes back a bit, and he has to adjust and defend, and does so. And Parkinson at mid-off, his hands started to go into the air. He worked hard on that delivery last season in particular, Chris Wright. It got him a lot of wickets. Outswinger, 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 then banging in a little bit short, but hitting the seam very hard, and it just comes back in a bit. And picked him up, as I say, a fair few wickets last season. D'Oliveira equal to it on that occasion. Right in. Bowls outside off some grunt of effort, but it's allowed to go through by D'Oliveira. There is no run. Yeah, I haven't seen the fox since.
No.
It just sort of disappeared behind a chimney stack, and I was thinking, well, where on earth have you gone? How did you get there?
If you're going to see a live fox on a cricket ground, it's going to be here, isn't it? Yeah.
One would hope so. Well, Dave Griffiths, the photographer at Derbyshire, got a couple of good photos of foxes at the Incora County Ground.
Yeah.
Right is in, and bowls flashes, and it's gone through, down for 4 for buys. It must have bounced and swung, but Swindles dived so far to his right, I thought he must have edged it. He didn't. It just must have boomed away, and it almost went between first and second slip for 4 buys.
Well, what did that do? It did. It went, yeah, it went between the 2 slips, and it's gone for buys. You would swear on your pension that he'd edge that.
It just went. Swindles had to go so far, didn't he? And he couldn't get there. So there is some swing there still. It was
I was just thinking, what had the ball hit?
I think it dipped a bit as well, but anyway, in goes right, and bowls drops a little bit short on the back foot, played into the onside by D'Oliveira. This time there isn't a quick single as Barnes closes on the ball from mid-wicket. Just a sense, a little bit of frustration now in the Leicestershire ranks. Hasn't got too many options here, Ackerman. We thought at one stage he was maybe warming up to have a little twirl himself, didn't we, this morning? He didn't.
Bowled a few tight overs.
He doesn't really do that, Ackers. Right is in, drops a short again on the back foot, turned into the leg side again by D'Oliveira. Has to move to his right, Ed Barnes at mid-wicket, but does so. D'Oliveira sends Leach back into his ground. End of the over. Wright's 19th, still sitting on pretty pleasant figures from his point of view. 3 for 40, but I'm sure he'd have hoped to add to that 3, which he took yesterday evening. By now, they haven't come.
I'm still puzzled by that ball that went for 4 buys, because there can't be any footmarks there. Oh, Hendricks did bowl a few overs, didn't he, from this end last night?
He did.
But that's not enough to produce.
Oh, this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, Parkinson on, driven down the ground by Leach. He would take a single because Hendricks at mid-off is fairly deep and has to go away to his right. Leach has 56. D'Oliveira has 62.
So he's bowled spells from both ends, so there should be a little bit whichever end.
Parkinson in again. Oh, D'Oliveira's down and he's really mullered this one. Is it 6 or is it 4? It's gone for 6. Fine shot by D'Oliveira. 2 steps down. Boom. Back over the bowler's head and away. Cracking. I think did it hit the side screen? Or
No, it went over. It was, you know, into the front of the pavilion. It cleared the sight screen.
So D'Oliveira, who's been as stubborn as anything this morning, has suddenly opened up and cracked that one away. 244 for 6. Worcestershire. Here's D'Oliveira again, back in his groove, pushes the ball out on the offside. 89, I make it, that these two have put on.
In very good time.
Came together in the 43rd, and we're in the 63rd. Parkinson bowls, D'Oliveira forward, pushes it back down the pitch, bowler does the fielding.
And they do now have the mid-on back at long gone. Ed Barnes has dropped down there.
Away goes Parkinson. This time D'Oliveira pushes away on the offside. No run. The sun really glinting off the marquee at the far end.
It is.
We have seen matches at New Road stopped because of the sun glinting off the roof of a marquee in the past, and at other grounds as well. Is Parkinson bowls again. D'Oliveira pushes away. No run.
Fortunately, it's sort of wide enough, isn't it,
Yeah.
for it not really to be, hopefully, a factor.
244 for 6. Worcestershire. D'Oliveira has 68 and Leach has 56 of those. I remember we played at Tunbridge Wells once, sun reflecting off the window in the roof of a house.
I've not been to the Tunbridge Wells ground.
The game was stopped and somebody went round to ask if they could sort of open this window, and there was nobody at the house. There was nobody in, so we had a slide down
One of those sort of Velux
That's
things.
it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, an attic, a loft conversion.
Foxy Phil's been in touch. He says the fish isn't just off the hook now, it's moved on to another pond. Chris Wright is in to Leach, a bounce very short and not taken cleanly as by Swindles, as Leach just moved his head to the left, and a bye is rather unnecessarily given away by Harry S. Leicestershire's cricket not as crisp or impressive as it has been for much of the game so far. They're, let's say, frustrated and probably a little bit tired. 64th over coming down. I think they probably hope to be batting by now. Still got lots of work to do. Wright is in to D'Oliveira. It comes back again. It's straightish and it takes a thick inside edge as he pushes it in defence and runs out towards mid-wicket where Barnes picks it up. Hendricks is beginning to swing his arms and shoulders again in a manner which indicates that Ackerman has probably politely asked. I don't know whether they're at the stage yet where I don't know whether you tell someone like Hendricks you're coming on. He's a big chap, isn't he? Do you mind having another go, Bjorn?
Yeah.
This is county cricket. Right. Is in lay. I think he was looking to leave. It came back. I think it hit the bat and came back and went over the top of the stumps and has run down to fine leg for 4.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I think he was trying to leave and it bounced a bit more, hit the blade of the bat. Let's have a look.
It's very bizarre.
Yes, it did. He tried to flick it with his wrist. He tried to lift the bat over the line of the ball by flicking his wrist, sort of. It hit the bat.
I think he actually apologised to the bowler, Brett D'Oliveira.
And has run down to fine leg for 4. Wright put his hands on his knees in dismay. Not getting the breaks. Beginning to feel D'Oliveira. It's been a splendid innings, don't get me wrong, but he's destined to score 100 here. In goes Wright and bowls to him. Bat and pad close together in defence. Very straight again. Neil Mallander's hand went up to his chin there. I think Wright has started just to simply concentrate almost on bringing it back in and trying to hit the seam. And D'Oliveira wanders down and prods at the pitch. I think he is getting a little bit of movement back in. He certainly did in the previous delivery that took that sort of inside edge. But this has not been a lucky innings for by Brett D'Oliveira. It's been an outstanding innings. In goes Wright and bowls to him, and he defends on off stump on the back foot, drops it out into the offside. And there's no run. Because there's been a little bit there for the bowlers. It's come on quite nicely. Now it's under the sun, and particularly the ball's getting old, but I think for the first game of the season in early April, it's a very good wicket, a very good sort of.
It is, yeah.
Wicket with a bit of pace in it.
We've had a very dry spring, haven't we? Which has been great for the groundsman.
Wright is in again. Meets a solid defensive bat from Brett D'Oliveira out into the offside, and he rather stalks off with head down there, Chris Wright, bemoaning his fate. But I think he's been around long enough. I know he's been around long enough and to be pretty philosophical. It's about luck going one way or the other. And he knows on another day it might just run his way. 249 for 6, a second batting bonus point within reach, and you wouldn't necessarily have put a lot of money on that at 45 for 4.
No, different day. Same game, different day. Hendricks indeed is back on. from the pavilion end. 16 overs to the new ball, so he'll probably bowl 5 at the most, I would have thought.
Steve Roberts, has Worcestershire got any more D'Oliveras? Has Brett got
Yes.
youngsters?
He's got a
cricketing?
4-year-old son. Here's Hendricks bowls to Leach, flicks this one away through the leg side. It's not going to make the boundary, or it shouldn't make the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. Good chase out there. Who was that? Is that
Sam Evans, I think.
Sam Evans, yeah, I thought it must be. Yeah.
250 up.
Yeah, second batting bonus point for Worcestershire. Yeah, I did a Q&A thing with Brett the other day, and I said to him, and he's got a 4-year-old. I said, does he show any talent? He likes to whack it. was his phrase. So yeah. Away goes Hendricks, and this is once again another nice shot from Leach, flicking the ball away into the leg side. He's only going to pick up a single, but he goes 259. D'Oliveira has 72, 3 runs away from a century partnership. Yeah, it's funny because I said to him, how old's your lad now, Brett? He said he's 4. I said, do you know, I'm so old I can remember when your dad was 4. Here's Hendricks in again, and D'Oliveira cuts, nice shot away through the offside. That is going to be 4 as soon as it left the bat. Beautifully timed. Hendricks too short, and that brings up the century partnership. Came together at 155, and they've put on 101 runs in 134 balls, 92 minutes, and really changed the whole feel of the day.
Yeah. Leicestershire probably thought they were back in it at 155 for 6, but
yeah,
Leach didn't just rest the initiative, he grabbed it and throttled it into submission.
Yeah.
Firmly on top now, Worcestershire.
Away goes Hendricks. Left arm around to the right-handed D'Oliveira, who lets the ball go by. On this occasion, just one slip, as you would expect with these two getting their proverbial eye in.
Ackerman, what can he do? You know, if he doesn't have a holding bowler, Parkinson was collared. Mike's been collared. Ackerman's swinging his arms again now. He's going to have to bowl himself. Get some of these overs with the old ball out of the way.
Hendricks in, bowls. Very little circumspect coming forward this time, and plays the ball back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding. The sun glints off a van as it turns in the car park at the Bennett end.
Wright is bowling. Hendricks is, but these are his 2 opening bowlers. His 2 strike bowlers.
I just say he can't.
Where's the new ball? You know, it's cheapers.
They can only bowl to what? You know, bowl maybe 4 each, and then they're going to have to come off and have a blow. Hendricks in again. D'Oliveira flicks down to fine leg for 4. Oh no, off the pad. I do apologise. Looks as if he got bat on that, but it's 4 more runs to Worcestershire. It was not a great ball from Hendricks.
Wasn't it great? It was a tired over, wasn't it?
Yeah. 76 for D'Oliveira, 59 for Leach. Hendricks 18 overs would cost him 66 runs so far, so heading up towards 4 and over, whereas Wright is on just over 2 and over, 3 for 44 off 28. Worcestershire are 260 for 6.
And Leicestershire are in a spot of bother.
A bit of Parkinson from the other end.
Wright is done for the time being. 20 overs, 3 for 44. So he's still sitting on very respectable figures. Parkinson has his long on out and pretty much long off as well. He's not quite on the ropes as he comes in and bowls to Leach, who's wound himself up there and then ended up playing a defensive shot. But I would imagine Parkinson and some of the fielders, particularly long off, are momentarily in their mouths because it looked like Leach was going to try and launch that onto the top of the Turner Indoor Centre. Parkinson is in, gives it some air. Leach strokes it through the vacant mid-off area out towards, I'm calling Lewis Hill long off. He came running in to meet the ball and sort of was halfway towards mid-off by the time it got there. He certainly won't go all the way back for D'Oliveira, though D'Oliveira hit that six off Parkinson at t'other end quite beautifully and very straight, and it wouldn't have mattered if he had been right on the edge of the ropes. It would have cleared him by miles. Parkinson in to D'Oliveira, turns his wrists on that one on middle and leg, just dribbles out towards mid-wicket. Hendricks is out there, picks up. There's a deepish backwards square, about 20 yards inside the ropes. Eddie Barnes is out there as Parkinson is in to D'Oliveira, full, and scrambles across well there, Parkinson, and gets to the ball. There's a lovely old mix-up between him and Joe Leach, and Leach ends up picking up Parkinson, and well, Leach is in playful mood, and Parkinson has a sense of humour, but he's also a furious competitor. And how that will have gone down, that little bit of byplay, I don't really know. Parkinson is in and bowls and played out into the offside, into the gap by D'Oliveira. Single taken. Update coming. Dave pops next door. .262 for 6. Parkinson is in. Leach defends calmly. End of the over. Fox is in a bit of trouble in the sunshine down here in Aylestone, I'm afraid, because a 100 partnership has been raised by Worcestershire for their 7th wicket. The captain, Brett D'Oliveira, who's been there all day, he's 77 not out. But Joe Leach is the man who's really given the visitors' innings its impetus. He's hit 60 off just 81 balls. The Foxes are beginning to run out of ideas out there. They desperately need a breakthrough. It hasn't come since lunch, I'm afraid, with Worcestershire on 262 for 6. And you haven't missed a single ball if you're listening, rather than listening and watching, because that came nicely between overs. Bjorn Hendricks is in and bowling to Brett D'Oliveira. Good line and length delivery on off stump, quickish as well. And D'Oliveira is careful in his defence. Bat and pad very close together. Must be seeing it pretty well. The wicket has changed colour sort of nicely. Any sort of hint of green that was there, it's still just about there, but it is much lighter than it was at this time yesterday, of course, when it had barely been played on, because we didn't really get underway until about 4. In goes Hendricks and bowls. It bounces high, and Swindles is appealing, but it was far, far too high. It almost hit D'Oliveira amidships, as we euphemistically remark, and indeed he goes down on his knees and just takes a couple of extra breaths there. He's not the tallest of men, but even when he's hit around there, then it's going to have been going over the top of the stumps. And Hendricks didn't really appeal. Swindles, as it wicketkeepers tend to be, was enthusiastic. Good line and length delivery from Hendricks. He's played in defence by D'Oliveira, who's still a little, oh, I laugh, but he's still a little uncomfortable, and immediately he's set off to walk towards short leg, taking a few deep breaths still, I would hazard a guess.
John Harlock described it as the lower abdomen.
Lower abdomen. He's Southampton, Hampshire tones.
Hampshire boy.
In goes Hendricks and bowls, drops a little bit short, lifts one leg off the ground, a foot off the ground there, D'Oliveira, as he half pulls, half sort of swats it away down towards square leg. Didn't try and smash it into the meat. A little bit too quick. Hendricks quicker than Mike in that respect, and so he was a little bit more careful. Nonetheless, in complete control, Brett D'Oliveira there. And he picks up a single, moves on to 78. Hendricks tosses the ball from right hand to left, number 18 on his back as he pounds in and bowls to Leach, who's not quite sure whether to go forward or back. In the end, does neither really. Plays it defensively, sort of half forward, and takes a thick inside edge and runs out towards Hassan Azad, who's got his hands in his pockets at mid-wicket. It is still pretty cold, the air out there. You were in it more recently than I.
Yeah, it is. It's still pretty chilly. If you were sat out there, I mean, there's one or two in shirt sleeves, but they're quite brave. You need to be fairly huddled up, but so much better than yesterday.
Hendricks 2 finishes over is in, goes past the outside edge of Leach's bat. I don't know how, it wasn't taken cleanly. I think it got to Swindles on the bounce, but he has not had an ounce of fortune. Bjorn Hendricks in his first match for Leicestershire, 19 overs, none for 67, but I would suggest he's beaten the bat in probably double figures if you with yesterday and this morning. But hasn't been lucky so far. 263 for 6.
Yeah. Thanks to Steve Morris, who says, wasn't Joe Leach a batsman when he joined Worcestershire? He was indeed. In fact, I was looking up something recently. Well, when Ben Smith came to the cricket side, I looked up. Ben was playing in some Worcestershire seconds games in his last season, and Joe Leach was batting at 4 and 5 and not bowling. So he's always been a batsman. Now is Ackerman into the attack from the Bennett end. His first bowl of the season, of course.
Indeed.
So he's going to try and bowl some tight overs until the new ball comes in, 7 overs time? One would imagine.
67 overs bowled, so 13
67.
overs.
Yes, 13. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong figure.
Minimum remaining
in the day. 63. I didn't want to look at that. Ackerman in, D'Oliveira forward, pushes away on the offside, no run.
Apologies, Ian. I said I and Furneaux. It is, of course, Ian D. Furneaux.
We were thinking of a Welsh name there.
I do apologise.
Here's Ackerman into D'Oliveira, as he was described of at Northampton last season. Brett D'Oliveira. Yeah, I think the guy in the PA was not a cricket fan. Anyway, pushed into the leg side and a single taken. 264 for 6.
I got the Furneaux bit right in terms of the phonetic pronunciation, but it was just the I and instead of E and D.
Ackerman in, bowls, Leach goes back, pushes away on the offside. I say goes back, there's somewhat surprise in my voice because he's very much a front foot player, Leach. Unless it's really short, he's going to whack it. Waits again, Ackerman bowls, Leach is down, works the ball out to long on for a single. Leach goes to 61, to 65 for 6, Worcestershire.
Ian is, quote, a massive Fox fan from Aberdeen.
Good lad. The Granite City. In comes Ackerman again. D'Oliveira forward, pushes up the pitch. From whence came Sir Alex Ferguson, who I read this morning is still earning over £200,000 a week.
From?
Various, in again, D'Oliveira drives, lovely shot, 4 runs. Slightly over pitch, off stump. D'Oliveira, been in a long time, he's not going to miss out on those. He goes to 83, Worcestershire 269 for 6. Yeah, he has a company apparently, it's worth about £20 million. And with investments and the Times I was reading believe that he charges £100,000 for a personal appearance for a, inspirational.
I saw one of his horses won a big race at Aintree in this Grand National meeting.
And well, not bad for a 80-year-old.
No, but hey, you can't take it with you.
No.
When I used to work in Formula One, we were all pretty sure that Bernie Ecclestone would find a way. In goes Parkinson and bowls and cut fine, but a tumbling stop away to his left by Rhodes means that it will be just 1 for Leach, who's played that late cut with great delicacy for a big man. And you were saying, your correspondent was saying, he came to Worcester as a batter. He's certainly got the eye, hasn't he? And perhaps this is the season when Really does show it. Parkinson is in to D'Oliveira, who is reaching out and stroking the ball out into the covers. He stayed in control, didn't try and really go through with the shot when danger would have been of hitting it in the air. He made sure he was on top of it and picked up one. Parkinson is in to Leach, who is forward carefully on off stump, playing it out to Azad at that short extra position. 271 for 6. Worcestershire now pretty much in control. Ed Barnard was saying yesterday that you always hope to get at least 300 in your first innings, as Parkinson is in. Leach is blocking that out into the offside, but with an angled bat, so it's wide of Lewis Hill, who's at cover. He has to run towards cover point, and there's another single to be had, and they're pretty much milking this bowling. These 2-3 singles off the first 4 balls without any danger whatsoever. Parkinson is in, worked rather by D'Oliveira, who then raises his eyes to the heavens. He's cross with himself because he sort of steered it straight to Rhodes when there's a huge gap between Rhodes, who's at deep gully, stroke short third man. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Straighter delivery, and has to play that in forward defence, D'Oliveira. But runs coming with considerable ease for these Worcester batsmen now. 69 overs have gone, 272 for 6. Leicestershire in trouble. Worcestershire firmly on top. Hail has covered Sophia Gardens.
Really?
Literally.
Oh, yeah, got the pictures there, yeah. Hail and farewell. Here's Ackerman pushed away on the offside. No run. And with the 2 spinners on, from the point of view of an ageing commentator, it'll get through the day quicker. We'll get the overs bowled. Can't do cricket after 7 o'clock anymore. Here's Ackerman in, and this is played away pleasantly by Leach, just through extra cover point area. Picks up a single. George Rhodes way out there, I think, patrolling the boundary.
It is a tiny figure, but I'm just trying to see the over 8 figure that is below the clock on the scoreboard.
Next ball pushed away again. Is it -4?
It is -4. I was trying to work out whether it was minus or plus, but it's minus, which yeah,
273 for 6.
that might explain one another reason as well.
Ackerman bowls, D'Oliveira drives, the bowler himself half stops, the ball trickles away on the leg side, on the onside, but there's no chance of a run.
Leicestershire do not bowl their overs quickly.
Ackerman off about 3 paces, comes in and bowls. D'Oliveira just flicks it off his pad, square on the leg side for a single. One more to the Worcestershire total, which moves on to 274 for 6. D'Oliveira now has 85. Leach on 64 faces. Ackerman's next delivery, and drives this back up the ground. Ackerman once again gets down well to prevent any run. End of the over. 2 overs for 8 runs. Ackerman, Parkinson 9 overs, no wicket with 37. D'Oliveira has 85. Leach has 64. Worcestershire 274 for 6. The men out today: Barnard, LBW to Barnes for 57. Cox, Court, Swindles, Bowl, Barnes for 655 for 6 when these two came together.
Joe Leach wants, what does he want? A drink? That will slow things up. Umpire Watts is he put a snood on you, and he's been he's had a snood on look.
We have looking for another ball here.
Here's Panama again. Well, as I say, it's had some battering, so we're now at 70 overs. So we've had 11 overs with this new old ball, and that's given up the ghost as well. So they need a ball that's going to get through somehow these next 10 overs. It'll start in a fairly battered state, one would imagine.
Well, yeah. Well, unless it's out of shape. And I would have thought with spinners on at each end, if you've got a fairly worn ball, then maybe the spleen, the seam has split or something. If I'm a bowler, I'm thinking I might quite fancy that. And if it's out of shape, I might quite fancy that because it's not going to bounce properly. I suppose it could feel a bit weird in your hand. But anyway, we've got yet another different ball, not a new one, a different one. They do actually mark them, don't they? How many overs have gone, or they used to put a little mark on them. 43 overs bowled with this ball or something. Whether they still do, I don't know.
I would imagine that you could write it in little letters, couldn't you? 43
yeah.
or...
Yeah. Anyway,
or
we
whatever.
have a different ball, which we're going to play with.
Well, these two batsmen seeing it, I don't think matter what state the ball is in, as far as they're concerned, they're seeing it very clearly indeed. Parkinson then will continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who comes forward in defence, gets just about to the pitch of the ball, defends it out into the offside. There is no run. Highest score, well, he's already beaten his highest score from last season, Brett D'Oliveira, which was 71. As Parkinson is in, he waits for that one, slightly short, and turns it calmly off his legs behind square, out towards deep backward square, who comes running in to meet the ball. Single, comfortably taken, jogged. Not used to seeing D'Oliveira jog. Scurry is his normal gait. In goes Parkinson, bowls, tries to get some revs on that one. It's a fullish delivery. Leach just blocks it back down the pitch to him.
Apparently the hail has stopped in Cardiff, but to be replaced by torrential rain.
Parkinson is in, tosses that one right up and looking to drive it away, hits it hard down into the ground. Joe Leach, it bounces through mid-on gently down towards long on, and the single again is comfortably taken. Talking about the sun glinting, it's sort of glinting off Parkinson's shorn locks at the moment. He keeps his hair pretty trim. In he goes and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's a little bit beaten in the flight there, and he sort of started to come forward and had to wait. He rehearses the shot, and he doesn't leave you in any doubt as to what's sort of really going on out there in his mind. Brett D'Oliveira. Parkinson is in to him, drops shorter this time. He goes back and tries to force it away through mid-on, doesn't time it and looks up to the heavens in irritation as Sam Evans sprawls across to his left at mid-wicket and makes the stop. End of the over. I took my binoculars home at the end of last season, obviously, and I forgot to bring them so far, but just for that over rate sign, it isn't on the manual scoreboard, the over rate, I don't think. Lucy,
do you know where your binoculars are?
Yeah.
I know where mine are, under the seat of my car.
All right. They're nearer than mine, which are...
Well, no, this is my car, which is in Worcester. Here's Ackerman bowling. Oh, that's a good shot from Leach. Power and placement. Just steps down and drives it between extra cover and mid-off. Leach goes to 65, 69.
It's all looking very straightforward, isn't it, at the moment?
Ackerman, high action bowls to Leach, who flicks this one away on the onside, but finds the fielder. 86 to D'Oliveira, 69 to Leach, 280 for 6 Worcestershire, having been 48, 45 for 4. Next ball forward comes Leach, and this morning we're 155 for 6. And that first hour when Leicestershire kept it tight and then picked up a couple of wickets, you thought, oh, they're back in this. Ackerman bowls, Leach pushes rather than drives.
Just how quickly the game's momentum can shift and change. And
Ackerman jogs in again. Leach this time flicks it away off his pads, but goes straight to square leg, who's behind the post again.
Well, what they won't want to do is give it away now, because there's 100 to be had here, isn't there, for both of them?
Yeah. Ackerman bowls again. Pushed up the pitch. Bowler does his own fielding. 280 for 6, and Worcester should be very disappointed, I think, if they didn't get to 350 from here, because they've still got a bit of batting to come. As we were saying earlier, everybody bats these days.
Leach's best score is just 114, made against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham in 2013.
Yeah, remember that. I mean, at that time, Joe was a genuine. He's not an ungenuine or disgenuine all-rounder now, but he was a genuine all-rounder. But his batting, sort of tailed off a little bit in recent times.
It looks like it's heading back in the right direction from Worcestershire's point of view, as Parkinson is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who is drawn forward and then has to just wait for it a bit. So again, good flight from Parkinson. Plays it off the pitch, deflects it out towards backward point, Rhodes Fields. Parkinson is in, tosses that one right up, and it pretty much gets to D'Oliveira on the full, but he doesn't try and slog it away. He just strokes it away, really, bunts it away through mid-on down towards long on and takes one. It wasn't a rank full toss, it got to him fairly low. In goes Parkinson and bowls a quicker, flatter delivery. Leach leans rather than steps forward and blocks it out into the on side. No run. Parkinson bowls. Beautiful delivery that goes on with the arm, bounces a bit, defeats the defensive shot, but certainly was going to miss the stumps. Parkinson didn't really appeal. It looked like it was going to go bounce on down the leg side, probably. But again, good flight, and Parkinson can take some encouragement from that. He is in again and bowls. That one just drifts onto the stumps of, onto the legs of Leach, I beg your pardon, who goes back and wristily turns it down towards deep backward square and takes one. Yeah, they've talked about using Parkinson just to sort of, as you say, block an end, but only go for 2.5 and over. He's still going for 4 and over at the moment as he bowls to D'Oliveira, who defends a good length delivery and then rehearses a little sweep that he was not inclined to play. End of the over. Parkinson 11 overs, none for 41. Ackerman 3 overs for 12. Worcestershire 282 for 6, 7 overs until the new ball. 7 overs, if they can get 30, 35 runs from that, they'll be in a very nice position.
And as we always say, the ball goes quicker off the bat if it's a new ball.
Potentially.
Yeah. But Leicestershire desperately needs something here now. Here's Ackerman in bowls, and Leach whips this one away off his pads. He's not going to get a run on this occasion. Is that Parkinson? Just a backward square, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Ackerman's next ball finds Leach really lacing into this one. It's in the air and he could go, and indeed he does. Good catch in the deep. Joe Leach goes. That's the wicket that Leicestershire were desperately looking for. Played a slog sweep and didn't really get hold of it, although if he'd played at the other side of the ground he may have gone away for 6. And it was Ed Barnes who came in and took a good catch at a leap forward. But Leach goes for 70 and Worcestershire are 282 for 6.
He's given it away, really, and he's absolutely livid with himself, Joe Leach. He can't believe what he's done there. There was there really was 100 there for the taking, and they were playing. He was playing so well, he and D'Oliveira both, but he wasn't taking any real risks. He was reining himself in, just picking up the runs, and he's still shaking his head. as he walks off. He raises his bat to the pavilion and to young Baker as he walks in, but he will be furious with himself there, Joe Leach, because there was 100 there for him.
Yeah, there was, and having built up that partnership, they would have looked to go to the new ball. They were both in, so, and with all due respect to Ackerman, who's a more than part-time bowler, he has rather seen off the top bowlers in the Leicestershire lineup and got out to one of the semi-occasionals, I'm going to call him. Yeah, Josh Baker to the middle. No mug with the bat, as we keep saying. There are no mugs with the bat in the game these days.
So the partnership was 127 for the 7th wicket.
Didn't bother to look up records for Worcestershire's 7th wicket against Leicestershire. But
I'm sure I'll be able to do that. I will find out.
I can't imagine that it's the highest. I would have thought over the many years these two have been playing that they've scored more than that. Gonna have a
Wasn't a bad catch by Barnes, was it?
was
In
a
the
good
end,
catch.
he sprawled in the
Yeah.
end, but got 2 hands underneath it.
It was probably coming out of the sun as well. Now we've got Azad has gone in at slip, but he's got some pads on, so as Ackerman bowls, Baker forward, pushes back up the pitch. I think that means that in the next over he's probably going to go to a close-in position for the bowling of Parkinson. I don't think he needs those on to field at slip. Ackerman bowls again, Baker pushes to mid-wicket, a couple of fielders there, so he's not going to split them. Tea today at 4 o'clock, by the way, if you missed the announcement earlier, and no matter what, we are told, Ackerman bowls pushed out to mid-wicket, although if there's 9 wickets down maybe it's a different scenario, but the rules and regulations of county cricket, well, I don't think anybody really understands them. Ackerman's next ball, Baker once again pushes forward. So Ackerman has 1 for 12. The skipper has done what his side wanted, what his side wished, what his side were getting almost desperate for. We've still got, 56 overs remaining in the day, so more than half a day's play if we were playing 96 overs. We're not, we're playing 104. So the hardy souls who want to see a full day's play have probably got to be around till about 6:45 today. D'Oliveira retakes his guard.
And prepares to face the bowling of Callum Parkinson, who's got long on and long off, both back now. Forward goes D'Oliveira and strokes it through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on, which will not, I suspect, completely displease Callum Parkinson, because it means he has a new man at whom to bowl. Josh Baker, tall young man, and he's got a silly mid-off in facing him as he goes forward to Parkinson, gets to the pitch of it, defends it back past said silly mid-off, who's Hassan Azad. Parkinson himself moves across and fields. Is in and bowls. Half forward is Baker, and then he turns his wrists on it, and there's a ooh from Parkinson. He thought for a minute it was going to go on to the pads, I suspect, of Baker, and there would have been a very loud shout for leg before indeed. Didn't. Parkinson is in, Baker is forward, nice high left elbow, pushes it firmly back down the pitch towards Callum Parkinson. Good foot taller than his captain, probably. Baker as Parkinson is in and bowls again, solidly forward, back down the pitch. It goes. Sun goes behind one of Bradders' Simpson cloud. Oh, it's actually darker cloud that's going over. They did say there'd be a few potential showers, but not till about 5 o'clock now, and then this one is going to be, it's just a dark cloud that's going to be whisked over as Parkinson is in. Baker is forward and he's off the mark as he pushes it off a thick inside part of the bat out past Evans, who has to run across from mid-wicket, and so a single is taken. Baker keeps the strike. 284 for 7. An unexpected breakthrough for the Foxes then. Ackerman works the oracle with the help of Barnes at deep square, and the help, it has to be said, of a disgusted with himself Joe Leach.
Worcestershire's highest 7th wicket partnership against Leicestershire is 190. Bob Wyatt and Rowley Jenkins at Worcester in 1949.
Which part of Cricket Archive is that on?
It's on the partnerships bit. Next ball, and going to pick up 4 here, Baker. Nice shot. Just played that.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Very pleasantly through the covers. So he goes on to 5. Worcestershire go to 288 for 7, and I'm going to have to leave you to it.
Top of the hour. In goes Ackerman and bowls to Baker, who turns it off the front foot, leans forward, 33 on his back, pushes it out towards Hendricks, who's at a shortish mid-wicket as Ackerman, just a couple of steps, goes in and bowls. Baker forward again, strokes it firmly out to deepish mid-off. Splendid little dance going on by D'Oliveira, keeping his feet moving at the non-striker's end as Ackerman goes in, bowls to Baker, head right over the ball as he goes forward. Plays it back down the wicket towards Leicestershire's Netherlands qualified but South African born captain. Played out to mid-wicket that time by Baker, picked up by Ben Mike. No run as Ackerman is in and bowls. Josh Baker goes back and defends down the pitch on the onside. Ackerman picks up. It's the end of the over. Josh Oliver Baker, born in 2003, May the 16th in Redditch. Nickname Pepper Army, it says here. A Malvern College graduate. Asked what would he change about the structure of the county season. He'd have more time between matches. His hobby is golf. And his prediction for the future of cricket is, quote, cricket at the Olympics. In goes Parkinson, bowls to D'Oliveira, who hits it down into the ground off the front foot, drives it down into the ground off the front foot. Azad makes the stop. D'Oliveira not giving the impression of someone who's going to give this away now. Parkinson is in, bowls to the Worcestershire captain, whose bat is a long way in front of his front pad. It was a big stride anyway, and then he had to reach further to play the ball, but to no real bounce or turn for Parkinson, so he sort of got away with that one a little bit, D'Oliveira. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, tosses it up a little bit further, so the stretch isn't as great for D'Oliveira, and defends it comfortably, twiddles the bat in his hand. Parkinson jogs in and bowls, and hands go into the air as D'Oliveira reaches forward and then turns his wrists on the defensive push out into sort of vacant square leg area, vacant square leg, almost mid-wicket area. There's a lot of space out there, and he takes the single. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester in a second. Talking about the Tigers going to Claremont at the weekend. Parkinson is in and bowls. Baker defends down into the ground, fielded by Azad at silly mid-off. And they've picked up their first wicket of the afternoon, the Leicestershire. That is Joe Leach, who was batting really nicely in going 270. Had a sort of slog sweep at the bowling, the off-spin bowling of the captain Colin Ackerman. A little bit of a top edge, and it was really well caught by Ed Barnes out there in the deep at mid-wicket. That was Leach gone for 70. 282 for 7 at that stage. Worcestershire, they've moved on to 289 for 7. Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, looks as though he's going to go on and get what would be a very fine 100. He's 89 not out. He's been joined by Josh Baker, who is on 5. Back with you on commentary. Just missed the one delivery. It was defended by Baker. He remains on 5. And Ackerman, understandably, will continue. Just 3 overs until the new ball now. Leicestershire have picked things up a little bit. Ackerman goes in a little delicate dab from D'Oliveira down to find third man. That could run all the way. Azad puts in the slide, drags it back. Good effort by Azad, and he saves a run, gets Baker down on strike. D'Oliveira takes 3, moves on to 92, and the over rate has suddenly been adjusted from -4 to -1. So one positive of all these overs of spin, the other, of course, the wicket of Joe Leach. 292 for 7. Baker, the bat looks very small in his hands. He stands up tall again now as Ackerman goes in, bowls a quickish, flattish delivery that is played very nicely off the back foot, punched away, and has to dive Sam Evans out there on the cover boundary, diving across to the extra cover boundary to make the stop. But Baker picks up a couple. That was a nice shot from the young man from Redditch, whose nickname is Pepper Army.
Really?
According to his entry in the Cricketers' Union.
I've never heard him called that.
In goes Ackerman and bowls to Pepper Army Baker, who goes back and defends it. Well, he fills it in, so
Yeah.
it can't be wishful thinking either. It's not the sort of nickname one would wish on oneself.
No.
Pepper
Army, okay.
In goes Ackerman and bowls foolish. Almost got that one through as he tried to turn that one into the onside. His bat just got down on it in time. Baker flicked it out towards square leg, where Parkinson did the fielding. Yes, if you were filling in your own nickname, you'd put something like Flash or something. Pepper Army wouldn't be there.
Army, no.
In goes Ackerman, and Baker plays it just this time slightly wide of Parkinson, who runs to his left, seizes on the ball and sort of flicks it sideways at the stumps at the non-striker's end. But Baker had comfortably made his ground. It was a wide throw anyway. He moves on to 8. 295 for 7. D'Oliveira picks a bit of dirt out of his studs, and he's ready to face now as Ackerman is in and bowls, and for a second thought he'd been deceived there. D'Oliveira, he started to go forward, then went back and just dropped it out into the offside, but so quicker his feet, D'Oliveira's, that it looked for a second as though he might have just gotten himself caught in the wrong position, but he adjusted very cleverly. End of the over. 295 for 7, just 2 now until the new ball.
Some news that will surprise Worcestershire supporters. The cricketer, George Bell, reporting that Tim Packwood, the head groundsman at New Road, has resigned on the eve of the season. Been on the staff since 1989, head groundsman since 2001. Back here at Grace Road, Parkinson bowls. Baker leaves, wicketkeeper Swindle snips the bails off, but there is no appeal. So yeah, news coming out today. The cricketer reports that the club have appointed a new head groundsman. Here's Parkinson in, pushes down the pitch.
Any reasons given for the groundsman's departure?
Says he wishes to pursue a different path, or I think that's not the exact word.
A different pitch.
A different pitch. Yeah. So very much a part of the furniture as next ball is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. No confirmation or denial from Worcestershire, so that is, as I say, a story in the Cricketer that has just been produced. Thankless task being the groundsman at New Road.
Yes.
With the floods every year. Here's Parkinson jogging in again. This time Baker is forward. As we say, he's a tall lad, Josh Baker, so he gets a stride in. He's a good way down the pitch, as opposed to a stride from Brett D'Oliveira, which is probably a few centimetres shorter. Next ball from Parkinson, driven by Baker. Nice shot, but he's only going straight to Hendricks at mid-off. 295 for 7.
A relatively objective journalist in this position, I can ask you, has there been any sort of comment about the pitches or the out? Has it been a controversy, anything like that?
Next ball, Parkinson bowls back down the pitch to the bowler, a no run. End of the over, 295 for 7. D'Oliveira 92, Baker on 8. No, I mean, at the start of last season there were some very, very flat pitches. I mean, the fourth day against Nottinghamshire, not a wicket fell. But considering the ground had been underwater for a long time that winter, it was amazing they haven't got any pitches out at all. So, but no, there's been no. I mean, it's not as if the pitches have been marked down or whatever. But I'm sure we'll hear more of the story. But as I say, that is the story that's been published in the Cricketer. Worcestershire have neither confirmed or denied.
So the last over, almost certainly with this ball to be bowled by Colin Ackerman. First delivery to D'Oliveira is pushed calmly off the back foot out into the gap in the covers, and the single jogged D'Oliveira onto 93, to 96 for 7. Brings the tall young Josh Baker on strike as Ackerman goes in, bowls to him, forces it off the back foot, out through that same gap out there on the boundary. In front of the Uptonsteel stand is Sam Evans. Almost, if the Vuvuzela goes off, he'll jump, Evans, because it'll be right in his ear. In goes Ackerman, bowls to D'Oliveira. A lovely little delicate dab again down through the slips, and Azad is in pursuit, drags it back about 5 yards inside the ropes, and the stumps are demolished accidentally by Harry Swindles, who sort of jumped forward to try and take the ball on the full, and in so doing clattered legs through the stumps and knocked the leg stump actually out of the ground.
With all due respect to Harry Swindles, that was not the tidiest piece of wicket-keeping you've ever seen in your life.
He did try to sort of, I think, hurdle them, but couldn't quite manage it. Ackerman in again to D'Oliveira, who plays firmly on the front foot, but only as far as Rhodes at extra cover. He's moved on to 95. He's within one scoring shot. Well, he did go to his 100 with a 6, so perhaps backers. Bowls and turned off the back foot by D'Oliveira out towards mid-wicket, and another single is picked up. Enthusiastic applause for the Worcester 300. There's a lot of Worcester fans that have come up today.
Yeah, there's a lot of people about.
And they've had a very, very good day. The 300 is up 79.5 overs as Ackerman is in to Baker. Puff of dust as he goes back from his boots, that is, and plays it firmly out to extra cover. End of the over, and I suspect of Ackerman's spell. 7 overs, 1 for 27. So captain did a pretty good job, really. Probably you're not going to ask for much more than that. 7 overs with the old ball. Didn't go for too many. Certainly not more than 4 and over. And he picked up a bonus wicket, and it was a huge bonus of Joe Leach. So I'm sure now we will have the new ball. We are having the new ball. So Brett D'Oliveira just one scoring shot away. Bradders, the captain in his first innings as captain.
Yeah.
What an innings it would be.
And it's going to be Hendricks to come back on at the pavilion end with the new pill, and D'Oliveira to face. Immediate text from Joe Green. Hello, Joe. Saying that BBC Sport are also reporting the Tim Packwood story, so it must be true. If it's on the BBC, it's true. Trust me. Despite what you might read in some newspapers. D'Oliveira 96, Hendricks about to bowl, yet to take a wicket on his debut for Leicestershire. No wicket for 67 so far. He's going to bowl left arm around to the right-handed D'Oliveira, so angling the ball in, and D'Oliveira goes back and across, punches through the offside. Only got a single though. Good work. Is that our friend Sam Evans again? Diving away to his right.
It's George.
No, it's George. It is young George Rhodes. Still call him that. He must be 26 now. Don't know if he's playing for Barnard's Green in the
I believe he still does.
club cricket this season.
He may be hoping not to play so much if he's going to be playing for.
Yeah. With the early season games are all Saturdays, aren't they? In county cricket, or Saturdays are included. Hendricks in again. Baker wafts at this one. Not a great shot from Josh Baker. Didn't move his feet really to get in line. Just flung the bat at it, and he's annoyed with himself.
October 1993, George's birthday. So
93, so he's 20.
he's
28, is he?
He's going to be 29 in October then, isn't he? So he's 28.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. He's a bit older than you thought.
Yeah.
Young George.
Young George. Is the next ball, which is pushed by Baker down to mid-on. No run. I was remembering in our village there was a fella called Young Tom, and I think he was 70, but his dad was 91, and he was old Tom, Young Tom. Oh, my gran used to say, I saw Young Tom today. Granny's 70, he can't be Young Tom. Oh, but his dad's old Tom, so.
I don't know what his nick. He claims to have a very odd nickname, and I don't know what it means, so I'm not going to read it out. They printed it, but I really don't know what it means.
Hendricks to Baker. Baker plays this one away. He has split the two fielders on the offside. He's going to get two, might get three here. Indeed, D'Oliveira, quick between the wickets, calls for the third run because he's going to the danger end. And Baker moves to 12, and Worcestershire go to 304 for 7. D'Oliveira on 97, just 3 runs away from his 9th first-class 100. Has a double 100 to his name at Sophia Gardens. Here's Hendricks. D'Oliveira lets this one go by. Good take by Swindles, because that swung a long way after it passed the bat, and he had to go tumbling away down the leg side. The Academy second team are having a good old training session away in the nets over to our right hand side behind the meet. What is it? There's a darkish old cloud coming by, but there's no threat of rain, says he, as the players go off. Hendricks again to D'Oliveira. This time it's wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. And there is no run. End of the over. Thanks to Steve, who's come back on and said, did I know that Daryl Mitchell was playing for Ombersley, talking of club cricket, this summer? I had read that, yeah. It's a very useful acquisition for them in the Birmingham League. 304 for 7.
One assumes it will be right with sharing the new ball.
Yeah.
With Bjorn Hendricks, indeed it is. And again, he has managed to get himself the Bennett end, so he's coming down the slope.
The stream camera has just been focusing on the ghost, Neil Malinder, the umpire.
A very rotund ghost. He's got so many sweaters on underneath his white coat.
I think he has. He's probably got about 8 layers on under there.
Well, Baker's facing, so I'll start the over, at least, as in goes right. Bowls to Baker, who tries to pull a ball that wasn't so very short, and Wright wants a word about that, because he missed it by some margin, pulled over the top of it, and D'Oliveira walks down and hang on, lad, have a look. He's been around as Chris Wright. D'Oliveira is no doubt telling young Baker. But yeah, there was something was said by Chris Wright, understandably, to the young man.
Yeah, don't play that shot to me, young lad.
He is in again, and Bowles playing a miss from Baker outside off stump, tried to force it away, but again it wasn't the greatest of shots. And again, D'Oliveira, who has worked so hard both yesterday but particularly today, wanders down and has a word with Josh Baker. Come on, Pepperami. If
I'm going to ask you about that.
Right.
Well, I reckon he's having us on.
Possibly, but is he slightly red-headed, or is he?
I don't know. Not really.
No. Wright is in and bowls, and again he plays and misses. This time tries to drive. He was nowhere near the pitch of that one. There is movement. Obviously, Wright is adept at getting the new ball to swing, and Baker is all over the place against him at the moment. So 3 deliveries he's faced from Chris Wright, and has played hard and missed all 3 of them.
That did go a bit. Yeah. Oh, he's still relatively inexperienced at this level, Josh Baker. I tend to forget he's still a very young man.
Wright is in and bowls goes through him again.
It's deja vu all over again, Rodney.
4 in a row.
Yeah, I think Brett D'Oliveira is just going to say...
you can leave him.
You can leave him, yeah. I mean, it's a tester for a young lad, isn't it?
It
A
is.
bowler of Wright's experience and skill.
Didn't miss the off stump by very much. That
Did it? No, I just watched that one as well. Get your head down, lad.
Right, looking to make it 5 in a row, is in and bowls and does make it 5 in a row. And he it was wider. He really could have left that one and didn't. But again, at the moment, the battle between bat and ball is being won by ball, but the bat is still there. He's still in the game. Now they're looking to try and give Baker one here.
Well, he's got to get his bat on it first, hasn't he, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a whole over of play and miss.
Well, this should be the ball that just nips back a little bit from Chris Wright. Let's see, and you know, goes on to hit the stumps, goes in and bowls, and it is straight, and it is driven away by Baker, and he's going to pick up 2 as mid-off manages to scramble across Ben Mike and pick it up. So did finally get bat on ball to some effect. Josh Baker moves on to 14. Worcestershire 306 for 7-3 batting bonus points already, and at 45 for 4 offered 306. They would have taken it. They've got the power to make it into 350 plus, especially if D'Oliveira continues what's becoming an almost epic innings of feat of concentration and determination from the captain, who is inspired by the responsibility.
He has. He's played so well, so well. Can he get to 100? He's on 97. Here's Hendricks bowling to him, and D'Oliveira flashes at that one. That might well be his 100. He's got it away through cover point, races to the boundary, flicks over the rope. D'Oliveira punches the air in delight, and all the Worcestershire supporters and the players down below us are on their feet. And that is Brett D'Oliveira's 9th century in first-class cricket, and I would say that is comfortably his best, because he's had to work really hard for that. 101 runs off 202 balls, 298 minutes. Well, that's 5 hours of batting. Well batted, Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, huge cheer, and he took his helmet off and raised his eyes to the heavens. As you say, he's worked really hard for that, and it was thoroughly well deserved.
Hendricks in, and D'Oliveira waits for this one, lets it go by outside the off stump. And important now that he sort of stays there and takes, well, where are we? We are in the 83rd over, so lots of overs left to get bonus points.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire may be thinking they could get up towards 400 here and really put scoreboard pressure.
Put a lot of pressure on Leicestershire then. You know, they think in terms of only batting once on that basis.
Yeah. Yeah. Hendricks in again, and D'Oliveira pushes away on the offside. It was a fine shot to go to his 100 as well. But this morning, you had to work really, really hard. What was he? He got 57 at lunch, having started on 34, so he scored 23 runs in the morning session.
He did.
And he's, I don't think he's given a chance, has he? I can't remember one.
There was the one that he flashed at 3 that George Rhodes dived to his left and sort of got a hand at third slip, but it would have been a super catch. But that is the only one that I can think of.
310 for 7, Worcestershire. Hendricks in again and pushed away to the aforementioned George Rhodes, who is at a backward point walk-in gully position.
Tell you what, he was a good shot to get to his 100, but it's the ball you want, isn't it?
Oh,
when you need,
yeah,
when you're at 98, short and wide outside off stump.
Yeah, you got your eye in.
No one back on the boundary. Like, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does George Rhodes do any bowling these days? More than useful off spinning.
Occasionally in with white ball, he'll try and fiddle an over or two of off spin.
Hendricks in again, and this time, well, D'Oliveira looks as if he's going to leave that, and then the ball just hits the bottom of his bat and goes to second slip. He's gone away. He's walked off towards square leg D'Oliveira. He's bashing the bottom of his bat with his hand and he's having a word with himself.
I mean, that's what he did against Hendricks this morning, didn't it? From the other end, when he looked to leave, it hit the bat inside edge and didn't miss the stumps by very much.
Yeah. Hendricks bustles away again. D'Oliveira solidly, defensively plays it down the pitch. Hendricks stops the ball with his boot.
He's beginning to wonder when if he's ever going to take a wicket for Leicestershire, Bjorn Hendricks.
14 fours and 1 6. I think I forgot to give that out. Those are the details.
Over 8 is now level, so they've all those overs of spin
pulled it back.
have paid off in as I say, one respect as well as that little extra
over
wicket.
rates are a complete mystery to me. I've sat next to the scorers and they've tried to explain to me how it works.
She has, hasn't she? Sue has tried and again, and
I still don't know.
I
think in the end you divide it by the number of ratchets in a Black & Decker toolkit or something like that.
Dave's off next door to give the good news to the listeners on FM on BBC Hereford and Worcester of their captain's century, as in goes Chris Wright and bowls to Baker, who plays and misses again. That's 5 times now in 6 deliveries. No, 6 in 7, because it was 5 in 6 in the last over. It's now 6 in 7, at which he has played firmly and not connected. Josh Baker, sooner or later, you would think he's going to edge one. Or hit one right out of the screws for 4. As Wright is in and bowls to him, and he's driving, and he does hit that one quite nicely, but he picks out Ben Mike at mid-off. There is no run. Congratulations coming in from Worcestershire supporters for Brett D'Oliveira. Thoroughly deserved. Stephen Hancock's, Robert Appleby. In goes Wright and bowls, and again Baker connects fairly centrally in terms of part of the bat that hits the ball. Strokes it back up the pitch on the offside, half stopped by Wright in his follow through, and politely D'Oliveira picks up the ball, throws it to Hendricks. Little shower passing away to the south of the ground, about 7 or 8 miles away, I would think. Not going to come anywhere near us, but there's definitely rain in that cloud. Coming down, in goes right and bowls short, tries to pull, tries to hook, really. Baker gets nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. But that's fine as far as he's concerned. Either hit it cleanly or miss it by a long way. Wright doesn't bother having a word. I think he's, as I say, I was talking about him being philosophical in the circumstances, but even his zen-like calm might soon be tested. He waves deep square back a few yards and then comes pounding in again from the Bennett end. Bowls to Baker down the leg side. A rare poor delivery from Chris Wright. Baker tries to whack it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. Goes through two swindles. And there's no run, obviously. 3 for 46, Chris Wright now from almost 22 overs, just one ball of the 22nd left to bowl for him. Bright sunshine. Contrast with those dark clouds away to the south as Wright is in, bowls. Baker looking to work it into the leg side, hits it a little bit too straight in that respect, so it goes more or less straight to Hendricks at mid-on, and that's the end of a maiden over for Chris Wright, I suppose it was. Yes. Beat the bat a couple more times, and but Baker looked to shape a little better against Leicestershire's veteran seamer in that over, and he survives. He's on 14 off 44 balls. The man of the day, not just the moment, is Brett D'Oliveira, 101 off 207 balls. An innings of real determination, application, concentration. Probably a few other shuns in there as well. Hendricks trying to bring it to an end. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls outside off stump. D'Oliveira steps forward, leaves his bat raised. Be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. What time is it? 3:30, so that'll be the first of the sort of proper sports bulletins, so to speak. So it might be a couple of minutes away. Hendricks up the slope is in and bowls line and length, and met with a very solid forward press by D'Oliveira. Out into the offside it goes. Baker cites Brett's dad Damien as the main influence on his career, obviously in his role at the Worcestershire Academy. Burst of popular music in my earphones indicates that the update is now coming along. Ed Sheeran. Worcestershire have moved on to 310 for 7. Worcestershire's captain, Brett D'Oliveira, is the main thorn in Leicestershire's side. He's moved on to his 100. A very fine effort it was by D'Oliveira as well. It came off 202 balls. He hit 14 fours and a 6. Josh Baker is with him at the moment, much younger player. He's on 14 off 44. He's played and missed a number of times at Chris Wright. Hasn't quite found the edge as yet. Foxes need to try and restrict this total to under 350 if they possibly can. They need these last 3 wickets quickly. Worcestershire 310 for 7. As forward goes D'Oliveira to that next delivery. Defends it out into the offside. He is clearly of the opinion that his job is far from complete in those batting terms. He's going to try and add as many as he possibly can. Hendricks leans forward, goes into his run and bowls. Back foot defensive force from D'Oliveira, who's got it between Barnes and Evans. Barnes it is who wins the chase back. There's a little bit of relay work. D'Oliveira settles for a couple. Moves on to 100 and 3 out of 312 for 7. Radders is back with us.
I am.
Was there much cheering in the Hereford and Worcester studios?
Not that I could hear. You get about
With the
2
news of the
seconds.
captain?
2 seconds of cue, and then you go. Yeah.
Hendricks, with the numbers on his back, are rather faded, oddly, as he goes in and bowls, stays on the back foot. D'Oliveira drops it out towards Barnes, who comes in quickly enough from cover to ensure there's no real chance of a quick single, and a rapping cry of no from D'Oliveira to Baker confirms as much. End of the over, 312 for 7.
You can see the numbers on these shirts, though. One county, not a million miles away from where we're sat, one had maroon shirts with grey numbers on. And if you stood 3 feet away from the player, you could identify the number. But it was just, whoever thought that one up. Have another think.
Wu Small is watching the stream in Beijing in China.
Really?
And has been unable to travel back to the UK for 3 years.
No.
Because presumably of
Yes.
COVID restrictions. And says that these live streams and commentaries are so appreciated by expats around the world.
Well, it's great to have you with us, and thank you for getting in touch. Here's Chris Wright from the Bennett end, who comes in and bowls. I'm not even going to tell you what happens, because he's bowling to Josh Baker, who is either very good at playing a late leave or is playing a missing at these balls, and I think it might be the latter. He's gone for a little walk to square leg.
It's in double figures now, isn't it, in the last 3 overs?
Yeah, yeah.
And Rue finishes with the word, "Come on the pairs," she says, so she's a Worcestershire supporter.
Very good. Thank you again for being in touch.
Beijing.
In Beijing. Downtown Beijing. Here's the next ball, and yeah.
Look, right.
I'll tell you what, folks, if you're not watching the live stream and you're listening online, guess what happened?
Well, Mark McHugh says, bowl him a piano, see if he can play that.
Yeah, that's the old one, isn't it? Yeah.
D'Oliveira's got some words of advice, but in the
Yeah.
end, there's probably not much you can say, really.
He's probably saying, try and hit it. Trouble is, it's in the batsman's mind now, isn't it? He's a bit rabbit in the headlights now, Josh Baker.
Yeah, he's still there.
He's still there, yeah. Helping his skipper towards a good total. Right in again. Well, he's got a bat on it this time. He's driven it up the ground, and he's going to get only a single. Oh, no, he might get a second run because there's a misfield there. But in the end, the batsmen decide that they're going to settle for the single. I should think that Josh Baker didn't really want a second, did he? Anyway, I'm happy up here, Skip.
Some nasty stuff beginning to
Oh,
build
isn't there?
up now. They did say about 5. What time is it now? 3:30.
3.
There has been a shower away to the south, but okay at the moment.
Let's hope the wind blows it over. We've lost enough time in this game already. As you say, we're back to 3-day cricket, but we used to bowl more overs in 3-day cricket, if I remember rightly. Here's right to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira shows his young partner how to leave the ball.
Leave a ball.
Yeah. Not in the side. Well, he is in the side for his batting, Josh Baker, because everybody bats. Don't Dylan Pennington to come, and also Charlie Morris. Morris, who got a first-class 50 last year. Charlie Morris, interesting story. He was playing for Worcestershire seconds against Leicestershire, I think it was, at Stourport, where the scoreboard didn't give the individual batsman's score. And he knew he got a few, but he thought, I better get on with it here. So he walloped to 6, and everybody cheers because he was on 95 and he went to 101, but he didn't know. Here's the next ball. D'Oliveira plays solidly out on the offside. No run to be had. So everybody bats.
He says.
He says, yeah. But yeah, he said it was a complete shock when everybody goes, "Well, well batted, Charlie." What? Happy days. Don't know whether his dad's listening today. If you're listening, Charlie's dad, I hope you're all right. He's a big follower. He's down in, now I'm going to get this wrong, Surrey, where he lives. I'll remember the name of the place about 10 o'clock tonight. Right bowls, D'Oliveira drives back up the ground, right gets a fingertip to it and takes the power off it, which prevents any sort of a run. 313 for 7.
That's interesting. Hendricks just the 3 overs with the new ball. He does look tired. He only arrived at the weekend.
Well,
last weekend.
We said yesterday when he started, is he a bowler that can come back?
In fairness, he's 22 overs to his name, and he's bowled 4 spells, and 3 of them have been up the slope. He does look a touch weary.
He does, doesn't he? Looks a bit stiff there.
Yeah, and yesterday's conditions probably he'd never played cricket in, I would imagine.
No.
It's still pretty cold out there, and young Barnes has been bowling well. So Ackerman says, "Come on, Eddie."
Oh, I think the video stream's gone down.
Oh dear.
That's on mine anyway.
Yeah. We better talk loudly then, as in goes Barnes and bowls. Hits Baker on the pad. He's given him leg before. Baker was trying to turn it down the leg side. And my instinctive opinion was that that was probably going on down the leg side. The stream is back, so we'll be able to see a replay. But it's always worth a shout with umpire Watts, and he answers in the affirmative. That was going down leg side for me. Don't know what you think.
Yeah.
But he sent him on his way. Josh Baker and Eddie Barnes, who was denied a leg before yesterday when it looked like it was going to go on and hit middle stump because the umpire thought the batsman had hit it, which the batsman later acknowledged with a grin he hadn't. Has picked up a couple of slightly fortuitous leg befores today, so swings and roundabouts. There goes young Baker having... I wonder what Chris Wright's thinking now. Well, you played and missed 15 times at me.
Yeah.
Eddie Barnes bowls one that's probably not going to hit a 4th stump and gets a leg before.
That's the way of the world. That's the way of the great game. Some days it's your day and some days it ain't.
The 3rd wicket for Barnes. If the Worcestershire seamers are watching this and they haven't played with umpire Watts or been umpired by umpire Watts previously, I'm sure they're learning the lesson. Give it a shout. You never know.
You never know. If you don't ask, you don't get, as my granddad used to say. What was it he used to say? God help him who helps himself. And then he used to say, and God help him who's caught helping himself.
313 for 8.
Well, yeah, Worcestershire were looking for that 350, weren't they, when they were 282 for 6.
Still on the cards.
Yeah, a couple of wickets. Barnes' figures are looking decent, aren't they? 3 for 57 off 13.
Worcestershire County Snorkeling Club on the stream, leg side. I think you're right.
Because Barnes has begun every spell by bowling a half volley that went for 4, hasn't he? But he bowled one this time that's come back and he's got a wicket, so...
And Brunty's arrived just in time, he said, to see that wicket having been frozen out yesterday. He and the dogs have arrived for the afternoon session as Barnes goes in and bowls, and that's a better line, theoretically, on off stump, but Charlie Morris, not entirely certainly, but gets plenty of bat on it, steering it out towards Rhodes at point.
Well, I hope it doesn't rain, 'cause it's been a decent day, hasn't it? And
just at the moment,
quite a few people have turned
slipping away to the southwest, isn't it? But ooh, looks a bit horrid out where the flags have begun to move as well.
Up.
Barnes is in bowls. Morris not quite sure whether to go forward or back, but again plays it solidly enough off stump, pushing it out towards cover, and there's no run. I'll remove my sunglasses and move to normal.
Oh, okay.
Glasses, that's always a sign.
Is that a portent of what's to come?
Potentially. And everything goes much lighter. Neil Duggan. Yeah, I think you're possibly right there, Neil. In goes Barnes and bowls. Nicely turned off his legs by Morris, and he picks up one as Evans, scrambling to his right at mid-wicket, can't pick up the ball cleanly. And Morris takes advantage to get off the mark.
Charlie Morris has a first-class 50 against Australia, would you believe?
Good effort.
A touring game at New Road. Oh yeah, there's the airman with his dogs at the far end. Spot him there. Spot the tails wagging. Oh, he's only got one dog. Unless it's a different man.
Barnes is in. Nice line and length delivery. Solidly dealt with by D'Oliveira, leaning forward, blocking it out into the covers. Is it trying to identify who it is from here? Whether it's
Norman.
Bertie, Freddie, or Norman? Puppy, Norman the puppy.
Norman the puppy would have been on the pitch by now. It's a great game, isn't it, county cricket, when you can take your dog for a walk and talk to somebody fielding on the boundary. Can you imagine doing that in a football league match, or even a rugby match? Great game.
Barnes bounds in, bowls outside off stump, and D'Oliveira lifts his bat over the line of the ball as it swings away. And yeah, fielder and spectator acknowledge each other at the end of the over. It's Lewis Hill, who everybody knows. He's been here forever.
That's great. Love that. So we've got what have we got? We've got another 15 minutes till tea. We've got 43 overs remaining in the day, so I reckon we'll probably have close to 40 overs in the final session of the day. Whether we get all those in is another story.
A member of the ground staff's fairly sprinting across the back there. I don't know.
Blimey. Kettle must be broke or something. Here's Chris Wright bowling to Charlie Morris, and Charlie Morris gets a bat on it, and D'Oliveira calls him through for a single as he just clips it down towards fine leg. One more to the Worcestershire total, 314 for 8. D'Oliveira came in at 4, didn't he? Yeah. So he would have 5.
5, was it?
So he would have come in. I was just trying to work out what the score was when he came in yesterday.
He came in at 32 for 3.
32 for 3, yeah, that's it. And Worcestershire are 315 for 8, so not a bad contribution. D'Oliveira waits again, right bowls. And D'Oliveira watches this one continue on its merry way down towards wicket-keeper Swindles. Imagine, excuse me, got the hiccups in the middle of that. My imagination that the temperatures maybe dropped a shade.
Yeah, sun has gone behind cloud and back into single figures.
Yeah, all that 10s and 11s, it's too much. Here's Wright, comes in and bowls. D'Oliveira, oh yes.
Dropped!
Bowls dropped, yeah. Dropped by the keeper going across first.
He was walking off?
He was on his way. And then Charlie Morris called him through. Charlie Morris is going for a new bat as well. Well, that was pretty similar to the one yesterday that went between the wicketkeeper and the slip. The slip went for it on that occasion and didn't get it. Just looking at that one, I tell you what, for me, that's a first slip catch. It's a good effort from the keeper, but it's quite high. And for me, that really should have gone to Azad at the first slip. So...
Well, I guess after what happened yesterday, when Swindles left it and Azad to his left couldn't hang on.
Yeah. Next ball is, well...
Sorry. I thought he'd edged that. I thought Morris had edged it. It was he almost bowled him as well.
Yeah. It did many things, that. Yeah, I was looking for a replay of that one, but I don't think we've had one.
Poor old Chris Wright.
But, yeah, for me, I mean, Azad got his hands up here as if he's taking it on his chest or in front of his face, and the keeper's gone across him.
Got to catch them.
Right in again. This time Morris is solidly forward. He's going to call for a run here. In fact, they might get 2. D'Oliveira will scamper back to the bowler's end, the non-striker's end. And they did pick up 2, so Morris goes to 4, and Worcestershire go to 318 for 8. Well, he's beaten the bat innumerable times, Chris Wright, particularly the bat of Josh Baker, and then he gets one off the edge. And
well, Leicestershire supporters are with you. Fango wasn't his catch. Sitter for Azad. Foxy Phil, basic catch for first slip.
Yeah. But there we are. Here's Wright, the luckless Wright we'll call him. In and bowls. Morris turns this one off his pads. He might get a couple more here. Out through square leg. George Rhodes on the chase. They'll come back for the aforementioned 2. And Worcestershire move on to, in fact it was Lewis Hill chasing that one down. Move on to 320 for 8. Got a text from Frank who says, it's getting silly now. I've no idea what he's referring to. Anyway, good to hear from you. That was the end of the over, and Worcestershire are 320 for 8. D'Oliveira has 4. Morris has 6. Out today, Barnard 57, Cox 6, Leach 70, and Baker 15. 3 wickets for Barnes and 1 for Ackerman today. Barnes to continue from the pavilion end as we are 10 minutes away, 11 minutes away from the tea interval.
D'Oliveira just checks his guard from umpire Watts, happy with it. And Barnes is in and bowling, and is pulled but not quite timed for once by Brett D'Oliveira. It hits it rather too straight. He's a bit too early on it almost, and it rather trickles towards mid-on where it's picked up by the luckless Wright, and there's no run. Yeah, nobody will feel worse than Swindles.
Would have been a good catch if he took it.
Barnes bowls, and it's edged, but through 4th slip by D'Oliveira. It wouldn't have been a catch, and carried it. Runs down to Lewis Hill at 3rd man, and the single is taken. Yeah, but having gone, you've got to take it.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But he actually turned round, D'Oliveira, and was marching off.
He was. Yeah. Yeah. Suddenly, Charlie Morris calls him through for a single.
Which again says something about D'Oliveira's speed of reaction, really. As Barnes is in and looking for the Yorker, over pitches slightly. It's a full toss, and Mike seizes on the ball, but he juggles with it. Morris called D'Oliveira through for the single. Had Mike picked up the ball cleanly, then he would have had a shy at the stumps and had it hit. A lot of had it's there, isn't there, really? Had he picked it up clean and had he picked the stumps, he might have been out. He did neither, so he wasn't.
If all those things had happened, which they didn't.
He might.
Yeah, he
just might have been out.
Yeah.
So, Barnes is in again to D'Oliveira. Tucks him up a little bit, and the Worcestershire captain ends up rather shoveling it out towards mid-on. Right. Walks in and picks it up and then polishes the ball on the bottom of his Leicestershire sweater. 322 for 8. 2 more overs after this, maybe 3.
Yeah.
Which will leave us with 38 possibly overs left to be bowled in the final session.
Yeah.
As Barnes goes in and bowls, maybe a slower delivery, slightly slower delivery, and he got in position. D'Oliveira ended up just waiting for it and calmly playing it forward defensively. Thick outside edge, saw the ball run out towards backward point. Rhodes picked it up.
A lot of ifs, but if Worcestershire were perchance still batting with 20 overs left in the day, do they think of a declaration in terms of the time that's been lost in the game?
The main man is out there, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean it's a big if with the lower order.
Barnes is in and D'Oliveira is driving, but a controlled, firm push drive really out towards Hendricks at mid-off, and there's no run. Just the 2 wickets to fall. If they are still batting in 20 overs time, they'll have been cracking on by then. I would imagine D'Oliveira 20 overs, another 20 overs, they'll be 380, maybe even 400.
Yeah,
which will be a very nice position indeed.
I suppose the first thought is 350, the next batting bonus point. Parkinson's doing some warming up, whether he's going to get a trundle. Right to continue. 3 for... No, hang on a minute. 3 for 53. Chris Wright of 24 overs. All those 3 coming yesterday. Races in down the hill. Oh. Charlie Morris didn't have too much idea on that one, I don't think. Somebody's security light in the houses at the Bennett end is not working properly. It's coming on in broad daylight. It goes off occasionally, but it stayed on for a long time. Might nip round there tomorrow and say, you're wasting electricity there, you know. In this day and age, you can't afford to do that.
Unless it's been triggered by a shadow in the garden, one of those.
The tree, maybe. Right in again and bowls. Morris does let this one go by. Outside is off stump. The cloud away to our right, it's drifting, isn't it? Now the flag on the top of the meet is in a slightly different direction to the way, and the flag away to our left, which I thought was a Worcestershire flag, but it isn't. Those two are sort of drifting almost straight down the ground, so Chris Wright would be bowling into the wind. I mean, it's a breeze, it's not the wind that we had yesterday, but it has come round slightly today. Right in again and bowls. Morris, I think he played at that one.
Oh yeah.
Sorry Charlie, no benefit of the doubt for you there, mate. Another light, I say another, probably the second of the day. It's Grace Road is a bit like a New Road. You don't get many planes go over, but you go down to the Oval or Lords and there's one every 15 seconds there. Due to the nearness of 2 major airports, 3 major airports.
What was it about? It's about 10 miles to East Midlands Airport from here. Sometimes you go over Leicester, coming back in.
Here's an export which Morris is playing and missing again. Chris Wright has just looked at the ground and walked away. Played a lot of cricket, Chris Wright, so he's probably fairly philosophical about this, but he's bowled very well with this new ball. Not taken a wicket, particularly at the Worcestershire lower order. Well, and he's had D'Oliveira dropped as well, so...
Barely missed the off stump as well. I was making that point before that he's usually quite almost zen-like in his calm, but even that might be disturbed at the moment.
Yeah, cursing his luck. He's not going to do the lottery tonight. 322 for 8 Worcestershire, and Charlie Morris plays and misses, goes through to the wicket keeper. It's going to be a big roar in a minute when Charlie gets the bat on it.
Well, when they do, Leicestershire don't catch it anyway, so...
The irony of the...
Neil Mallender and Brett D'Oliveira are laughing together. Mallender, obviously a former seam bowler. Of,
of great quality.
He'll have had little spells like this, I'm sure.
Yeah. Puts his white gloved hands in front of him. Umpire Mallender. Here's Wright to bowl to Morris, who doesn't play at this one. Lets it go by outside the off stump. Worcestershire 322 for 8. D'Oliveira has 105. Morris has 7. We've just completed, I'm trying to see, the 90th over of the innings. So lots of overs to Worcestershire to attempt, well, 20 overs to attempt to get another 28 runs to get an extra batting point, which I would have thought would have been in their minds.
Yes.
The other thing to take into consideration is the tea will be with us in 3 minutes. So this is probably the last over before tea.
I think if D'Oliveira was wise, he'd probably, and he is, he'll make this over last as long as he possibly can. It'll be bowled by Eddie Barnes. Twiddles the bat in his hands at D'Oliveira. 105 off 225 deliveries. As Barnes, kicking up his heels, runs in and bowls to him, short and wide. D'Oliveira hops back, but then pulls the bat back out of the line and lets it go through. Indicates to Morris there might have been a bit of extra bounce in them. Not sure there was.
He took it fairly low down, didn't he?
He did, yeah. But it does necessitate a chat between D'Oliveira and Morris, which adds, well, he's got quite a long run, Barnes, for someone of his pace, so probably doesn't add too much in terms of time to the over. Barnes is in and bowling, looking for the Yorker, angled away by D'Oliveira, who waited for it very nicely, got it past Rhodes. Hill has to run around to his right at third man and infield a little bit as well. And by the time he picks the ball up, D'Oliveira has almost completed the 2 runs he is content with. Moves on to 107, 3, 2, 4, 4, 8. Dropped badly on 104. Brett D'Oliveira, so all these runs now a knife in the wound as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Catches wins matches.
Barnes is in again to D'Oliveira. Straightest of straight bats for defensive. Stopped, or half stopped in his follow through by Barnes and deflected out towards mid-on, where Wright, who really ought to have steam coming out of his ears, looks remarkably calm in the circumstances.
He's seen it all before.
I would be sulking like mad if that was me by now.
I'd be sulking till next Wednesday, but
Barnes is in and bowling, little bit short, and then to the legs of D'Oliveira, who goes back and calmly plays it into the vacant square leg area. Evans is out on the square leg boundary almost, comes running in to meet the ball, and D'Oliveira takes his single. Moves on to 108, 325.
We shall have 39 overs after tea. So we're back on at 20 past 4, 20 past 4, 20 past 6.
That's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, we're heading up towards 7 o'clock.
At which point the floodlights have to go off if they're on.
Oh, do they?
I believe, yeah.
Oh, for a championship game.
I think so. I may be wrong about that. I thought so. In goes Barnes and bowls. Morris solidly behind it. Back down the pitch on the on side, past umpire Watts, picked up by Wright again. The T20s, they have to be off by 10.
Oh, right.
But that's a different thing, obviously, because.
Yeah. I can see that.
They're brilliantly sort of focused. When you sort of you can go down Milligan Road with them on and
you
be conscious of it, but the road isn't particularly lit up. They're very targeted on the, as they should be. As Barnes is in and bowls, and Morris neatly turns it through square leg, and Barnes watches as Evans sprawls in his fielding, but he picks up the ball sufficiently quickly, gets it away to Swindles to complete the fielding, and that is tea. 326 for 8, and very much the star of the session, Brett D'Oliveira, who has gone on to his first century of the season in his first innings as Worcestershire's captain. A quite magnificent effort by D'Oliveira, and he has guided his team into a position of some strength. Enjoy your cup of tea. Dave Bradley of BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, will be back with you in around about 15 minutes time for what may be a lengthy final session, and we'll see whether Leicestershire can complete this innings quickly or whether Worcestershire continue to build a position of strength. Back with you shortly. Of its aesthetic appeal, as Wright is in and bowled him through Ed Pollock. It went, little bit of in swing. Players have just left the field for tea and they've been led off by the Worcestershire captain, Brett D'Oliveira, who's played quite magnificently for his first 100 of the season and his first indeed as Worcestershire captain. He's 108 not out. He should be in the pavilion, should have been in the pavilion half an hour ago because he edged one off a Chris Wright that was badly dropped by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles diving across Hassan Azad at first slip. Leicestershire simply cannot afford to do that if they're going to go on and win matches. Charlie Morris is with Brett D'Oliveira at the moment. He is 8 not out. Worcestershire are 326 for 8 at tea. Welcome back from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, as it does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the summer. In this case, of course, BBC Radio's Hereford and Worcester and Leicester. Dave Bradley and Richard Ray, your commentators. Worcestershire in a position of some strength, we generally feel, in this game, led by the skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who is about to resume what has been a really fine innings. On his part, he is 108 not out. The man with him at the moment is Charlie Morris, who's 8 not out. Worcestershire 326 for 8. A position that we did not think, I don't think many Worcestershire supporters might have anticipated, that they would reach when they were 45 for 4 and indeed 155 for 6 earlier this morning. We have 39 overs left to be bowled today. There's a few threatening clouds around now. We don't have the clear skies that we had for the first 2 sessions, but at the moment we are set reasonably fair. We are going to get plenty of those overs, Bradders.
Can I make 2 requests?
Oh dear, have a Barnard or
No.
no.
Can I borrow your phone charger? And can you get a chairlift in here for the next time I come?
Oh, sorry.
Coming up those stairs, mate, that's me done.
Again, we're only halfway through, we're less than halfway through the game. You'd have to go up a few more times.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Right.
I'll take this over there.
Go on,
Doesn't he
then.
get your breath back? Ben Mike goes in and bowls. Oh, goodness me, left by Morris. I think it took a bit of a bottom edge, perhaps, or, well, either way. He was looking to leave, and it ended up not in the gloves of Harry Swindles because he wasn't able to take the ball cleanly. But, well, Mike has only bowled 8 overs in this innings, and so far, out of 91, you need more than that from your 4th seamer, and he's looking to finish the innings strongly at least. Hasn't been great from him so far, but he can come back here. He comes in and bowls again to Morris, who dabs it down towards Gully, but George Rhodes hops around to his left from backward point and makes the stop.
I passed on your Twitter handle to a gentleman who asked for it.
Right, oh
Tim.
dear.
Says he knows you, so I passed it on. Anyway.
Tim
Tim.
Singleton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to say, might have been your bank manager, mightn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, yes,
Trying to
they
get
know
in
where
touch
to,
with
they
you.
know where to find me. There's no hiding place. As Mike goes bounding down the slope front and bowls a ludicrous bouncer, bangs into the pitch halfway. It flies high over Harry Swindle's head. He would have had to be twice as tall as he is and thumps down into the sight screen below us.
Called
That
a
was
no ball as well.
Yeah, on height, presumably, because
Yeah.
it was ludicrously high. He banged in almost at his feet, and, well, that gives away 4 runs. There's nothing much else to say about that delivery. Got it wrong. Spectacularly. But it counts as buys as well, which is ludicrous, actually, because Harry Swindles
Yeah, he's got no chance.
couldn't have reached that with a stepladder.
No.
So 6 from the delivery. In goes Mike. Again bowls to Morris, who leaves a length ball outside off stump. Swings away a little bit. But Morris leaves comfortably enough. Wanders down the pitch and just sort of scrapes away a little bit of dust, but just it's something batsmen do. Lots of messages coming in. What is happening?
Good question. Fair enough.
As Mike is in again. To Morris, and he bowls in. Middle stump is out of the ground. Well, you never quite know what you're going to get with Ben Mike. And 2 balls ago, the worst delivery of the game. And 2 balls later, he finds a good one and removes the middle stump of Morris. So Worcestershire 332 for 9. Did that one nip back in a little bit? Always a nice sight for a fast bowler to see the middle stump out of the ground.
I think Charlie was on the Bakerloo and the ball was on the circle. Played down the wrong line, I think, there. But good ball from Mike. I mean, as you say, 2 balls ago, bowled a howler and then comes back with that one. Dylan Pennington on his way to the... No mug with the bat, Pennington. So, as we keep saying, there ain't any mugs with the bat anymore now. Now, if, let's say, Worcestershire were to be all out in the next 5 or 6 overs, then we've got 32 overs left in the day scheduled, so that's a fair bit of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, the match could have be well advanced by the time this day is out. Just looking at the replay, Morris was just slightly backing away. Not
I think
he's slightly.
Yeah, he played inside the line of it a bit, didn't he? It did
yeah, not
straighten.
off. When you lose your middle, yeah.
I think it did straighten a bit.
Oh yeah, yes it did. It was a decent delivery, but the tall young Morris wasn't quite in the right position, as they say. So can Mike strand Brett D'Oliveira on 108 not out? But you say it's the best, probably the best innings you've seen him play. It's certainly the best innings I've ever seen him play, but you've seen him a lot more.
Double 100 down at Glamorgan, but the pitch was fairly dead there, I would have to say.
I think this has been a magnificent knock, really, by D'Oliveira. Because both Wright and Hendricks have bowled pretty well at him. In goes Mike, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Pennington's bat.
Not for the first time have we seen a player playing and missing today. They've knocked it on the head, by the way, at Cardiff.
I bet they have.
I've just seen a film of the snow plough. The groundsman's tractor with a bucket on the front actually lifting the snow, or the hail, or whatever it was, off the ground.
It's not so very far, what is it, Cardiff, about 120 miles away.
Yeah.
Down that away, above the electronic scoreboard. Mike is in, bowls to Pennington, who waits calmly and then just bunts it away through the gap in the covers. Should take 2, does take 2, got nicely into line. There, Pennington, another tall young man. I was watching him, he was working on his bowling this morning when I came in with Alan Richardson.
They're all tall young men these days.
They are.
I say it's not far to Cardiff, you were saying, but you wouldn't want to do it on your bike, would you? Let's be honest.
I've done a couple of 100-mile bike rides over the but it's different in Spain.
Yes, slightly different.
We did a sportif, a Fox's sportif here last summer.
I remember you did that, yeah.
And that was 80 odd miles.
Yeah. I remember you telling me about that.
With the wonderful support of the local cricket clubs, who laid on sort of cold. It was the hottest day of the year, so laid on cold drinks and ice creams. And
very good.
The works, and actually thoroughly enjoyed myself. I got
It's
Fox's kit out of it, a Fox's cycling kit
did
as well.
you?
Yeah. I'll bring you something to try on.
If they do 4 X's. Here's Barnes bowling to D'Oliveira, plays that down. There's a single there, but Brett D'Oliveira turns it down, which means he doesn't have too much confidence in his partner at the other end.
Yeah, maybe just because it's first ball of the over.
He's got a first-class 50 to his name, Dylan Pennington, so he's not an idiot with the bat.
That's what I mean. He's.
I think
surprised about that.
They got to call him through there. It was his call as well. Barnes with figures of 3 for 64 so far. In bowls, D'Oliveira this time flicks the ball. No, well, I thought he was going to take a single there. His natural instinct was to go and start running up the pitch, but then he decided not to. And the field is set back to give him a single. Third man, fine leg, backward point, mid-wicket, all out. Not quite on the fence, because if you're on the fence on the one side of the ground, the long boundary, there's a possibility of running 2 to you out there. 334 for 9 Worcestershire. If you've been working today, just joined us. Another good day's cricket here. Worcestershire fighting back from 45 for 4 yesterday evening. Barnes in, bowls. Well, D'Oliveira's whipped this one away. It's going down towards the meat. They'll come back for 2, but I think it's going to go for 4. It has indeed gone away for 4.
Louis Kimber's out there as 12th man fielding out there, so I'm just wondering to see who is off. Might be Chris Wright, who is probably entitled. I'm not coming out. I'm not. If you're not going to catch it, I'm not going to go and play anymore.
He's gone to see the psychologist as we speak. Not have any more of that.
Possibly psychiatrist.
Which was the famous as D'Oliveira once again plays the same shot, and I think he's going to get 2 this time. Is it cut off? You can see that one.
It is diving Louis Kimber.
So they'll come back for 2. Goes out of my view. And of course, there was the famous Kevin Peterson incident in Nottingham. I think Nottinghamshire were bowled out for about 200, of which he made 100 and something, and he refused to go out and field. I'm not fielding with this bunch of muppets, I think was his phrase.
Really?
Yeah. Mike Newell tells that story very well.
How hard to believe he wasn't a popular man in the dressing room, isn't it?
Yeah, quite difficult. Hardly a team man. Away goes Barnes. Bowls to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira this time smacks it straight down the ground. Flowing shot from D'Oliveira. Gone for 4. So he's picked up, 10 runs already from this this over. D'Oliveira with his last man partner at the other end. Now needs 6 runs here, Worcestershire, for an extra batting point. So this is the last ball of the overs. The fielders will come in to prevent the single, but I think D'Oliveira will say, "Oh, I've been reminded I've got to go and do an update." Thank you.
It being 1/2 hour, so I'll take this last ball while Dave pops next door. Barnes is in and bowls outside off stump, chopped down into the ground, but bounces in front of Ben Mike, I think it is there, at a sort of wide-ish gully, who makes the stop. In fact, it's Azad, beg his pardon, who makes the stop at that wide-ish gully position. Mike, of course, is bowling from the Bennett end, or was bowling from the Bennett end, so he's been down at long leg. He will continue, and he's crossing himself, D'Oliveira, because he wanted the single there to get on strike. It means that Pennington will be on strike, but Pennington, as Dave has been saying, is a more than competent tail ender and has shown as much already, despite the fact he's only faced 2 balls. But he's facing his 3rd now as Mike is in and bowls to him a bouncer that is edged. No, it bursts through the gloves of Harry Swindles. What is the signal? Buys. And that was a good bouncer from Ben Mike. Managed to get out of the way of it, Pennington. 2 gloves to it from Swindles, and it kind of burst through them, so he should have taken it. It was sort of high, but should have been stopped. Those 4 buys go against Pennington, against Harry Swindles legitimately, I'm afraid. The 4 buys he conceded in the last and the over previously from Mike, he had no chance whatsoever with. But he had a good chance of stopping those. Wasn't able to do so. Mike is in again to Pennington, who is beaten on the outside edge by a ball that bounces and swings and leaves him. Yeah, Louis Kimber, who was in the 13 for the game, is on for Chris Wright. And 1 or 2 Leicestershire supporters, I'm sure, will be swallowing nervously on hearing that news, in the hope that there's no issues with Wright. I'm sure he looked okay as he came off. In goes Mike, and bowls goes straight through Pennington, who's caught behind. Swindles has caught one, and he gives a little shout of frustrated triumph, but the hands are being shaken with D'Oliveira, in particular Hendricks, as he ran past, shook D'Oliveira's hands, and also Callum Parkinson runs across, congratulates him. So does George Rhodes, his former teammate, because that has been a quite sensational innings from Brett D'Oliveira. Nathan Pennington taps him on the rear end as he walks off. Azad runs in front of him because he's going to have to get changed, and D'Oliveira is applauded off the field. Here comes an update. He has basically. Well, you don't carry your bat. He came in number 5, so you only really carry your bat if you open and go through the entire innings. But he is left not out. 118, a quite magnificent knock from the Worcestershire captain. It came off 235 balls, and basically they built their innings around him in the end. When he came in, they were 35 for 3. They were 45 for 4 yesterday. 155 for 6 earlier this morning. But he has kept playing really well, certainly as I've ever seen him bat. Leicestershire kept at it. The key partnership was that of 127 for the 7th wicket between D'Oliveira and Joe Leach on either side of lunch. Leach particularly took the attack to the Leicestershire bowling, and they really struggled, unfortunately, until Ackerman of its aesthetic appeal. Dismiss Leach, but even then the likes of Josh Baker and Charlie Morris and latterly Pennington gave D'Oliveira some good support. 3 wickets for Ed Barnes, 3 wickets for Chris Wright. It's been a tough introduction to county cricket for Leicestershire's new overseas signing Burian Hendricks, who bowled really well without any luck, didn't manage to take a wicket. He'll have other and better days. Ben Mike finished with 2 wickets, which frankly rather flatters him. He was very expensive early on. They're going to have to bat well. Worcestershire all out then for 348. Can the Foxes build a decent foundation in what's left of the day? And there's plenty of it. There are still 34 overs left to be bowled.
Welcome back to Leicester, to the Uptonsteel, Grace Road, where we are about to begin the evening session. Although we think we might call it the midnight session or the mid-evening session, because we work it out. It could be a 7 o'clock finish here.
Could be the Arctic session. It's getting quite cold.
Yeah. Could go into Saturday morning session. 34 overs. Is that a 4? It is, yes. 34 overs remaining in the day, so that's at least 2 hours of cricket. Players on their way towards the middle. The Worcestershire fielders out there first because they've been bowled out for 348, and the Leicestershire openers heading that way as well. And the light's fine because the floodlights are on, but conditions are maybe not as good as they were mid-afternoon when we had quite a bit of nice sunshine. And it, as my very good friend Richard Ray says, it's getting a bit chilly. I'm Dave Bradley, and we're with you through to the end.
To the bitter
to the
end,
bitter
and it might be.
Yeah.
But we're okay. We're in a heated.
We're in a lovely warm box here. We actually turned the heater off yesterday, didn't we? It got too hot. Yeah,
We did.
yeah. Again, top marks for all those spectators who were huddled outside. Joe Leach is going to be bowling. He's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad. Leach, who made a very good 70 for Worcestershire today in a stand of 127 with Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira at the end, 118, not out. Came in at this time yesterday, actually.
Almost, yeah. Leach it is then, down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Azad, who's off the mark straight away. That one just in swinging back in towards Azad, helped around the corner. There isn't anybody down there at backwards square. It's a long run round for mid-wicket. And so a comfortable 2 taken. That's Pennington, I think, that's out there.
It is.
At mid-wicket. Azad is off the mark with a couple. 4 slips behind Azad, standing fairly close as Leach bustles in and bowls to Azad, and that one leaves him and goes past the outside edge. And a pointed look from Joe Leach as Azad steps away towards short leg. Won't worry Azad.
It's a very new Worcestershire slip cordon as well. Daryl Mitchell, of course, was always in that slip cordon, but Baker, Barnard, Haynes and Pollock from 4 to 1 of the Worcestershire slips.
It's an aggressive one as well. They are really close as Leach is in and bowls towards Midland leg, just turned by Azad calmly out towards the skipper, D'Oliveira. No, it's not. That's Azar out there, isn't it? At mid-on.
Yes, at mid-on.
D'Oliveira's at mid-off.
Well, he was. Or he is now. He was at cover point.
Yeah,
He swapped with Jake Libby.
They're having a... Yeah, so to be more easily on hand...
He's just remembered he's skipper and he's supposed to be up there at mid-off.
Azar looks chilly already. In goes Leach and bowls onto the legs of Azad, calmly turned down to Morris, who's down there at long leg, and the single is jogged. Leicestershire onto 3 without loss. Bang, bang in the lights. It's a good point.
Yeah.
The floodlights often do help the ball to... it does swing more under the lights, but it's so cold out there. Poor Azza is finding that...
different grounds are different, aren't they? I think
so,
talking to the people at Hove one day, and they said, oh, it'll start to go all over the place when the lights come on.
So, Leach, he's got a right-hander in Sam Evans to bowl at now. Does so, it's fullish, and Evans on the front foot, looking to drive, steers it past the reaching right hand of Leach in his follow-through, but without any power. And D'Oliveira, who's now moved across to mid-off, makes a very comfortable stop indeed.
Of course, scientists and people who know about these things will tell you that a cricket ball shouldn't swing. And different cricket balls shouldn't swing differently, but trust me, they do.
Leach which is in to Evans. Hands go into the air as Evans went back to a foolish delivery and was quite late on it, got a thick inside edge, and it's run down to Morris at long leg. So Evans picks up a single. He moves on to 2. The scoreboard's got that one wrong because they've just given it to Azad. But it's 2 apiece, I can definitely say. What's the manual scoreboard done it as well? No, it isn't, because that's Evans' first run, isn't it? I beg your pardon. But it's got him round the right way round now. So single to Evans and the 3 to Azad. Apologies. 4 without loss anyway after 1.
First class average of nearly 33 last summer. High score of 138. So, I mean, if you,
yeah.
To be honest, in current cricket, if you're averaging 30, well, up all right, up 30, 35 upwards, opening the batting, you're doing a good job for your team.
But a lot of those runs, it was either all or nothing. It felt like sometimes, you know, the 3 centuries. We run Evans, aren't we here?
Yeah.
3 centuries quite early on in the piece.
Yeah, sorry, three centuries.
A few low scores as well.
Yeah. Here's Charlie Morris bowling from the pavilion end, bowls, and Evans is forward, pushes the ball out to D'Oliveira. Lots of chatter from the Worcestershire fielders. Why not? They got 348 to play with here. Well, they got 344 now.
Some amusement at what's gone on at Edgbaston. Apparently, Alex Davis went on as sub.
Got
sent off again because obviously he's banned at the moment.
Yeah. Did anybody not work that out? Good work of the umpires there. Here's Morris in again and bowls. Evans edges all along the ground. Stopped by Barnard at 3rd slip. Definitely found the edge of the bat there. Did Morris? Yeah. I'm on his 12th man umps. No, you're not. You're banned.
Did they produce a red card, do you think? Or just point to the pavilion? Old-fashioned way.
Yeah. Get off. Morris. To Evans, and this time Evans is forward. Lots of bat on that, plays it out to mid-wicket.
What they do know, having seen Worcestershire bat, these Leicestershire batsmen, is that it essentially is a good track and they can get forward if they need to.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of movement in it all the time, but I think the bounce up and down is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's tended to be through the air as well, isn't it?
As Morris is in again, played back down the pitch. Morris does his own fielding. All the fielders plunge their hands into their pockets. Azhar Ali is at mid-wicket. I think I said yesterday it was 38 degrees Celsius when he left Pakistan to fly.
Yes, I don't think his hands have been out of his pockets yet, bless him.
Oh. Morris turns, comes in off about, what's he on, 20 paces these days, Charlie Morris, bowls. And this is, just opens the face of the bat and plays it to backward point where Jake Libby is the fielder. Worcestershire fielders get very excited, but look to me as if Evans have got plenty of bat on that. So if we are here till 7 o'clock, it's going to be a bit chilly. Working on the rate that the temperature gauge is going down at the moment. Off goes Morris. This time Evans comes forward, an inside edge onto the pad. And end of Charlie Morris is over, which is a maiden. Leicestershire replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out are 4 without loss. If you've not been with us throughout the day, if you've been hard at work or whatever, Worcestershire started the day on 48 for 4. They were 155 for 6 when Joe Leach and Brett D'Oliveira came together. They put on 127 before Leach was out for 70. D'Oliveira not out, 118 at the end.
And Joe Leach is going to go around the wicket to Hassan Azad with that predatory echelon of slips behind him. In he goes and bowls, leaves Azad. And Leach will be looking, obviously, to swing it back into the left-hander for the most part. Trying to get the odd one to leave him, I'm sure, but you'll have to be a good judge of where his off-stump is, Hassan Azad. He had a sort of mixed season last year. Had a wonderful season, his first full season.
Yeah, he did, didn't
he? Didn't find it quite as easy going last season as Leach bustles in and bowls. Azad gets a thick outside edge along the ground all the way between fourth slip and point, and wonderfully athletic piece of fielding by Jake Libby, who slid to the ball, threw it on the turn, tumbled, and sort of somersaulted, did all sorts of bits and pieces, and it was only ever going to be one, but hopefully it'll keep him warm, show willing.
Yeah.
5 without loss.
Gets him in the groove.
Yeah, Azad averaged less than 30, 28.77, as Leach back over the wicket to Sam Evans. Is defended off the back foot by Evans out towards cover. Libby, it only went a pitch or two's width, and Libby came in and fielded. But I know head coach Paul Nixon feels Azad has sort of picked up a couple of sort of technical faults, identified a couple of technical faults that he's worked very, very hard on, and feels he may have gone some way towards eliminating. And Nixon, for one, is anticipating a good season as Leach throws in and bowls him. Leaves Evans. Whether it came back in or whether it was just a horrible misjudgment, we'll have to wait for the replay to see. But Evans is gone. The off stump is rocked back, and that is well, whether it came back or not, it was a misjudgment on the part of Sam Evans. He goes for one, bowled by Joe Leach, who's already had a pretty good day with the bat. Is he going to have a very good day with the ball as well?
That did come back
Nip
a fair
back a bit.
Yeah, I'd get that. If he'd have been out there for, I don't know, 15, 20 overs, Evans, he would probably have played that one, but he's just got out there, and that really, for me, that's, on the angle of the arm, and it just, yeah.
I think, it's a... didn't jag back, but I know it came back nicely, really nicely, but Evans will be, disappointed, obviously, but...
Young George Rhodes on
yes,
his way to the middle.
Made his best score for Leicestershire against Worcestershire at New Road last season.
Everybody wanted him to get 100 that day.
Even the Worcestershire?
Even the Worcestershire supporters, I think, they're quite happy. Get 100, George, get out, and Worcestershire win. They'd have been happy with that. And he got a standing ovation when he went off, having scored 90, so very popular.
The game moves on. Leach with his tail up. And if Leicestershire were 45 for 4, would they be able to get to sort of 300 plus? Could be. About to find out. Leach in to Rhodes, who's solidly enough forward. Lots of oohs and ahs, as though it was a ball doing all sorts. Plays it out into the offside. D'Oliveira, the fielder. Plenty of noise out there.
Don't know what they're going to do if he does play and miss one. They're going mad.
Yes, you've got nowhere to go, have you, really, when you've used up all your enthusiasm for it?
No. It's like bonfire night. If you go, ooh, with the first rocket, nothing else to do then.
One ball to go in Leach's over. His second and already successful in it. He comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who again is forward, and plays it back down the pitch to Leach, who puts out his right hand, juggles with the ball, and picks it up in his follow-through. End of the over. 1 for 5 for Joe Leach, and all 5 runs, in fact, have been scored off him. Main thing, though, is he's also taken a wicket. Leicestershire are 5 for 1.
Yeah, and we've still got 31 overs left in the day, so in a good position here, Brett D'Oliveira, because he can bowl his frontline bowlers and then bring he could almost bring his frontline bowlers back tonight if we get to the 31st over. So he's got lots of choices here as well. He's got 4 medium pacers, 2 spinners including himself, so not short of variety. And also these opening bowlers will come back tomorrow morning fairly refreshed. But the important thing for the Leicestershire batsmen is just to stick. Stay out there. Crease occupation. If they were 2 or 3 down by close of play tonight, as I say, with fresh bowlers on in the morning. Charlie Morris it is. Pavilion end in, bowls. Sees that one nice and early, Azad. Lets it go through to wicket-keeper Ben Cox. A few people are picking up the bags and starting to go home. Want to see the end of Pointless.
I suspect it's to do with the temperatures rather than lack of interest in the cricket, because it is fascinating at the moment.
Charlie Morris bowls. Assad gets a ball down the leg side, which Cox takes stumbling rather than diving away down the leg side. I read that Richard Osman is leaving Pointless. It's a programme, I don't know why I mention it, because it's a programme I never watch, but he can be quite amusing on various TV and radio programmes. Leicestershire 5 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 348. I swear there's some lads wandering around the ground with a pizza in their hand over there. Morris in, outside the off stump. Batsman sees it nice and early. The logo on the back of Hassan Azad's bat reflecting in the sun, in the floodlights rather than in the sunlight. I think we may have seen our last sunlight of the day. Although if I haven't said that away in the distance over the houses, it looks reasonably bright. Of course, having floodlights doesn't guarantee that we'll go through to the close of play, or the scheduled close of play. Ball flicked away off the pads. Pick up a single there. Just one. There was some thought of a second, but I'm not sure they would have made it. So a good decision. But the last thing that Leicestershire want now is a run out, which of course was exactly what Worcestershire did yesterday. With Holiday going for an impossible run out by Hendricks.
He's not that quick between the wickets either, Azad. He's no D'Oliveira, for example. So it needs to be a longish 2 to be sure.
Yeah, almost a 3.
Being unkind, but yeah, he just doesn't want to cut it too fine.
Morris to George Rhodes, and Rhodes edges and is caught eventually. Now that ball was knocked up in the air, and I think it was knocked up by Ed Barnard, and wicketkeeper Cox dived forward and caught it. However it happened, George Rhodes has gone for a duck. We're just waiting for the replay on that one so that we can well, it's going to go down as a Cox catch.
Yeah, no, you called it right, I think, there, Bredders.
Let's just
exactly
look. It goes
happened.
off the edge. Yeah, Ed Barnard knocks it up in the air, and Ben Cox, great reaction from the Worcestershire wicketkeeper, takes it. And poor old George Rhodes, 90 against Worcestershire in his last innings. He's gone for a duck, and Worcestershire have made a really good start here.
They have, and that was a really sharp reaction from Ben Cox. Lucky in a way that Barnard managed to knock it up into the air. Could easily have gone straight down, but into the air it went. But Cox really had to make a lot of ground to get to it, to get his gauntlet underneath it as the ball came down. And Leicestershire are already in a lot of trouble. 6 for 2 as Dave goes next door to give that piece of good news to listeners on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. And I'll shortly have to impart that bad news to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. Out to the wicket, key player as far as Leicestershire are concerned, Colin Ackerman, the captain, class batsman, high class batsman. And if Worcestershire can get him early, they'll feel they really are very much on. They are on top, obviously, but they really feel they've got something of a stranglehold on the game. Ackerman and Azad have a little bit of a chat. Ackerman wanders up and down the pitch a few times. Looks around him. 4 slips are the close catchers, otherwise a single saving field and a long leg as Morris goes in and bowls a foolish delivery. Ackerman is on the front foot, stroking it firmly out towards D'Oliveira, who's trying to cover both mid-off and extra cover, basically, and manages to do so on that occasion. End of a successful over for Charlie Morris. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. Nicely symmetrical figures as far as he is concerned. Lots of sighs and eyebrows raised emojis coming in from the Leicestershire supporters. One almost feels a lot already depends on Azad. We've only had 4 overs. He's 5 not out of 10 balls. Here comes the update. Whether it will get it. Oh. Leach is ready to go. He's going to stay around the wicket to the left-handed Azad. He is in. Azad edges and he's caught. What a catch at 4th slip. Brilliant one-handed catch by Josh Baker. They are in deep trouble. And as you come to me, Leicestershire have just lost their 3rd wicket. They are 6 for 3. A quite brilliant catch at 4th slip by Josh Baker off the bowling of Joe Leach. Hassan Azad, the Leicestershire batsman, to go. In his case, for 5. The 2 previous batsmen to go, Sam Evans was bowled by Leach, leaving a delivery that came back in, hit the top of off stump for 1. And then George Rhodes, former Worcestershire player, got an edge and he went into the slips. It was knocked up by Ed Bernard at 3rd slip. The catch was completed by the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. So, having bowled out Worcestershire earlier this afternoon for 348, the Foxes in deep, deep trouble at 6 for 3. Well, that was an exciting time at which to come to me, but if you can see the replay on that catch, brilliant piece of work by Baker at 4th slip, just stuck out his left hand. He's a tall young man, long arms obviously, and caught it very, very low. A brilliant piece of work, and rightly celebrated by his teammates. I don't know whether the camera on it was wide enough to sort of show the catch. Leicestershire in a lot of bother already. Catches being taken. Well, I said if Leicestershire lose wickets quickly, could they recover in the way that Worcestershire recovered? We're going to find out, it would appear. Lewis Hill, who was the star batsman of last season for the Foxes, comes out to join Colin Ackerman. He probably hoped not to be batting this evening, but there's potentially 30 overs left to get through. And over the wicket comes Leach and bowls to Hull, who leaves, and it doesn't miss off stump by very much at all. I hope you weren't between boxes to see that low catch.
Brilliant catch.
Brilliant piece of work by Baker.
He's a tall lad and got down and just
one-handed.
Yeah, just
got it underneath
scraped it off the turf.
He didn't sort of make a big fuss about it either. Do you know what I mean? It just stuck out a big left hand, reached a long way across. First and second slip had already turned to chase after the ball down towards 3rd man. But out came the big hand of Baker. 6 for 3. Leach is in and bowls. Hill is really batting a long way out of his crease. He got right forward there. He did this last season quite a bit to try and negate the movement.
What's he called? Pepperoni Baker, you reckon?
Well, so he says.
I can ask him about that.
Yeah, so he says. If he filled in his Who's Who entry. Pepperami, not pepperoni.
Pepperami.
Pepperami's the long
Pepperami,
sort of sausage.
Well, that was a long sausage catch, that was.
It was.
Yeah, because the Playfair Cricket Annual, the players, I don't know whether they still do fill that in. Tony Cotty reckoned he was 5'6" for years, and he was never 5'4".
Leach is in to Hill, who's forward. Hands go into the air, inside edge and pad. A long way out of his ground, but that might not necessarily save you these days. LBW shouts wise.
No, certainly not in Test cricket or one-day internationals where they've got replays. They certainly don't save you these days.
I just wonder whether, I'm pretty sure it must have done really, having seen that sometimes being hit on the front pad, you can still be out LBW on the replays, whether county umpires are now more inclined to think, well, that could have gone on to hit this, or that would have gone on to hit the stumps.
A call for a helmet here, Worcestershire, so they've obviously going to get a short leg in, and I think Azhar Ali is going to get, he's going down to Boot Hill. Your overseas international batsman fielding at short leg. This must be something that's been pre-arranged. That, you know, he's obviously said, I quite like going in there. Well, unless he's a very nervous mid-on and needs a helmet.
Your 37-year-old senior bat,
yeah.
You know, you'd thought that entitled you to a certain amount of seniority in every respect. But he's in there. He's bravely playing his part. He's a team man, Azhar Ali. He's a pitch and a half back, that said. Leaches into Hill, who is driving pleasantly but straight to the skipper D'Oliveira, Brett D'Oliveira, who makes the stop.
It's a bit unfortunate there, because D'Oliveira is the only fielder in front of square on the offside, and he hits it really well.
Straight as an arrow to him.
Almost hear the rumblings from down below from the Leicestershire supporters.
Leach bustles in and bowls. Hill is forward, thick inside edge. He's going to pick up one. It's going to be two, in fact, as it squirts past. Ali runs out towards mid-wicket, and it's Pennington who has to run across from mid-on towards a sort of deep-ish mid-wicket to make the stop. Hill picks up a couple. Leicestershire, not quite in double figures, have moved on to 8, but they've also lost 3 wickets in doing so.
Of course, I suppose, without wishing to cast anything upon Leicestershire. Nasturtiums, yeah. I mean, 147 is the follow-on, isn't it? Because it's 200 in county cricket, or 201 if you like. So here's Charlie Morris. Ackerman, the skipper, by Jove, he's got something on responsibility on his shoulders. Morris in bowls. Ackerman does well to dig that out. Swinging Yorker from Morris, and he really had to very quickly thump the bat down on it. The huddled spectators.
He didn't have his best season last season, Colin Ackerman. He had a lot of sort of off-field distractions to deal with as well. 15 innings, 485 runs. He did score an unbeaten century, averaged 35, but he's a lot more settled, I think, this year.
Ackerman waits again, bending slightly at the knees. Plays a nice solid shot to Leach at mid-on.
He didn't play domestic cricket in South Africa over the winter, although they went home, obviously, the Ackermans. He played for the Netherlands in various one-day internationals, 8 or 9 of them, I think he played for, in Qatar and places like that.
Played against, last one was against Afghanistan in January.
Afghanistan, indeed, yeah, he met one of Leicestershire's new T20 signings out there.
Here's Morris to Ackerman, pushes on the offside. He's got a contract in the Blast as well with the Manchester Originals.
The 100.
The 100. I said the Blast, didn't I?
Yes, yeah, he did last year as well, yeah.
Freudian slip there. The trouble with I didn't take too much notice of the 100 draft, but then and it's like the IPL, and you look at players. Well, I didn't play for that team last year. You know, there's no sort of continuity in it.
There's no sort of identity of place as such. One doesn't feel.
Not a Welshman in the Welsh Fire team. Morris in bowls, push down the pitch. Somebody was saying, as a PR exercise, you depict a Welshman just to see if you can sell some more tickets. There must be, you know.
Glamorgan are the one side that haven't got a player in the 100,
Yeah.
so they'll probably win the RL50 or whatever if it's at the same time.
Yeah, because they'll have the best team out. Yeah. Well, Worcestershire have only got one. Moeen Ali.
Moeen.
Yeah, although Colin Munro's in it, but you could say he's only Worcestershire for the T20 anyway. Here's Morris, back to Grace Road, back to the action here. Ackerman is forward, driving down the ground, nice shot. Should be 4 runs. There's a chase from D'Oliveira. He hasn't given it up yet, but he has now. As the ball flicks over the rope. Nice shot. Morris just over pitching slightly, and Ackerman only had to get it past D'Oliveira. Again, he's the only fielder in front of the bat on the offside. So 12 for 3, Leicestershire, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out. That boundary constitutes the 4 runs that Ackerman has scored. Morris on his way again. 4 slips, crouched down. He bowls. Ackerman very solid behind that, and pushes it away. On the offside, end of Charlie Morris's over. He has bowled 3 overs and taken 1 for 5. Joe Leach 3 overs, 2 for 7. For those of you just joining us, highlight of the day for Worcestershire, skipper D'Oliveira's 118. Leach made 70. Other contributions down the order, Worcestershire made 348 in reply. Leicestershire lost Evans, bowled Leach for 1. Rhodes caught Cox in the end off a rebound from Barnard off Morris for naught, and Azad brilliantly caught by Baker at 4 slip off Leach for 5.
Leach sitting on figures of 2 for 7 at the moment from his 3 overs. He's having a day to remember. Is in from the Bennett end to bowl to Lewis Hill, who dabs a delivery out into the offside and then holds up his bat to tell his captain there's no chance of a single. There wasn't. He continues to bat quite a long way out of his crease. Hill wanders up. Ackerman has a quick word with him. He's in a short sleeved shirt and sleeveless sweater. Hill long sleeved. As crouches at that short leg position, he's crept half a foot or so closer as Leach is in and bowling. Hill again is forward, playing the ball firmly in defence out towards D'Oliveira, who, as Brad has said, is the only man in front of square on the offside. Pennington is at mid-on, and you could almost say he's the only man in front of square if Azhar Ali took up half a pace to his right. He would be behind square as well. And the long leg and the 4 slips, but won't mind giving away a few runs here if they can pick up a few more wickets here. Worcestershire been very much their day as Leach is in. Hill comes back in a bit to Hill, who's down on almost 1 knee as he defends that one. Forward defensive press from Hill. He's absolutely set on getting forward if at all possible. He's not jagging around out there. You would thought he's going to be not susceptible, but he's likely to receive a bounce or 2 eftsoons, you would have thought, batting out of his crease and stretching forward like that. Leach all bustle and shoulders as he comes in and bowls, and Hill leaves. A good leave, left on almost on length as well as direction. It was outside off stump, bounced a little bit, did come back, but it was sort of wide of the corner of off stump and bail. 12 for 3. A testing period, I think we can safely say, for the Leicestershire batters.
I mean, it's
under the lights,
if we get through
it's getting dark and grey.
There's still 27 overs left, aren't there, till the close?
Yeah, Worcester tails very much up. Leach is in bowling, and Hill again is a long way forward. Leach wants to do something about this. You sort of sense that Hill's determination to get forward and stretch forward from outside the crease is beginning to, you shouldn't be doing that, so what am I going to do about it? He had a quick word with Azhar, who sort of peered back at him with his hands clasped around his hand warmers. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know, mate, I'm a test batsman. What are you asking me for?
I've never seen anything like this before. I play normal cricket, me. In goes Leach and bowls outside off something, looking to bring it back in, looking to really make it come back off the seam. It's a maiden over. It's allowed to go through by Hill, who made him really work in that over. Leach made Hill play most of them, but he judged it well, unlike Sam Evans earlier in proceedings, who left a delivery that came back and hit the top of off stump. 12 for 3.
Live cricket, we are the Uptonsteel Grace Road in Leicester. We being myself, Dave Bradley, Richard Ray, representing BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and the whole of the BBC. If you're listening on the app or on the website or wherever, here's Charlie Morris in bowls wide of the off stump. Saw it nice and early there, Ackerman, and just let it carry on its way. A couple more have picked up their bags and are heading towards the exit at the Bennett end of the ground. And go home and put the central eating back on. Good night for a chippy supper, this is.
Is that what you're planning?
No. No, I don't think so. Love one. Here's Morris in again, and once again Ackerman. Looking very solid here, the skipper.
Some good fish and chip shops in and around Leicester. I don't know about around that ring road where you are.
My hotel is.
No, there's just one vast supermarket, isn't there? And,
yeah. No, I'd better not. Stick with something else.
There's a good bike shop. I know that, just by your hotel.
On the Foss.
Oh, of course, there's that big shopping.
Oh yeah.
Thing. What's it called?
Foss
Park, isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. Morris in bowls. Ackerman lets this one go by outside the off stump. Through to keeper Ben Cox.
Charlie Morris, of course, has his very best first-class bowling against Leicestershire in 2019 when he took 7 for 45. Here on this on this very ground.
Yeah, and he'd only just got back into the first team then, having remodelled his action, Charlie. And I had a chat with him after, and he was saying how tough it was when he had that season off to get his action right again. But he's racing in here. Oh, Ackerman. I've got to say, he looks a class apart from some of the other batsmen we've seen today, Ackerman. Well, he probably is a class apart on a good day, but he's really getting solidly in behind this. I'll probably put the kiss of death on him here, but...
I know what you're trying to do. I know. Leicestershire listeners are on this moment saying, stop him talking. Stop him singing Ackerman's praises.
Massive hailstorms in mid-Wales, I'm told, as well at the moment. So. Charlie Morris is the bowler. And this time, once again, Colin Ackerman in line. There he is.
Your friend.
There he is. Britain's most... he's off up there. He goes.
He's stopping.
Up the Milligan Road. Oh, has he not made a sail, has he? No. Perhaps he's offering that bloke a lift instead.
With the dog.
No, it looks almost...
He's trying to.
And the bloke's going, no.
Not on a bike. Come on, buy one of my ice creams.
Go on, please.
I come to you.
I'll bring it into your house. Here's Morris back at the cricket. Ackerman forward, very solid, pushes it to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Now, the ice cream man's gone on his way.
When we were at Worcester last year, correct me if I'm wrong, but that wonderful ice cream store wasn't there.
No, well...
is there a story behind that?
The guy who had the ice cream van, Dean, who was a local legend.
Dean, yes.
Yeah, that disappeared in somewhat controversial circumstances. And they did run their own ice cream thing for a while. But
okay.
I mean, last season was so strange, wasn't it? But with, no spectators at the start, then spectators had to sit in certain seats and you couldn't go and get your beer, it had to be delivered. So
because there have been years when Dean, bless his heart, used to send ice cream over, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I know.
Do you remember Niall O'Brien? When he was wicket keeping for Leicester at New Road, taking a tenner out at tea. Leach is in and bowls to Hill, who pulls a short ball. That is the bouncer, and he's got plenty of it, and he's pulled it for 4. Lovely shot for from Lewis Hill, so he did try to drive him back there. Joe Leach, not quite quick enough to trouble Lewis Hill, who swivelled and pulled it away. Picks up 4, moves on to 6. Yeah, but Niall O'Brien, back, must have been 2013 or 14, one of my early seasons. Ordered ice creams all round to be brought to the Leicestershire dressing room at tea. At Worcester.
He would be the bloke to do that, wouldn't he? Nobby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would.
He'd been doing some commentary in the winter on, I don't know.
Oh, fingering all sorts of cricketing pies.
Yeah.
He's an agent, commentator. He's very good on the radio.
He is good.
And the TV.
Yeah.
As Leach comes in and bowls again to Hill, who is forward again. Hill's shout of no is not as sort of deep or stentorian as that of D'Oliveira, but it is distinctive as well. It's a sort of squawk, but a very loud squawk, and you always know it's Hilly shouting no.
Yeah, there's no mistake.
No.
You can't say you didn't hear him.
Just as you know it's D'Oliveira. Brett, that is. 16 for 3 with that pulled 4. Hill waits, bat raised as Leach is in and bowls to him. It does come back in a bit. It's going to have to hurry there. Pennington picks up and hurls at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Ackerman had probably made his... He tends to gallop between the wickets, and that isn't always the quickest way of moving. Leicestershire badly don't want Hill to run out the captain. He didn't, I hasten to add. But it just seemed a slightly unnecessary risk at this stage.
Yeah, I think he was in comfortably, Ackerman, even if the ball had hit. But, yeah, as you say, as with Azhar Ali, this time yesterday, Azhar Ali ran himself out. Hendrickson is followed through, hitting the stumps.
But that was a stop-go run out, wasn't it? It was a... Libby came galloping down, put the brakes on, sat down. Yeah. Leach is in and bowls to Ackerman, who leaves outside off stump. Not so far, but far enough.
Going back to Niall O'Brien, the story is that because his brother played for Ireland, played for Northamptonshire.
Played here?
Yeah, played here, yeah. But Nobby was keeping wicket when his brother came in to bat for Northamptonshire. And relatively quietly, just before the bowler started to run, he said, "My dad liked me best." So I asked him this, and he said, "Oh yeah, it happened." He didn't deny it, so.
I bet everybody burst out laughing.
Oh,
Leach is in to Ackerman straight. Ackerman, nice left elbow, playing it down the pitch on the onside. Forward again, a little like Hill, not quite as pronounced perhaps, plays it to Pennington at mid-on.
Yes.
Well, Kevin would have laughed, I'm sure. I would imagine everybody cracked up, really.
As somebody said, it's a great bit of sledging, and you're not going to hear that very often.
No.
Where are we time-wise? Oh, we're right.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll set up a camp bed. We'll be here late. Have a doze in the corner as Leach past the muffled umpire Neil Mallender bowls, and this time Ackerman does go back slightly and plays it into the onside where it's fielded, and there is no run. End of the 9th over of what has been a traumatic innings so far as Leicestershire are concerned. 17 for 3. I suppose it represents something of the beginnings of a recovery from 6 for 3 to 17 for 3. Hill has 7, Ackerman has 4.
Yes, Neil Mallender. The Egyptians used to embalm people, didn't they?
The mummies.
Mummies, yeah. He looks like a walking mummy today.
I bet they get sponsored snoods these days, umpires.
Oh yeah, somebody would put their name on it, wouldn't they?
Sadly, they're no longer sponsored by Specsavers, are they? They don't have Specsavers written all over their coats.
Pennington's doing some warming up at mid-on. Leach has bowled 5. D'Oliveira might want to put Pennington on his quickest bowler, I would have thought. Maybe coming down the slope. There's now 3 slips and a gully. Charlie Morris is the bowler. This is flicked away nicely. Going to race away. That's probably going to go for 4. I don't think they're going to cut that one off. There's a couple in pursuit.
Oh, careful. Yes, he made it.
It does go over the road. Dylan Pennington, I think, won the race down there.
He put in the dive, but it was a head-first dive, and there's not much room between the rope and the advertising hoardings. And had he slid, he would have gone head-first into those advertising hoardings down there happily. The outfield was dry enough to sort of slow him down, so he only got sort of halfway there. But
nice shot from Lewis Hill. He goes to 11. Leicestershire 21 for 3, having been 6 for 3 at one time. Yeah, just seen the replay of that. It could have been relatively painful. Here's Morris bowling to Hill. Drives down the ground. Nice shot. 4 more. Lovely shot from Lewis Hill. Well, those last 2 boundaries are doing the world of good in terms of confidence.
he doesn't like it after last season, Lewis. He didn't play in the last pre-season game against the universities, and because he'd caught COVID, he was going through the recovery protocols, and they finished a day after the game started, so he wasn't allowed to play. So we weren't quite sure what sort of form he'd be in, but he seems to be seeing it reasonably well.
Here's Morris. His next delivery is off an edge and dropped.
Yeah.
Dropped at second slip by Haynes, gone through his hands and down to the boundary for 4.
Goodness me, and by the standard of the catches that Worcester have taken, it's particularly that, obviously the one by Baker, that was a goober. Absolutely. Did it drop, did it dip a bit as it went through his hands?
Don't know, I've got a replay coming up now, and unfortunately the replay is from an angle, so it's difficult to tell. Well, judging by where his hands were, I think it was knee-high. Yeah. There's a great big bumblebee just going across in front of our box, but not coming in to join us, thankfully. So Morris in and tries again, and Hill pushes away on the offside. He's going to get a single on this occasion. 1 more to the total. And he has 20. Ackerman for Leicestershire are 30 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out.
Well, how badly in the end will Worcestershire come to regret that, because it's been coming off the middle of Hill's bat, hasn't it, up to that point? But that would have been 29 for 4.
Morris bowls again. Hill forward very solidly onto this one. The pesky bumblebee has just flown up over the top of our box. Bit of sunshine has probably brought him out. Looking away to the right, cloud is building up, but I think that's probably going to float round us. It's coming more from directly behind us today. Directly behind us doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, we're going to have plenty more cricket.
Yeah, don't lose too much more time from the game, although I suspect that they'd be quite happy to go off at this moment, Leicestershire, if they were offered the light. Although, plays and misses at this one, goes through to Cox. Although, of course, you don't get offered the light these days. The umpires say it's too dark and we're going to go off. It's their decision.
It's too dark, it's too cold.
Yeah.
I want my fish and chips.
Yeah. You're talking me into that. Dylan Pennington is going to bowl. Leach, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12.
I was going to say, then it is half past, almost updates time. Dave bounds next door as the blonde giant Pennington practices his run through, bends over and just refastens his boot laces. Wicketkeeper Cox and the Worcestershire slip fielders, 3 slips and a gully, step or 2 perhaps further back than they were for Joe Leach. 2 wickets for Leach already, and I suspect we haven't seen the last of him so far this evening, but it's going to be Pennington coming down the slope from the Bennett end. Come on, Penno. Is the cry. It is 4 slips now. Gully has stepped across as Pennington, holding the ball high, comes in and bowls outside off stump. Goodish pace for his first delivery. Allowed to bounce through by Hill. Azhar Ali has left that short leg position and gone in to a shortish mid-wicket, actually fairly, as he walks back, it is a fairly conventional mid-wicket. But Leach is in quite close at mid-on. He's about level with the stumps at the non-striker's end by the time the ball is delivered. He's retreating now. He maybe just came in to have a chat to umpire Malander. Pennington is in, bowls to Hill, who drives, but good work by the captain D'Oliveira, scrambling across and then diving to his right, shoveling the ball, pushing it out towards Leach, and the overall result is no runs to Hill. Cox, who'd come running up to take any throws that came in, accidentally knocked the bails off there. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Pennington in for defensive from Hill. Yeah, well, they haven't lost any further wickets, thankfully from Leicestershire's point of view, but they very nearly did. Lewis Hill, having just hit 2 glorious 4s, was badly dropped by Josh Haynes' second slip when he was on 19 off the bowling of Charlie Morris. That would have left Leicestershire 25 for 4. As it is, they've moved on to 30 for 3. Hill has made 20 off just 20 balls. As I say, he's hit some really sweet shots, but he got very lucky there, and there's 4 more for Hill as well. Another beautiful shot. Colin Ackerman, the captain, has been solidity personified really since coming in. He looks in really good touch. He hasn't tried anything too flashy, but this is probably the key partnership as far as the Foxes are concerned, and boy do they have an awful lot of work to do to drag Leicestershire back into this game. But they have started. They've taken the score on from 6 for 3 to 34 for 3. A lovely clip off his toes by Lewis Hill out through mid-wicket, the longest boundary out there, but a sweet piece of timing from Hill sees him pick up that 4. He moves on to 24 from just 22 balls, 34 for 3. Hill, that edge aside, looking $1 million at the moment. And Brett D'Oliveira, the ball is only, what, 10.4 overs old, and he's showing it to umpire Malander, who is taking something out of his pocket. This seems to be hysterically funny as far as Malander and D'Oliveira are concerned. Is he putting it through the little...
I think he's putting it through the hoops, isn't it? Yeah, they're going to get another ball. Well, I don't know who's...
Has it gone out of shape already?
Yeah. I think
Goodness me.
They're using the Duke's balls, aren't they? Well, what's this one had?
10.4 overs.
10.4 overs and it's out of shape. That's not good, is it?
Hill has sent it to the boundary a few times, but I don't remember it sort of clattering off any, really clattering off any, for example, off the concrete in front of the seats on the Uptonsteel ground. But we're going to have a little bit of a delay. Umpire Watts, a decisive man, hasn't spent a lot of time looking at the new old balls so far. Changed 3 times during the Worcestershire innings, and he didn't mess around. He just plucked one out.
He's probably going to struggle to find one that's 10 overs old. I've just
brought out like the nuclear codes, isn't it? That sort of...
Yeah, the box, yeah. Yeah, don't press the red button. I've just had a look out the back. I'm not sure if we're going to be here in 23 overs and 2 balls time.
It looks a bit dark out there.
Yeah, once the floodlights take over, the natural light is the phrase that's used.
But we cannot complain about lack of cricket or indeed action today.
No. What did we start the day on? 118 for 4. So we've had 264 runs so far.
And 9 wickets.
9 wickets, yeah. With allegedly 20 overs left in the day.
We've had brilliant catches taken. We've had bad drops.
Yeah.
We've had everything. The only thing we haven't had today, which we had yesterday, was a run out. There is time. In comes Pennington. Bounds into Hill, but it's on the legs, and Hill, seeing it really well, plays it nicely away through mid-wicket. Azhar Ali chases in pursuit like a a very fit 37-year-old, and gets his throw away. You heard the squawk of no from Hill, indicating that there wasn't a third to be had. Settles for 2, moves on to 26.
I think if that had been certainly a T20 game, they'd have had 3 there. And
a wrist one for the throw.
Yeah, but you know, on this occasion, when your team's 36 for 3 or 34 for 3 at the time, then you don't really want to run out as well.
Pennington is in and bowling to Hill. Again, the call of no as he solidly defends it down the pitch on the onside. Trickles out to Ali. May still be puffing a bit, may not be puffing at all as he walks in to pick that one up. End of Pennington's over. Interesting one. He got it through at a decent lick, and he'll feel a bit warmer than he did 5 minutes ago. 6 from it. 36 for 3.
I think Azhar Ali, the temperature that he's come from to this temperature day, he's quite pleased to go and have a run for a couple out towards square leg, warm him up a bit. Charlie Morris to continue, so this will be Morris's 6th over. Leach had 5 as he races up the slope, and Ackerman sees this nice and early, lets it go through. There's a dark cloud over the far side that's got a little quiff on the end of it, sort of an Elvis Presley or early Cliff Richard, little bit of quiff on the end of it. Always quite amusing me, so people take pictures of clouds and say, oh, this looks like so-and-so, this looks like Ed Sheeran, or looks like the Pope. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking...
What, clouds?
Yeah, clouds. I'm thinking, no, they don't. That doesn't look like Ed Sheeran or the Pope. A bit like Elvis. Here's the next ball, which is straight through to the wicket-keeper from Charlie Morris, who's got a wicket so far. On another day, he might have had 2 under his belt. But I suspect this might be his last over, and a bit of Ed Barnard, maybe, from the pavilion end.
It's a nice press release from Leicestershire.
Oh, is this about the tickets?
Yeah.
This is a great idea. Yeah, I read that earlier. I thought, what a good idea. We'll tell you all about it, folks, very shortly. Here's Morris's next ball to Ackerman. Solid behind that, pushes it out to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Yeah, they're going to give away, is it 4,000 tickets?
Yep, 4,000 up to, it says. Leicestershire County Cricket Club are to give away up to 4,000 complimentary tickets to the Leicestershire versus Sussex County Championship fixture. That's in May. As part of a new hashtag, Support Your County initiative.
Here's Morris in bowls. That's a good ball from Morris, and Ackerman for the first time is beaten by that one. Just swings away late into the gloves of wicketkeeper Cox.
That was a beauty. In partnership with the Cricket Supporters Association and the club's community team and 1 or 2 other supporting bodies, they'll distribute the complimentary tickets within the county to encourage the community to come along and enjoy a day on us, I quote, and experience the wonderful match day experience.
Yeah, well done. Morris to Ackerman, who sees this one early again and lets it go through to the keeper. Ackerman has 4, Hill 26, Leicestershire 36 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out.
County Cricket Matters are also supporting it. Annie down in Taunton. She says we need to encourage inclusivity and welcome the parts of society that don't currently find cricket accessible. And by releasing these tickets for no charge, Leicestershire are breaking down barriers that have developed over time.
I have to agree with them. Off goes Morris and Ackerman once again. A good leave by the Leicestershire captain. End of the over, 36 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out. Scoreboard says we have 22 overs remaining in the day, although the umpires are having a bit of a chat already. So I'm not sure what that might be about.
Just to finish off on that press release, if anybody would like to support Leicestershire in raising awareness of the offer and are able to help the club distribute tickets within the community, they're encouraged to get in contact with Leicestershire by emailing membership@leicestershire.ccc.co.uk.
Get them in. I suspect some of the members will be rumbling. Oh, pay me membership.
Pennington down the slope is in to Hill, who is seeing it so well. He's almost walking into his shots at the moment and walked forward into that one and ended up defending it out to Leach at mid-on. But he must have been 5 feet outside his crease by the time bat came into contact with ball there.
Yeah.
Pennington, who's a bit quicker than Leach, might bang 1 or 2 in himself. In he goes and bowls to Hill, who's driving. Again, very pleasant piece of timing, but he doesn't really put his full weight into his shot, so D'Oliveira is able to move across to his left at that wide mid-off position and make a stop.
Interesting, Azhar Ali has gone from that short leg and he's kind of a mid-wicket at the moment. Hands thrust deep in his pockets. Not the only one of the Worcestershire fielders doing that, I have to say.
No.
He'll have his hand warmers in his pocket.
Pennington sort of leans forward before getting into his run and bowls now. And Hill is LBW appeal. There's a loud one, but he, as I say, he was a long way forward. May just have hit him outside the line. It was well worth a shout, and it got a shout. A raucous shout from both Pennington and wicketkeeper and the slips, but it was turned down by umpire Malander. Pick your umpire to get hit on the pants by. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Maybe just outside the line.
Outside the line, maybe just a bit high.
It was just enough probably to dissuade umpire Malander from raising the finger.
Yeah. 60-40 in favour of the batsman.
Pennington is in again. Hill is a long way forward, almost reaching for that one, then deflecting it in defence down towards Point, who makes the stop. It's Jake Libby out there. I'm trying to remember when he was at Notts. I think he might have been number 2. He might have had 2 on his back at Notts as well.
Yeah. Tend to get a number and stick with it.
Often mean because it means something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lucky numbers or whatever.
Yeah.
Pennington is in and bowls this time. For once, Hill goes on the back foot, waiting for it. Defends again. And again, Libby is the fielder as it runs out towards him at backward point. This is Morris down below us at long leg. He's got a pleasingly faded cap on, is it? I can't quite see. Yeah, they love a faded.
Bit of sweat on that over the years.
Yeah. They love a faded cap, a well-worn cap. A mark of a seasoned pro. Pennington, knees pumping, is in and bowling to Hill. Again, is forward. Again, the ball runs out towards Libby. And that is the end of a very good over from Pennington. 2 overs, a maiden over, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6, and a good leg before shout in it.
Where's Neil Malander going?
They don't like this light, do they?
They've had a natter already.
There's some horrid stuff coming, but it looks all right to me.
He's turning around and going the other way, so he stood at sort of mid-wicket at the moment. Ed Barnard indeed is taken over from Charlie Morris from the pavilion end. Wouldn't be quite as quick, Ed Barnard, although he's a bit. If you think he's military medium, you get it wrong. He's quite whippy in his action. Away he goes, and to this ball, flicked away off the leg stump. That was a nice leg stump half volley, and Ackerman is not going to miss out on those. And Ed Barnard's warm-up ball goes away for 4. Clipped away nicely. Ackerman goes to 8. He's been on 4 for a long time.
His near namesake, Ed Barnes, did that a couple of times, didn't he?
Yeah.
First ball as we spell, whipped away for 4. And Ed Barnard is likewise put away.
Hill 26, Ackerman 8, Leicestershire 40 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 348. All out. Barnard bowls. No ball called by umpire Watts. So a couple more to the Leicestershire total. 3 slips now. Well, Barnard was one of the 4 slips, so he's bowling, so he can't be at slip at the same time.
Slip's trying to keep warm, hopping up and down.
Barnard bowls and gets a little bit tied up this time. Ackerman, one who probably came back to him, and I think it's hit him in what John Arnold did describe as the lower abdomen. He's down on his knees, getting his breath back.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. The initial numbness is wearing off now, and now it's hurting.
The umpires are having another discussion, and I don't think they're discussing the pizza tonight. They're going to take a light reading, are they?
Yeah, they're taking them off, I think.
Are they? They have to take a reading, wouldn't they? Somebody's got to come out with a light meter now, I assume, unless they've taken one with them.
No, they're off, I think. No, are they?
I don't know what's going on here.
Well, Hill's taking his gloves off. He's decided he's had enough.
They've knocked the bails off. I think Worcestershire are very reluctant to go off, to be honest.
I bet Ackerman's glad, though. Is he?
Yeah, go and get some ice on it.
Oh.
Well, is the light that bad?
I was thinking as he was running up there, Bernard, I could see the shadows he was casting from the floodlight, and you can see the shadows that the casting now from the floodlights as the players walk off. So it has probably worsened, but when I think what we played in against Leeds Bradford and things like that, this is positively bright, you know, but it is going to get worse, you know, where the weather's coming from, but it's a shame.
Yeah, they've not taken I thought they had to take a meter reading and then decide to go off. Well, it's a pity probably not from a Leicestershire point of view, but it's a pity if we lose these